HQN Books and Harper Audio present Second Chance Alaska, featuring the bonus story Love in the Alaskan Wilds by Jennifer Snow, performed by Lila Winters. In order for the light to shine so brightly, the darkness must also be present. Francis Bacon. Prologue. Dear readers, never in my wildest imagination could I have envisioned that you would have embraced the love story about a sea serpent queen and a lonely fisherman the way you have. Writing this story was something I'd wanted to do for a long time, but lack of courage to follow my heart has always been my greatest fault. As a resident of Port Serenity, Alaska, I finally felt it was my duty to give this story within me life, space to breathe. I wanted to give Cialina a voice in a way she's never really had, exploring her wants, desires, struggles. This trilogy is a love story that surpasses all time and space. It speaks to the agony of a love that shouldn't be. It offers hope and inspiration in our darkest moments, and it shows that love is all that truly matters. Thank you for the fan mail. I've read each and every last letter, email, and social media comment, and I cherish the support and encouragement. Your passion for these stories is my motivation and inspiration to continue writing Cialina's love adventure. I've kept my identity a secret for a lot of reasons, and I'll just say that, for now, that path serves me in my life. I'm not hiding behind a pen name out of fear or guilt or embarrassment, but out of respect for the true star. Cialina, the Serpent Queen who courageously guards the waters and shoreline along this rugged, majestic Alaskan coast. She is the protagonist of her own story, and I want to let her shine. No, I appreciate every one of you, dear readers, and this community of Cialina fans continues to grow every day because of your praise and support of this series. Keep believing that dreams do come true, and lasting love is always just a serendipitous moment away. XO Y.C. Salwart. Chapter 1. She wouldn't be standing there practically naked in front of half of Port Serenity if it hadn't been for that damn tail. But Carly Walters's worst nightmare was indeed happening. Standing center stage in the Serpent Queen pub under the bright, blinding spotlight, she stared out into the shocked, horrified, slightly amused expressions of people she'd known her entire life. Wearing only her Little Miss Sunshine Days of the Week underwear and a shiny gold sports bra. Her Cialina costume had been ripped from her body when the serpent-like tail had snagged on a raised wooden floorboard as she'd proudly walked across the stage when her contestant number was announced. Lucky number 13, her ass. How she'd even allowed herself to be talked into participating in this silly yearly tradition she'd never know. Tequila shots had definitely been involved, and a bet. At least she had $50 coming to her. Small consolation for the mortification she was currently enduring. The town's annual Cialina costume contest was held every year at the end of June in a closed event at the local pub named in the Serpent Queen's honor, open to locals only. A catered, open-bar kickoff party to the official start of tourist season, a way to pre-thank the community for the hard work they were about to endure for the next 2 months when the small Alaskan coastal town saw a huge influx of tourists. The town's generations-old claim on the mythical sea creature made it a hotspot destination for those in search of the elusive, the unknown. Families flocked to town, hoping to spot Cialina for themselves, and the local businesses had thrived in providing that opportunity. Thank goodness this event was closed to the broader public, otherwise Port Serenity would be newsworthy for a different type of sighting. On stage, her fellow competitors sent her sympathetic looks as Carly struggled to tug the trapped fabric toward her. "Come on," she muttered. "Spotlight off, please," Dex Wakefield called out to the stage technician from his position behind the bar. Immediately, the light went out, providing more privacy, and Carly sent her cousin's fiancé a grateful look as she continued to try to pull the tail free. From far back in the crowd, she could see her friend Rachel approach the stage. If she could actually call Rachel a friend. She was pretty sure Rachel had been the one to suggest Carly participate in the event. At 34 years old, she really had to stop giving in to peer pressure. She motioned for Rachel to hurry up, but her friend was held up by the thick crowd gathered around the stage. "Hey, hold still. I got you," a male voice said from the front row. Carly turned toward the man as he climbed onto the stage, one hand shielding his eyes to give her privacy. She appreciated the gesture, but it also blocked her view of his face. She squinted in the dim neon lighting, taking in the designer jeans, expensive leather shoes, and light gray Henley that hugged the man's muscular frame. A muscular frame she didn't recognize, and one she surely would have noticed if she'd seen it around town before. The event was locals only. New man in town? If so, he would be the first one in forever. Things didn't change much in Port Serenity. People didn't change much. It was both a blessing and a curse at times, especially times such as this when anonymity might make this mishap less mortifying, but the familiarity of the crowd made it a safe zone. Next to her, the stranger bent and quickly detached the 10-foot tail from the splintered plank of wood and offered the fabric to her without looking. Grateful, she wrapped the costume around her exposed body. "Thank you." "Is it safe to look?" "Yes," she said, glancing down to make sure. Not that it mattered. It was too late now anyway. He lowered his hand from his face and extended it toward her. "Sebastian Grant. I'm the new head of tourism development in town." Carly's mouth gaped. Of course he was. She'd heard the rumor that Mr. O'Doyle was retiring from the position he'd held for over 35 years, and she knew the mayor's office was hoping to hire a replacement by the start of tourist season, but she hadn't known they'd found someone, or that he'd be a young, handsome guy with a savior complex. "Nice to meet you," she said, feeling her cheeks flush with heat even more than they had seconds ago. "I'm Carly Walters. I run the Cialina Bookstore and Museum on Main Street." "Ah, yes." The man's eyes lit up. "Great to meet you. Mayor Crinley said you'd be my greatest resource on all things Cialina." As somewhat of a local expert on the Serpent Queen, Carly was heavily involved in the tourism department. She sat on the local planning committee and helped to arrange a lot of the town's events, such as the Cialina Festival happening the following month. Mayor Crinley had already given her a heads up that she'd be spending a lot of time with whomever took over the position. I guess I didn't make a great first impression." Sebastian shook his head as he helped her descend the stairs from the stage. "On the contrary," he said. "You've impressed the hell out of me. Definitely shows commitment to participate in something like this. You wouldn't catch me up there." He shuddered at the thought. The other contestants had dispersed and the judging had commenced. Music had resumed, and luckily everyone had continued on with their evening as though the costume malfunction hadn't happened. Carly laughed. "I was winning, too, until that stupid plank of wood." Her costume had been the best by far. Once she'd agreed to participate, she'd gone all in on the design, and, being a Cialina expert, made hers as authentic as possible, with a likeness to the Serpent Queen that none of the other competitors could have hoped to duplicate, with a multiple snake headdress that had taken weeks to sew together. Her body-painted scales of various greens, tans, and gold had taken 3 hours to apply with an airbrush and stencil. She'd even temporarily dyed her long dark hair an ocean shade of green for a more authentic look than the wigs worn by her fellow competitors. The gold tank top she wore matched the long serpent appendage she'd fabricated from a mermaid tail she'd bought the year before when she'd signed up for a mermaid swim class, where she'd quickly discovered that her abs were just not up to the challenge. She'd had this win, hands down. Now it appeared the trophy and bragging rights belonged to Amelia Fisher, the first-grade teacher who was graciously accepting her award from the judging table. "There's always next year," Sebastian said. Carly laughed and shook her head as she turned toward the back room where she had a change of clothing waiting. "Not for me. This was a once-in-a-lifetime event." "Glad I was here to witness it then," he called after her teasingly. His gaze drifted over her with obvious interest, and she felt her cheeks warm again. When was the last time a man had looked at her that way? Longer than forever. A serial monogamist, she didn't do casual and didn't like to waste her time on relationships that weren't going to lead anywhere. "I look forward to talking to you about the Selena Festival," she said, pushing open the back staff room door. "Likewise," he said. Then he jogged toward her and lowered his voice to a conspirator's level. "And, Carly?" Her pulse picked up slightly. "Yeah?" "It's Saturday." She frowned. "Huh?" "Your underwear said Friday," he said with a grin and a wave as he headed back to rejoin the group seated at the mayor's table. Carly watched after him, an odd feeling washing over her. Had they been flirting just now? It had felt like flirting, but it had been so long since she'd flirted or been flirted with that she couldn't be sure. And did she want to flirt with a man who was going to be a colleague of sorts? Rachel finally caught up to her in the hallway, dressed in a tight lime green bodycon dress and matching 6-inch heels. It was no mystery why her friend had taken so long to get through the crowd. Carly would never be able to walk in such tight fabric with stilettos. Rachel was from Seattle, and she still dressed like a city girl despite having lived in the casual small town for almost a year. "Holy hotness! Who was your sexy rescuer?" she asked, her gaze on Sebastian. "Sebastian Grant, the new head of tourism development," Carly said, pushing through the staff room door of the pub. Rachel followed her inside. "New head of tourism? So essentially your new shadow for the summer?" she said with unconcealed pleasure at the turn of events. Her blue eyes sparkled, and Carly could already see the matchmaking wheels turning in her friend's mind. Recently engaged, Rachel had love on the brain 24/7, and she was constantly trying to convince Carly to sign up for relationship apps, speed dating events. She'd even suggested a reality dating show, which, luckily, Carly had not succumbed to the pressure of. Yet. "Who just saw me in my underwear," she said as she carefully removed the snake headdress without yanking out pieces of her stiff, dyed hair. She was going to need a really great hair conditioning treatment after this. "Everyone just saw you in your underwear," Rachel said, helping to unzip the tail from around Carly's waist. She breathed in deep as the tight fabric was removed. "Thanks for the reminder." Rachel laughed. "It wasn't that bad, and having a gorgeous man come to your rescue couldn't have been that horrible either," she said with a raised, suggestive eyebrow as she looked at her through the mirror. Obviously, her friend wasn't ready to drop that conversation. Carly sighed. Sebastian was a gorgeous man, and he had rescued her in her moment of need, and they would be spending a lot of time together that summer. All of that was true. Unfortunately, it was also a truth universally acknowledged that Carly's heart wasn't up for grabs. It was and would probably always remain in the clutches of the one man in town who hadn't been there to see her in her underwear that evening, and probably never would. Port Serenity's lighthouse has stood tall on the cliffside overlooking the North Pacific for over 100 years. Time-worn and fragile, the structure serves as more of a beacon of the past, shining light on maritime history than a loud emergency response alarm that echoed throughout the lighthouse tower the next day interrupted Rachel's spiel, giving Oliver Klein a welcome respite. "Hold that thought," he told her as he and his daughter Tess sprang into action inside the historic building. Rachel sighed loudly behind him, but Oliver didn't have time to worry about putting off the local historian blogger, who had been harassing him for an exclusive interview since the day she'd moved to town. This emergency couldn't have come at a better time. 6.7 earthquake. Go, 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 he told Tess. "I've got the tower," she said. Dressed in her lighthouse tour guide t-shirt and shorts, his 10-year-old daughter sprinted up the winding concrete tower stairs, her little legs moving at the pace of lightning. Oliver hurried inside the showroom, where the historic artifacts were on display, to check the main floor washrooms. He knocked once on each door, then went in, checking all stalls. All clear. He opened the records room door and scanned, but there was no one inside. The seating area, with the library boasting books about Port Serenity's heritage, was empty as well. Everyone must be in the tower. As Oliver re-entered the main room, a group of people descended the tower stairs carefully but quickly as the alarm continued to wail, echoing for miles across the marina. Oliver frowned as he surveyed the group. There should be 8 people. A quick head count revealed only 7. His daughter appeared at the rear. "Injured male, 50s, about 200 pounds, Tess reported, pointing up the stairs. Shit. Oliver moved past her on the stairwell and his thighs burned as he made the fast climb toward the injured man at the top of the tower. Why the hell were there so many stairs? Maybe they should reconsider letting tourists into the tower. Did they really need to see the beacon up close? Or the view of the ocean from that vantage point? Might be a hard sell for the tourism board if they removed that aspect, and, unfortunately, with the Coast Guard having assumed official control over the lighthouse, Oliver was more tour guide than anything else, despite being an honorary member of the Coast Guard Aids to Navigation crew, which currently maintained the functioning of the lighthouse. Upgrades in technology meant there was little maintenance on the place these days. 10 seconds later, he reached a man in his late 40s, sitting on the floor, his back to the concrete wall, a pained expression on his face as he groaned, clutching his left leg. Oliver bent next to him and assessed the injuries. "Can you walk?" he asked the man, helping him to his feet. The man's leg gave way and he shook his head. "I don't think so." "Fantastic." Oliver sighed as he bent, braced himself for the weight, and heaved the man over his shoulder. The guy was definitely heavier than 200 pounds. Tess needed to work on her assessment skills. At 35 years old, Oliver liked to think he was still in good shape, but the aching of his muscles and the slight panting for breath after the sprint up the stairwell had him rethinking it. Carrying the man, he headed back downstairs, careful not to trip over the chipped concrete edges of the stairs. He could see the others from the tour group were already outside, so he brought the man out and set him down on the grassy, safe muster area. Tess was dismantling the camera tripod they used to capture the tour group photos. She quickly secured it in the underground bunker several feet away from the lighthouse. With everyone safely outside, Oliver got to work closing the storm shutters on the outside of the windows, then headed back up to the tower to apply storm panes for the lantern rooms to protect the optics. With the exterior of the building secure, next, he and Tess got to work wrapping the threatened artifacts and displays in the museum room with plastic and tape. He gathered the artifacts and paper records, and the two of them exited the lighthouse, closing and securing the door. Oliver stopped his stopwatch. 8 minutes and 48 seconds, he said to Tess. We beat the record. Rehearsing their response to disaster warnings was something they did regularly throughout the year, but especially before the start of tourist season, when groups would be coming through the lighthouse. It was important to have a plan and to ensure its proper execution. There was no room for improvisation in the wake of a disaster. Good planning sped recovery and minimized loss. Most importantly, being ready with a detailed, well-organized disaster response plan increased everyone's safety. During the year, there was only the two of them to worry about, but when tourist season started the following day, the lighthouse would host tour groups 3 or 4 times a day during the week. They had to ensure they were prepared to evacuate in the case of a sudden emergency. Like the fake earthquake they'd just simulated with the help of volunteers. The lighthouse where Oliver and his daughter lived was a tourist favorite in the small town, just as most lighthouses attracted visitors for their mystery and history. But a lot of people underestimated the dangers. Lighthouses were put in places to warn of risk. Their purpose was to mark landfalls and passages. They were positioned in locations fully exposed to storm waves. Visiting them was a great way to learn about a place's history, but people needed to be aware of the potential hazards. Oliver could understand the appeal of the Port Serenity Lighthouse. At one time, this lighthouse had charmed him as well. Tess held up a hand to high-five him, but he folded his arms. "Could you have picked a heavier victim?" he whispered as their volunteers applauded their speedy efforts. Tess grinned, displaying 3 missing teeth in the sides of her mouth. "You need to start working out again, Dad. You're a little winded from those stairs." He ruffled her hair, and they dismissed the volunteers with the promised homemade cookies for their participation. As everyone dispersed, he checked his watch. "Okay, let's get to work on resetting everything." The training exercise over, they needed to get the place ready for the actual visitors arriving the next day. "That was really cool," Rachel said as she approached him. Shit, he thought she'd left with everyone else. "Thanks. Sorry, I can't chat right now. We have a lot to do." "Would you like some help?" she asked. "Yes," Tess said. Oliver shot his daughter a look before turning to Rachel. "No thanks. We've got it." The Seattle native nodded, her red hair falling around her shoulders. "Well, since I'm here, maybe I could ask you a few questions?" she asked casually. "I can just follow you while you work. I promise not to get in the way." He'd known she had an agenda when he saw her name on their volunteer sign-up list that day. Rachel had moved to town when she'd met and fallen in love with a Coast Guard officer on a trip to Port Serenity to dispel the myth of Selena. She'd since become a firm believer in the mysteries of the sea and had been hounding him to do this story about the lighthouse and his family's connection to it. "Listen, Rachel, I know you're hoping to really explore the history of this place, and your article on the lighthouse sounds great so far." Not that he'd really been listening. "But I'm just not comfortable with the idea of my personal life on display to several hundred people." He'd dealt with enough scrutiny years ago. She nodded quickly, her gold, dangly earrings swishing from side to side. "It's 4,863 people, actually, but I totally understand." He doubted that. "But we don't have to talk about what happened," she said quietly and gently as Tess was still within earshot, resetting the camera tripod. Just the history of the lighthouse, how it was passed down in your family, that kind of thing. The future of it. It's mine next, Tess said confidently, appearing next to him. Oliver's gut twisted slightly. That would normally be the plan, to pass the torch to the next generation. The job of watching the coastline had been passed along through his family for decades. And despite automation of the systems themselves and the U.S. Coast Guard's control over the operation, Oliver was the fourth-generation lighthouse keeper in Port Serenity. For how much longer, he didn't know. And he certainly wasn't sure he liked the idea of his daughter following in his footsteps. "I'm sorry, Rachel, but the answer is no," he said firmly. Next to him, Tess pouted. He knew she'd love to be featured on Rachel's blog. His little girl loved the local community and the family heritage revolving around the lighthouse. But he struggled with an uneasiness that maybe too much of their lives were tied up in the antiquity of the town. "It's just not the right time," he said by way of excuse. "I still have a lot to do before the season starts." Rachel nodded. "Okay, sure. Another time." She touched Tess's shoulder. "Great job." Tess beamed. "Thank you." "Before I forget, here is the invite to Darcy's birthday party next week," she said, handing a pretty light blue themed party invitation to Tess. His daughter's eyes lit up again. "This is going to be so fun. She's been talking about it for weeks." Darcy was Rachel's stepdaughter of sorts, her boyfriend Callan's adopted niece and Tess's best friend. Despite the 3-year age gap, the two girls were inseparable, as Tess had become like an older sister to the younger child. During the summer months, they tried to have playdates and sleepovers as much as possible. Oliver was grateful that Tess had such an amazing friend. Having lost her older sister 3 years before, he knew having Darcy helped to relieve some of that longing for a companion. "I'll reach out again when things are less busy," Rachel said to Oliver with a wave. He had no doubt that she would, and unfortunately, he'd left the door wide open for his scars to be exposed to all 4,863 of her followers. Chapter 2. Carly peeked through the blinds of her bedroom window the next morning and then let them quickly close again before the long line of people standing outside Cialina Bookstore and Museum could see her. July 1st, and the crowds were just in time. Summer in Port Serenity, Alaska saw a huge boost in tourists from all over the world, as children were on vacation from school and the weather was nice and warm. The North Pacific icebergs visible in the marina melted and moved farther away from the coastline, making access to the port town easier by boat and cruise ships that sailed from all over the USA. The town's famed mythology was the biggest draw, but once visitors realized the beauty of this part of Alaska, surrounded by large mountains and wilderness with pristine lakes and waterfalls, an outdoorsman's dream, they often returned for more than simply a chance rare encounter or sighting of Cialina, the Serpent Queen. However, just in case visitors didn't get to see the real thing out on the various boat tours in town that promised a sighting, Carly's Main Street store sold everything a Cialina fan could want. T-shirts, hats, books, figurines, replicas of historical documents. From now until Labor Day, the lineup outside the store before 9 a.m. would be long. It was great for business, but within a week, Carly would be looking forward to her own well-deserved vacation at the end of the summer season. With the official Cialina Festival 4 weeks away, there was so much to do. Her store built one of the floats featured in the parade that kicked off a week of Cialina-themed events and activities throughout town, and locals expected a different design each year. After 30 years, there were only so many unique concepts for the Serpent Queen's ride, but Carly was determined to make sure she didn't let the community down. So much of its economy depended on the next several months, and the annual parade was a huge draw. She showered and dressed quickly, braiding her long, thick, dark hair that still held remnants of the green dye on the ends. Then she applied mascara to her naturally long lashes and lip gloss to her lips. She didn't bother with much makeup. She never had. Growing up with her nose stuck in a book, she'd never been interested in spending hours in front of a mirror. And sensible shoes were the only option for 14 hours on her feet, as store hours were extended until 10 p.m. in July and August. That year, she'd finally hired an assistant to help run the store, a university student home for the summer. Melissa was studying history and folklore at the University of Alaska, and while her resume had lacked any retail experience, Carly had taken a chance on her, knowing the work experience would help the girl's future employment success. Having just arrived home the day before, Melissa was scheduled to start that afternoon, and Carly hoped training her wouldn't just end up being even more work for herself. Ideally, she would have preferred training someone during the slower lead-up to the season. In her kitchen, she placed an espresso pod into the new coffee machine that she'd splurged on as a birthday gift for herself the month before, and the instantaneous scent of delicious caffeine filling her senses relieved her guilt over the extravagant purchase. This time of year, coffee was life. She deserved this. 5 minutes later, carrying her Cialina-themed coffee mug, she headed downstairs to the store. She unlocked the door that connected the storage room to the front sales room and flicked on the interior lights. She smiled as the place lit up. After 4 hours spent preparing the night before, everything was in place and ready. At least until the mob outside descended. New t-shirts with that year's date on them, featuring various designs and sayings, had replaced the old stock. Sizes from children's small to adults XXL hung on the clothing racks. 500 copies of the latest Cialina-themed picture book, graciously signed by the local author, made a magnificent tower display near the front window. They'd disappear within the first week. The long-running children's series featuring the adventures of the Serpent Queen were a hit, and Carly's store was the only independent that sold them. Protected within glass cabinets throughout the store were Cialina figurines and collectibles. Designs portraying the Serpent Queen rescuing ships and battling fierce ocean waves were on display with price tags that ranged from fan to obsessed. Portraits and paintings from local artists hung on the walls, and the historical documents that told the original story of how the mythical creature was adopted as the community's mascot were displayed in a special glass case near the counter. Included was the original signed letter from Earl Wakefield 4 generations ago. A duplicate was in the local Serpent Queen pub on the marina. Carly loved the history all around her, loved being a part of a deep-rooted community with its traditions and culture. There was nowhere else she'd rather be, nor anything she'd rather do. She held a teaching degree with a major in history and put the skills to good use by offering Cialina school twice a week at the store. Her mother had run the Cialina bookstore and museum before her, officially retiring 2 years before, so Carly had grown up surrounded by the mythology that was Port Serenity. Being related to the Beaumonts on her mother's side had meant juggling her passion for all things Serpent Queen and loyalty to her family's civil servant legacy. But with her cousin Schuyler breaking the Wakefield-Beaumont family feud by falling in love with Dex Wakefield, the lingering tension around town that had spanned generations seemed to evaporate. Carly sipped her coffee, letting the hot, liquid bolt of energy seep in as she scanned her float concept drawings on the counter, where she'd left them after midnight the night before. That year she wanted to go bigger and better than ever. No friendly-looking Selena lurking beneath smooth waters. She wanted huge, threatening waves and a fierce, strong female protector fighting the elements. She also wanted to honor the Coast Guard with the design, showing how the two were not opposing forces, but working together for the same goal, protecting those at sea. Therefore, the float needed to be much longer and slightly wider than previous years. The night before, under the cover of darkness, she'd measured the width of Main Street, taking into account the spectator zone, and she thought they could safely push the boundaries on the width restrictions by an inch or two. Her phone chimed with a text message from where it lay on the counter. She reached for it and read, "It's not too late to run away together." Oliver. If only he meant it. Her heart warmed at the sight of his photo appearing above the message. The picture of him and his daughter Tess had been taken that Christmas before at the tree-lighting ceremony, and it was one of her favorites, as his expression was happy and relaxed, a true rarity, as he always seemed to be carrying an unspoken heaviness. They always started their day with a text. Just a quick one, but it was the highlight of her mornings. That chime sounding made her heart race at the thought that he started his day thinking about her, just as she did him. Even if it was just in a best friend kind of way, at least from his perspective. His text sounded casual enough, but she knew he was stressed about facing the start of his own busy season, with lighthouse tours being offered 3 or 4 times a day, Monday to Friday. Unlike her, he at least had the weekends off, but these tours were tough on him. Having lost his wife, Allison, Carly's best friend, and his eldest daughter, Catherine, at sea 3 years before, Oliver was struggling to raise Tess on his own, still battling with the mystery of what happened that peaceful summer's day at sea when the family's new sailboat had disappeared. Having strangers from all over the world invade his home was difficult enough, but especially so since Oliver's tragic story was almost as much of a draw to curious visitors as the lighthouse's history. The disappearance had made national news, and Oliver's quiet life had been on full display. Most of the time, it was easiest to stay in the shadows of the town's popularity, but tourist season brought everything to light all over again. 3 tickets to Bali sounds nice. She texted back and sighed. 3 tickets to anywhere with Oliver and Tess would be a dream come true. But so far, that dream of becoming something more had eluded her. And besides some casual flirting when he seemed to forget all the reasons he shouldn't flirt with her, Oliver had given her no indication that their friendship status would be changing anytime soon. Carly tucked her phone into her pocket as the clock on the wall chimed, indicating the hour. With a final scan of the store, she took a deep breath and flipped the closed sign to open and unlocked the front door. "Hello! Welcome to Port Serenity's best souvenir shop." She greeted the first customer in line as they entered, hoping her smile lasted the 14 hours until closing. "Is it true that all lighthouse keepers eventually go mad?" And here we go. Luckily, Oliver didn't have to answer the question they inevitably received at least once every tour group. Tess was an expert on the subject. Oliver watched her now as she led the first official lighthouse tour group of the summer season through the main room of the lighthouse, stopping at the base of the spiraling staircase up to the tower. Tess laughed as she shook her head. "Not anymore, thanks to modern science," she said, standing in front of the 8 people with such confidence and pride it brought mixed emotions to Oliver's chest. Sometimes he felt like he was drowning in them. Living there, haunted by the tragedy of his past, was hard. As time passed with no answers, he thought maybe he might be slowly losing his mind, and yet he felt compelled to stay. Loyalty to his family's legacy, loyalty to the town, was rooted deep in his core. It's true that in the 19th century, lighthouse keepers had a high frequency of madness and suicide, but it had less to do with being solitary in the tower than people assume, Tess told the crowd, who were now captivated. One of the greatest lighthouse inventions back then was the Fresnel lens, which increased and intensified the range of the lighthouse beacon. The rotation speed of the light was important, and the best way to ensure its accuracy was to float the light and lens on a circular track of liquid mercury. She led the group toward the artifact on display that showed the older instrument in action. Without real mercury, of course. When the mercury got dirty, it was the lighthouse keeper's job to strain it through a fine cloth to clean it. It was the exposure to the mercury fumes that drove them to madness. Tess concluded with a wide grin, happy to be the smartest one in the room. The crowd applauded, enlightened, and Oliver winked at Tess over their heads as she continued toward the stairs. The best part of the tour was getting to see the beacon at the top of the tower, and he knew Tess loved seeing the expressions on the visitors' faces when they saw the incredible view up there for the first time. Knowing the group was in more than capable hands, Oliver headed to the records room, where he kept a log of the weather each day. He opened the door and entered, a familiar, musky smell filling his nostrils, same smell since he was a child, one that used to fill him with his own sense of pride when he'd help his father perform the same duty. But these days, it was just another reminder that he'd been in the same place doing the same thing for a long time. Maybe too long. Switching on the light, he scanned the old wooden bookshelves where hundreds of log books were preserved. Old worn leather and yellowing pages of decades ago stood in line with the year etched on the spine. Newer books were evident on newer shelves. Less dust, less fading from time and from sunlight streaming in through the small round window directly across. The weather log was also automated now on a spreadsheet, shared on the Coast Guard's internal database. But the town wanted to continue the paper records in the old leather notebooks to preserve the history and keep with tradition. Generations from now, the lighthouse would still be standing there. Long after everyone in the town was gone, a new generation carrying the community forward, and these current weather reports would be historical documents. Oliver reached for the recent logbook and checked the temperature gauges for outside. Then he documented the temperature, wind, and ocean patterns, including that day's force and wave height. He sighed as he wrote the date. 2 days after the anniversary of his wife and eldest daughter's disappearance. Lost at sea on a day as clear and calm as this week's forecast. An experienced sailor, his wife had known the waters better than most. She'd been a competitive sailor for 10 years before they'd started their family. There had been no reason to suspect that taking the boat out that day would have resulted in them not returning home. The lack of closure was the hardest part. Not knowing, always looking, always waiting. He wasn't sure he'd ever find the answers he was searching for. He closed the logbook and placed it back on the shelf. Then, turning off the light, he left the room and locked the door. Footsteps on the tower stairs indicated that the tour was wrapping up, so he headed outside and waited for Tess and the others. The old-fashioned camera was set up on the tripod on the grassy area in front of the lighthouse, and he took his position behind it to capture the photo of the tour. It was an add-on feature that, to Oliver, only amplified the touristy element of the whole thing, but the mayor's office insisted on it. They said people loved to receive the printed black and white photo in the mail weeks after arriving home from their vacation. a little reminder and incentive to return. "Okay, everyone, line up over here," Tess instructed. She positioned the group with a great backdrop of the lighthouse tower and the ocean in the background, tallest in the back, shortest in the front. "And smile!" The group of tourists did, and Oliver snapped the photo. "Copies will be mailed out in 2 weeks. Thanks for coming. Be sure to sign the guest book as you leave," Tess said, happily accepting tips from several of the group. Oliver grinned. He doubted he'd get tips if he ran the tour. Tess was special. She knew the town's history better than anyone and relished the old stories. "Generous crowd today," she said, flashing him the bills as she approached. "By end of summer, you'll be able to afford that new bike you've been wanting," he said, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "I'm actually saving for a kayak," she said, and his gut clenched slightly. He'd never stop her from going out on the water. She loved to swim and fish and enjoy the local tour boat for whale watching, but each time she was near the water's pebbly edge, his chest tightened, and it was difficult to breathe. He longed to move somewhere a little farther inland, but he knew being away from the ocean would crush his daughter's spirit. "But first, I'm going to get an ice cream," she said. "Want one?" "Your treat?" he teased. "Why not?" she said with a grin before skipping off toward the ice cream hut on the beach. Oliver stared out at the calm water and sighed as his daughter waited for their frozen treats. Yet another tourist season to survive. Chapter 3. Who would have known the Selena-themed socks she'd ordered would be such a hit? A week into the season, and Carly had seen 4 tourists wearing the knee-high socks with their sandals around town. She couldn't keep the product on the racks. She'd need to place another order that week. The unexpected best-selling product of the season. Last year's had been the snake hats that resembled the Serpent Queen's tiara. She glanced toward the pile of them now in the clearance bin. Not such a hot seller now. It was impossible to guess what the next trend would be. Tourists continued to surprise her. What wasn't a huge surprise was the success of the new Selena-themed fantasy romance series, which had been flying off the shelves. Author Y.C. Salworth's debut, the first book in the series, A Forbidden Obsession, had hit the USA Today bestseller list for 6 weeks in a row. Local support for the series was understandable, but Carly was a little surprised by how far across the country the series and the town's mythology had reached. Originally, her store had been the only place stocking the title, but when the online version hit #1 on Amazon, the small Alaskan press publishing the title expanded distribution to all brick-and-mortar stores across the U.S. and Canada. The second book in the series, Love at Sea, had been released the day before, 2 months ahead of its original release date, as the publisher wanted to ride the wave of success of the first book. Carly was already placing another order for more copies. The third book wasn't scheduled for release until winter, but the publisher had sent promo and pre-order sign-up sheets for the store already. Carly glanced at the display in the front window that had replaced the children's series, and seeing the pile getting low, she headed to the back of the store and grabbed another box. They were all signed already, and she stared at the cover as she positioned them in the window. The images on both covers shared a similar aesthetic, an image of the sea serpent queen in the background and the picturesque image of a sleepy fishing village featuring the story's hero in the forefront. The overall vibe was hauntingly seducing, or at least that was how the promo pack put it. Carly's phone chimed, and reaching into her pocket for it, she saw a message from Rachel. 2 more for book club. Book club in the small town was a big deal, a favorite night out for many of the locals, even the ones who didn't do the required reading but liked to enjoy a glass of wine and listen to lively debates. All were welcome, with the only requirement being that they at least purchased a copy of the novel. But none of the book selections had garnered as huge a turnout as the new Selena series, and it appeared that everyone was actually reading them. "We're running out of space. Stop inviting people." The local fire marshal would shut them down if they surpassed the 35 people maximum in the store. "Have you finished book 2 yet? Dying to discuss." Rachel was truly obsessed with the series, which was ironic, seeing as how the woman had originally come to Port Serenity to dispel the myth of Selena. When Carly had pointed that out, Rachel had claimed that love was universal and that it was the romance between the pages of the novel that appealed to her most, not the fantasy element. "I'll be done soon, XX. "Read faster, XX. As she tucked the cell phone away, a knock sounded on the front door. She checked the time and frowned. She didn't open for another hour, but some tourists could be really pushy. If they saw her inside, they expected her to open. The town's welcoming "we cater to tourists" vibe was to blame. She was tempted to ignore the knocking. But what if it was someone with an early morning flight who'd left their Selena souvenir shopping to the last minute? She'd hate to think there was a Selena fan out there, expecting a Serpent Queen souvenir who would be disappointed when their relative or friend returned from their trip empty-handed because they'd failed to plan ahead. Carly sighed and set the box aside. She smiled, seeing not a tourist, but Oliver standing outside. She ran a hand quickly through her hair and straightened her skirt as she opened the door. "Hey, you," she said, her heart warming at the sight of him, as it always did. The dull longing she could do nothing about never subsided when it came to the one man in town she couldn't have in her life in any romantic way. Dressed in a pair of faded jeans, a gray hoodie, and running shoes, he made casual look hot. His messy dark hair that rarely saw a comb and the 2-day-old stubble along his jawline gave him an adorably unkempt appeal, at least to her. He was attractive without trying, attractive despite lack of trying. He held up a paper bag with the local diner's logo on it. "Figured you hadn't eaten anything substantial in days." How on earth was she supposed to not be in love with him? He was gorgeous, kind, thoughtful, and considerate. He was as much a landmark in Port Serenity as the Selena statue in the center of town. He was a fantastic friend and an amazing dad, and he knew when she'd be too busy to eat. "You figured right," she said, taking the bag and looking inside. The smell of her favorite bacon and egg muffin drifted from within, and her stomach growled. "Extra bacon?" "Would I dare bring you anything else?" She laughed. "Do you want to come in?" He shook his head. "Just wanted to drop it off before the crowd started to gather. We have 4 tour groups today," he said, his voice revealing how he felt about it. She knew he'd fought with the tourism office for years about the tours. He didn't like doing them or having strangers in his home. Unfortunately for Oliver, the town had approved his living quarters off limits, but insisted the lighthouse itself was the town's property and part of the Coast Guard. So the tower and the history rooms were open to the public from July 1st until after Labor Day weekend. Carly looked out past him for Tess. "Speaking of, where is the famous tour guide?" "She's at the diner finishing her breakfast. She said to tell you that she'll be here this afternoon to help you with Selena School." Selena School was the instructional course Carly offered 2 afternoons a week during high season to teach tourists about the history and mystery surrounding the Serpent Queen. Tess was the most Selena knowledgeable person in Port Serenity, and Carly appreciated the little girl's familiarity and enthusiasm, but... "You sure you can spare her?" If Oliver had to lead the lighthouse tour himself, those tourists would be getting a very shortened version. I can ask Melissa to help. Her seasonal help was turning out to be a fast learner, to Carly's relief. She'd only had 2 shifts so far, but she'd caught on to the register immediately and didn't mind cleaning between customers when she wasn't sneaking off to read a copy of Love at Sea. Oliver nodded. I should pull my weight a little. Of course, my groups will be getting the condensed version of the tour, he added with a smirk, confirming Carly's suspicions and causing her heart to skip. She loved that smirk. It was better than a smile because it was real, and she knew few people got to see the real Oliver. He hadn't always been so guarded. Years ago, he was light-hearted and funny and felt comfortable around anyone in any social setting. Since the accident, he'd become more withdrawn, choosy about who he spent time with, who he trusted. Carly was honored that she'd made that inner circle. After losing Allison and Catherine, she wouldn't have been able to cope with losing Oliver and Tess as well. Which was why she kept her real feelings close to her chest, for fear of scaring him away. Having Oliver in her life as a best friend was better than not at all. At least most days she could convince herself that was true. How's the new staff member doing? He asked. She's good. I'm not sure why I hadn't thought to hire additional help sooner. That year she'd had no other choice, for reasons she hadn't yet disclosed to Oliver or anyone. Because the store is the most important thing in your life, Oliver said with a touch of respect in his voice. Carly forced a smile. Oh, if only he'd allow her to change that. Hey, sorry to interrupt, a voice said to their right, and they both turned toward it. Dressed in a tan suit, light blue dress shirt open at the collar, and dark brown leather shoes, Sebastian approached the store, looking a lot more professional than he had the night he'd rescued her from mortification at the pub. Carly's face flushed at the memory. Oh, hi, Sebastian. Good to see you again, she said politely. Just like the other night, she could appreciate his handsome looks, but there was not even the tiniest spark of interest that spurred within her at the sight of his dark blue eyes and dimpled chin, especially when he was standing right next to Oliver. No one would measure up to her best friend. How depressing. Nice to see you, too. Although, I do miss the green hair, Sebastian said with a charming smile. Green hair? Oliver asked, eyeing the other man with an expression Carly couldn't quite decipher. There was definitely a hint of judgment, and the way he'd folded his arms across his chest when Sebastian had appeared was telling. Oliver didn't trust him. Suits in the small town were generally a bad sign. Sebastian returned Oliver's appraising look, eyeing the casual clothes and seeming to deem Oliver as non-threatening, then turned his gaze back to Carly. In the doorway, she shifted uncomfortably from one foot to the other, feeling caught in a tense triangle of some sort between her friend, secret love of her life, and the new man in town whom she'd be working very closely with that summer. What's he talking about? Oliver asked her, finally tearing his gaze from Sebastian. Long, embarrassing story, she said quickly and dismissively to Oliver. He wouldn't be impressed to hear about her participating in the Cialina costume contest. He wasn't exactly a huge Serpent Queen fan, and if she'd been spared him having to witness her embarrassing moment, she'd prefer to keep it that way. Oliver, this is Sebastian Grant. He's the new tourism manager in town. Oliver seemed as surprised as she'd been that the town had hired someone so young and city-ish. But he seemed to relax slightly, his expression indicating he expected the guy to last a week at most. Carly wasn't so sure.
Carly here has graciously offered to help get me up to speed on the whole town's mythology thing, as soon as possible with the festival in 4 weeks,
Sebastian said, sending her a look that definitely held more than just gratitude. Carly felt her cheeks warm under the obvious attraction.
You took the job not knowing anything about the town?
Oliver asked, a slight irritation in his tone. His guarded stance was back. Unoffended, Sebastian had the decency to look slightly embarrassed.
I was the mayor's second choice of candidate. Apparently, the first one had to turn down the position, so I only found out that they were reconsidering my application 2 weeks ago. There was only so much research I could do online before arriving here.
Oliver nodded, but still looked unimpressed. Carly didn't necessarily disagree with her friend's opinion. She'd have hoped that the town would have hired someone who knew the history and culture of Port Serenity. But she suspected Sebastian's appeal was his young age and more professional appearance. Their latest poll suggested that their marketing campaigns appealed to an older demographic, and with an aging population, Carly knew the town was hoping to bring in a younger crowd. Tourists needed to be a renewable resource, otherwise the industry would suffer. Repeat visitors would only spend their limited vacation dollars on this Alaskan trip for so long before wanting something different. And nothing was ever different in Port Serenity, at least not until Sebastian showed up. "Well, you've come to the right place," Carly said in the awkward, tension-filled silence. "And actually, this is Oliver Klein, the local lighthouse keeper. He is quite knowledgeable as well," she said, ignoring the look Oliver shot her way. The two men seemed to be getting off to an inexplicably prickly start, and they'd need to work closely together as well. The lighthouse was a big part of the community. A peacemaker and people-pleaser at heart, Carly didn't do well with conflict, and the awkward tension simmering between the two men was making her uncomfortable. Sebastian turned to Oliver with a look of interest now.
"Oliver Klein. Great to meet you. I was actually planning to come see you."
Gone was his slight air of arrogance, replaced by a tone of camaraderie. Odd.
"Oh?"
Oliver asked, seemingly more distrusting now.
"Yeah, there's a few things I'd like to discuss, and I'm dying for a tour of the oldest lighthouse in Alaska."
Well, he'd done his research on something, at least.
"Tours run 4 times a day,"
Oliver said. Then he caught Carly's pointed stare and cleared his throat.
"Of course, you're welcome to stop by any time."
The offer was said begrudgingly. But Sebastian smiled.
"You'll be seeing me." "Wonderful."
Oliver glanced at his watch.
"I should get going,"
he said to her, then paused.
"But, about this year's festival float."
"It's okay if you don't have time to help," she said quickly. He always built the basic structure for her floats, but he never liked participating in the events. He seemed to hold Cialina personally responsible for the disappearance of his wife and daughter, and anything to do with the Serpent Queen just stressed him out. Which was why she hadn't shown him the picture of her dressed as Cialina, even though it was by far the sexiest she'd ever looked in her life.
"A float for the parade. That sounds fun," Sebastian started. "I've never built one before."
Oliver glared at the man before he cleared his throat.
"No, I'm in, like always,"
he told her. She wasn't sure what had spurred the commitment that he usually tried to weasel out of, but she'd take it. She'd take any opportunity to spend time with him, and secretly she hoped he'd eventually move forward from some of the things he was struggling to hang on to, like his pain and clinging to the past. start to open up and enjoy life again, like he used to. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just a little worried about these dimensions you texted me, he said, showing her his cell phone. Did you really mean to go this big?
She nodded. I measured the street, taking into account the pedestrian viewing area. It will work, she said, answering the argument she knew he'd have.
Means we can't use the float base from last year, he said, running a hand through his hair and staring at the dimensions.
I thought maybe you could build a new one, she asked hopefully. Now that he'd committed to helping, she was pushing her luck. He sighed, but nodded.
No problem. I can help. I'm pretty handy with a hammer, Sebastian said. I got it, Oliver countered. Sebastian raised his hands in peaceful retreat. It's all yours. I should go, Oliver said again.
Tell Tess I'm looking forward to seeing her later today.
Will do.
Oliver nodded and waved as he headed back down the street toward the diner. Carly watched after him, perplexed by the odd interaction. His attitude had been almost territorial. She wasn't sure why he seemed so put off by Sebastian. Maybe just that the two of them were so obviously different.
So, what do you say? Think you could help me with a crash course in all things Cialina before the store opens?
Sebastian asked, stealing her attention. His charming smile and easygoing demeanor were back. She checked her watch. They had 40 minutes. They'd barely scratched the surface, but they had to get started if he was going to help make the season a successful one. Of course. Come on in. She moved back to let him enter and sighed, knowing her special delivery bacon and egg breakfast sandwich had just become lunch. Or quite possibly dinner. Between tour groups that afternoon, Oliver pulled his pickup truck in front of the local hardware and outdoor store. Every year he helped Carly with her float base for the Cialina Festival Parade. Except the first year after Allison and Catherine had disappeared. It had been too hard, too soon. That year, breathing had been difficult. Getting out of bed had been nearly impossible, and moving through the motions of everyday life had felt almost futile. Only Tess and the support from Carly had pulled him through. So as difficult as it was for him to get on board with anything to do with the Sea Serpent Queen, he wouldn't let Carly down. He climbed out of the truck into the bright, warm July sunshine and headed across the busy parking lot. Residents took advantage of the milder, more agreeable weather to perform home repairs and garden maintenance, and the store was always running out of supplies. Better to grab the stuff he needed now. No matter what kind of design Carly was planning for that year, he'd need the basics. He'd get started on the new, larger platform that week between tour groups. It was almost a relief that he had to construct something new instead of just reconstructing the old one. He didn't have much else to occupy his thoughts and time. The lighthouse repairs and new paint having been done weeks before in preparation for the high tourist season. It would be good to stay busy that week. Pushing through the front door, he entered the store and headed for the hardwood section. Taking his measuring tape from his pocket, he double-checked Carly's dimensions and shook his head. He hoped she knew what she was doing. He filled a trolley with supplies and 10 minutes later headed to the counter. The woman behind the register barely noticed him as he unloaded the supplies, deep in hushed conversation with another cashier. Apparently he's 29 and has a marketing degree from Alaska Pacific, she was saying. Marketing degree from a private university? They could only be gossiping about one man. All I know is that he's gorgeous, the other cashier said. And if I wasn't happily married with my 4th child on the way, she laughed, patting her pregnant stomach. He'll definitely be turning some heads, his cashier said, finally noticing him. Oh, hey, Oliver, she added.
"Hey," he mumbled, but now he was distracted by thoughts of the newcomer. Had Carly thought the guy was attractive too? He'd noticed her cheeks flush when Sebastian had approached. She'd obviously met him before, but the man didn't seem to be her type. That slick, charming, polished, salesy type. Not that Oliver could truly say he knew what Carly's type was. He couldn't remember the last time she'd dated someone. She'd been in a serious relationship years ago, but since that breakup, she hadn't mentioned anyone special in her life, hadn't introduced him to anyone. He hadn't really given Carly's dating life much thought before. He suddenly was now, and it caused an odd feeling to wrap around him. He still didn't understand the green hair comment, but the way the guy had looked at her and the casual familiarity he'd addressed her with had rubbed Oliver the wrong way, as if they shared an inside joke or something. Was the new man in town attracted to her? It didn't matter, or at least, it shouldn't. He and Carly were best friends. They had a history. She had been his wife's best friend and part of their family. There were some lines you just didn't cross. Not that there hadn't been times when he'd been tempted to. Carly was beautiful and smart and caring, and she'd not only been a source of support and a shoulder to cry on, but she'd also stepped in to help him with Tess when he'd been so lost in his own grief that he'd struggled to raise his then 7-year-old. He didn't know what he would have done without Carly. But a deep friendship was as far as the connection went, as far as it could ever go. He'd never risk losing her by doing something stupid like giving in to the urge to kiss her that came out of nowhere sometimes when he saw her laugh or watched her with Tess. $153, the cashier said, interrupting his thoughts. Oliver handed over the cash, and gathering the supplies, he headed back to his truck. An hour later, he unloaded the items in the large woodworking shed behind the lighthouse, refusing to read too much into his newfound motivation to get to work on the float base right away, before someone, Sebastian, could replace him. The man was good with a hammer. Yeah, right. Those manicured hands didn't look like he'd done a day's hard labor in his entire 29 years. Oliver got to work clearing a large enough space to build a bigger platform. It meant moving around a few other things he was working on. A birthday gift for Tess, a stand-up paddleboard he'd recently started, and the covered sailboat that had sat unfinished for 3 years. Would he ever finish it? Every time he was in there, he asked himself the same question, and every time, he didn't know the answer. He had an existing contract that demanded that he did, if he ever wanted to get paid for it. But the sailboat side business had been Allison's idea, Allison's dream. After they'd built her sailboat together, she'd had the idea of starting the family business. She came up with the most beautifully elegant yet practical and cost-effective boat designs, and Oliver was the one wielding the hammer. They'd even recruited Catherine and Tess, and within 3 months, they'd built and sold their first sailboat to a cruising company in Anchorage. Then more orders had arrived. They'd fulfilled 3, and business was actually starting to look like a really lucrative side hustle, something they could build a new family legacy on. Until Allison and Catherine went missing, and the fabrication of the current project had been permanently on hold. Manslaughter due to poor construct. The hurtful accusations on social media years ago still rang in his mind whenever he saw the covered ship hull in the corner of his shed. The investigators in the missing persons case had actually contemplated the idea that Oliver had purposely sabotaged Allison's boat. When they hadn't found it, those suspicions had faded away. But not from his own mind. Oliver knew he hadn't purposely been negligent in the sailboat's construction, but what if he had accidentally an oversight? What if there had been a defect that had contributed to the disappearance that day? He knew in his gut that wasn't the case. But his lack of confidence combined with the ache he felt in his chest whenever he even tried to lift that sheet was reason enough to abandon the project. Tess was disappointed that they'd let their family's plans, Allison's plans, fade into the past. But Oliver just couldn't find the passion for it anymore. Small woodworking projects were what he filled his time with now, and this yearly float. He sighed, grabbing his tool belt and getting to work. The physical labor and the thick, humid heat of the shed actually made him feel better, or at least silenced his thoughts about the past, about Carly, about this new Sebastian guy. But he'd just finished the platform when a knock sounded on the shed door, and he could smell the expensive cologne wafting on the air, announcing the man's presence. Glancing up, he saw Sebastian scanning the exterior of the shed. He ran a hand along the wooden door frame, and Oliver had to resist an irrational urge to tell the guy not to touch anything. Not anything. "Hey," he said, setting his hammer down and wiping his dusty hands on the front of his jeans. "Can I help you with something?" "I told you I'd stop by," Sebastian said, entering and still scanning. His suit looked a little too tight, stretched across his muscular upper body, and the pants were slim fit and too short, in Oliver's opinion, exposing bare ankles above his leather shoes. Maybe that was the style these days. He wouldn't know, not having worn a suit since the funeral. He hadn't expected the visit so soon, but may as well give the dude his abbreviated tour and send him on his way. "Let me show you around," he said, leading the way outside. Sebastian followed close behind as they walked across the overgrown grassy field toward the lighthouse. "Actually, could we start with the house?" Oliver's gut twisted as he turned to face him. What the hell did the guy want to see the house for? "Most people prefer the lighthouse tower." His home was off limits, and obviously this newcomer hadn't been briefed. Sebastian nodded. "I'd like to see that too, but if you'd indulge me, there is a reason for my interest." His chest tightened. "Which is?" "All in good time," the man said good-naturedly, tapping him on the chest. Oliver's fist clenched at his side, but he nodded and forced himself to relax. Technically, the house was under the town's ownership as a historical property. His family had always lived there rent-free, but they'd never owned the building or the land it was sitting on. The fragility of his situation had never hit him before that moment. He changed direction and headed toward the living quarters attached to the lighthouse through a small garage. The 4,000-square-foot interior was 3 stories high, and its design was just as impressive as the octagon-shaped tower, with its rounded bay windows and upper loft. He opened the door and stood back to let Sebastian enter. "This place is quite something. A lot better maintained than I was expecting," Sebastian said as he walked through the open concept living area. Oliver's shoulders tensed. He didn't like the way this newcomer to town was assessing something that had stood there for generations, that had been in his family for years. The man had an air of arrogance that didn't fit Port Serenity's profile. It was no surprise he'd been second choice. "My family has always kept her in good shape," he said. All new appliances? He asked, glancing into the kitchen. A few years old, Oliver said tightly. In addition to his salary from the Coast Guard aids to navigation program, the town provided a budget for any upgrades the house or the tower required, but Oliver had purchased the higher-end appliances himself. He liked to cook, and Tess liked to bake. The kitchen was the heart of the home. Sebastian scanned up the stairs. 6 bedrooms, right? The guy had obviously done his research. That's right. And it's just you and your daughter currently living here? Oliver's gut twisted again as he nodded. He didn't like that this man knew so much about the lighthouse, about him. It wasn't difficult to find articles online about the history of this place or about Oliver himself. It was one of the reasons it was hard to move on with his life. His past was forever a simple Google search away. There was no escaping or forgetting. How many bathrooms? 3, Oliver said tightly. Care to tell me what's happening right now? It felt as though the house were being appraised by a real estate agent for potential sale. Sebastian nodded. Of course. Truth is, one of the things I was successful in implementing in the last community where I worked was turning their lighthouse into a successful B&B. A B&B? This was his home. Sure, he'd been wondering how much longer he might stay there, but he didn't like the idea of turning his home into a vacation rental. The lighthouse was a town landmark, not some tourist trap. This guy should know that the town would never go for that. The mayor thought it might be a great idea, Sebastian said confidently. He lowered his voice as he added, he also thought that maybe you'd appreciate the opportunity to move on. Just how much did this guy know? Or think he knew? Unfortunately, probably a lot. His wife and daughter's disappearance had been a source of local mystery and intrigue for months. The press had been all over Alaska, interested in reporting the story, and there had been investigators as far as Anchorage who were looking into the case. Looking into him and his potential involvement. He'd had to deal with whispers and rumors circulating through the small town for months, the most harrowing of Oliver's life as he grieved the loss, bombarded with suspicion and questioning that had nearly broken him. If it hadn't been for Carly and her belief in him and his innocence, he may never have made it through. Just something to think about, Sebastian said in his silence, handing him a new business card. He checked his watch. I'm meeting Carly for dinner, so the tour of the lighthouse will have to wait, but I'll be in touch. He was meeting Carly for dinner? Why did that make Oliver even more uncomfortable than the business proposition the guy had just dropped on him? He followed the man outside and watched as he headed toward his flashy rented convertible. He climbed in and waved as he drove away. Oliver didn't wave back. He stared at the business card in his hand, unsettled emotions running through him. Suddenly he felt as though time was running out, and decisions he'd thought he'd get a chance to make were suddenly no longer his. Chapter 4. Skylar had told her that the Sirens Bay Steakhouse just outside of town was posh and sophisticated, but Carly hadn't expected the level of elegance from the new restaurant along the coast. With its wooden A-frame exterior and ceiling-to-floor windows providing a fantastic view from any table in the place, it was definitely more upscale dining than anything they had in Port Serenity. She glanced at the pale blue sundress and wedge heels she'd worn for her dinner with Sebastian and felt slightly uneasy. Was the outfit fancy enough? She wasn't big on fashion, and she was even less about expensive, lavish restaurants. A cheeseburger from the diner would have suited her just perfectly, but Sebastian had insisted that their first business dinner together be held somewhere nice. And besides, he'd said, he could expense it. Carly wasn't quite sure she was cool with taxpayer money paying for her meal, but she wanted to get off on the right foot with Sebastian. So far, he seemed genuine in wanting to help increase tourism and businesses within the community, but he was from a big city and wasn't really familiar with how things worked in the small Alaskan town. She wanted to make sure his goals aligned with those of the community. Having been on the tourism board for years, Carly felt she was best suited to ensure a clear understanding with the newbie. "After you," Sebastian said, holding open the restaurant door for her to enter. He was definitely a gentleman. He'd brought her flowers and opened the car door, but Carly hoped it wasn't blurring the lines too much. She appreciated being treated appropriately, but she needed to make sure this business date was more business than date. After spending the morning with him in the store, learning about Cialina, she knew the two of them would never be more than just friends and colleagues. While he was handsome and charming, she just didn't feel the same butterflies or spark with him as she did with Oliver. Though she hadn't always felt those for Oliver either. When he and Allison were together, she'd always thought of him in a platonic way. Seeing him with Allison had somehow created a shield, preventing her heart from even considering the possibility. She wasn't sure when that shield had lifted or when things had changed. Gradually, over the years, as she'd become more involved in his life, gotten to know him on different levels, and saw a rare, vulnerable side that he showed few people, her feelings had shifted. She'd tried resisting them, but they only grew stronger all the time. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do to stop them, and nothing she could do to act on them. Inside the restaurant, Carly surveyed the diners at the other tables. Suits, elegant-looking dresses, heels, jewelry sparkling under the large chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. "I feel underdressed." "You look beautiful," Sebastian complimented her. Carly blushed, immediately regretting her insecurity. She hadn't said it to get a compliment. She really wasn't helping her cause. "You're not good at taking compliments, are you?" Sebastian said. Carly shifted uncomfortably. She never had been. Growing up, she was the bookworm, nerdy one, and Allison was the beautiful, popular one. The two of them had been the best of friends despite, or maybe because of, their differences. But Carly had always been aware of her shortcomings next to Allison. It had taken a lot to overcome her insecurities. Maybe she never fully had. Maybe that was one of the reasons she couldn't open up fully to Oliver about how she felt. Fear of his rejection because of the circumstance was one thing. Fear of his rejection based on simply not feeling the same attraction to her was on a whole other level. He'd loved Allison. She was nothing like Allison. Therefore, how could he possibly love her in that way? Instead of answering Sebastian's loaded question, she smiled at the hostess as she led the way to their reserved table in the corner. Discreet, cozy, and slightly too intimate. Sebastian either agreed or sensed her discomfort as he said, "I'm sorry, could we maybe move to a different table, maybe near the window with better lighting?" Carly sent him a grateful look as the hostess nodded and brought them to a different area of the restaurant. "This okay?" he asked. "Perfect. Thanks," she said, sitting when he pulled out her chair. When he took his seat across from her, the hostess handed them both menus. "Your server will be right with you," she said and smiled before walking away. Carly surveyed the food options. there were very few. A single sheet listing only 3 appetizer selections, 3 main course selections, and 3 desserts that all sounded mouth-watering. No prices listed next to the choices meant this bill would give the tourism office accountant a minor heart attack. "Should we start with wine?" Sebastian asked, reaching for the wine menu, which boasted many options. Again, no prices. Carly supposed business meetings could include alcohol, but she saw her opportunity to put the focus back on the intention of the evening. "Actually, I'm good with sparkling water." Sebastian smiled and nodded, looking slightly relieved. "Me too." The waiter approached, and they ordered their sparkling waters and salads to start. Then Sebastian launched immediately into talk of his plans for the town. "I may not be a resident with long-standing roots in the community, but I think that helps to bring a new perspective," he said. Carly nodded slowly but hesitantly. It could also bring an off-brand perspective, one that could take the town in a direction that could fail or, at the very least, destroy the reputation they'd built over the last 3 generations. Port Serenity thrived because everyone was usually on the same page. They worked together to achieve goals that were for the greater good of the community, even if that meant sometimes sacrificing individual needs or desires. Would a city guy like Sebastian understand and, more importantly, appreciate that? "I have been studying all the material you recommended," he continued enthusiastically, a welcome change. Most of the tourism board members were older, had sat on the committee for decades, and, well, they were losing some of their excitement for the position. Sebastian's energy was slightly contagious, and her eyes widened. "All of it?" He'd left the store with quite a lot of material that morning. He laughed and nodded. "Benefits of being a speed reader, I guess." She smiled sincerely, admittedly impressed by the effort. "Well, what did you think?" "I think that Port Serenity has a very rich and layered history, and that the town has only scratched the surface of the things they could be exploring and offering to tourists." Carly leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. This was exactly the kind of thinking that had been lacking on the recent committee. No one wanted to discuss new ideas. Sticking with the old, tried, tested, and true was safer, even if it was costing them in new generations of tourists. "Such as?" "The maps of the town and the surrounding areas show a lot of fantastic wilderness that is currently difficult to navigate." Her enthusiasm dampened slightly and her gut tightened. "Some of that is on purpose." They allowed tourists to come and appreciate their magnificent wildlife and everything the backwoods had to offer, but they also wanted to preserve nature as much as possible. As soon as the backwoods were more easily accessible and tourists were given access, the pollution went up and the unspoiled landscape needed to be altered and changed. Paths cleared and marked, garbage and recycling bins added, most likely a parking lot and pay booth if the town wanted to capitalize financially on the developments. Sebastian nodded, reaching into his pocket for something. A map. He had actually brought a map with him. Carly relaxed a little. She had been stressing for nothing. This was obviously a business meeting for him, too. Moving aside the flowers and candles from the center of the table, he unfolded the map and stretched it out. He pointed to several areas along the mountains. "Most of this area is undeveloped and should absolutely remain that way, but what about here?" he said, pointing to the area that led to the falls. The glacial waterfalls had once been a well-kept secret. In winter, spring, and fall, only locals dared to go to them, as the hike in could be treacherous and the frigid water, while breathtakingly beautiful, was too cold to get in. But in summer, the attraction was becoming popular with the tourists. Word of mouth had spread about their beauty and the refreshing plunge from the rocks. Several blog posts from visitors had turned it into an off-the-beaten-path must-see in Port Serenity. She nodded. I could see these being a great attraction. People already know about them, so promoting them wouldn't be jeopardizing any sacred lands or places only locals know about. Sebastian looked pleased that he'd gotten something right. So I'd have your support in suggesting the falls and this area from the coast all the way inland. He gestured to the map. To the committee for developing? Carly felt a sense of pride that he wanted her support, that she was involved in getting a bigger say in these things. She'd sat on the tourism board for years, but rarely did it feel that decisions were truly in her hands. They voted as a committee, but with the previous tourism manager, it had always felt so ceremonial, like the real decision had already been made between him and the mayor. Maybe Sebastian was the right choice for the community. You have my support, she said as the waiter arrived and shot them an annoyed look. Sorry, she mumbled, helping Sebastian clear the map from the table. They put the flowers and candles back in the center as the waiter placed their waters and salads in front of them. When he walked away, Sebastian raised his glass to Carly and she clinked hers against it. To one proposal decided, and many more to come, he said. Thank goodness they were on the same page. She sipped the bubbly water and relaxed, feeling the uneasiness settle. The town was in capable hands with Sebastian Grant at the helm. By now, he suspected Carly and Sebastian would be enjoying dessert and planning world domination. Oliver swung the hammer, driving the nail through the plank of wood. Damn. He pulled it out and reached for a new one. Despite all efforts to keep his thoughts and hands busy that evening, Oliver couldn't push the idea of Carly and Sebastian dining out together from his mind. It was just because he didn't like or trust the man, that was all. He didn't think the man had Port Serenity's best intentions in mind. And he knew Carly would see through the bullshit, but it still made him slightly uneasy. His best friend might be swayed by the man's charm, at least for a while, and he didn't like the idea that she might get hurt. Personally, or if the guy destroyed generations of progress the town had made. Oliver finished hammering in the nails in the float base and stood back to examine it. At 10 feet long and 5 feet wide, it would definitely check off Carly's requirements for bigger and better that year. It would also require a lot more work to fill the space. After the base was handed off, Carly usually recruited some friends, including Tess, to complete the design aspect, and that year he suspected she'd need all the help she could get. Maybe he'd even offer an extra set of hands. He pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of it. Opening a text to her, he attached the photo and started to type, then deleted it. He wouldn't interrupt her evening, even though he really, really wanted to. Instead, he locked up the shed and headed into the house. His stomach growled. He hadn't eaten anything since breakfast. Carly must not have eaten hers, otherwise she would have commented about the message he'd written on the back of the receipt for her. Too busy educating Sebastian. Tess, where are you at? Maybe they could head into town for dinner, go to the diner or the noodle hut on Main Street. Not that he was hoping to run into Carly and Sebastian at the more popular local restaurants. He just didn't feel like cooking that evening, that was all. In here! He followed the sound of her voice to the living room and found her tangled in Scotch tape and ribbon. What are you doing? A long run of Christmas-themed wrapping paper was rolled out on the floor, and a large metal cage sat on it. Trying to wrap this for Darcy. You're giving her an empty cage? He immediately scanned the room in case there was supposed to be something in the cage. He wasn't a fan of rodents. Tess had been asking for a guinea pig for years, and his answer was always the same, a big hell no. He didn't deny her much, but the idea of having a furry little creature loose in his house gave him the heebie-jeebies. "Relax, Dad," she said, sensing his anxiety. "Callan and Rachel are giving her 2 new rabbits for her birthday, and they said I could give her the cage. We only had Christmas wrapping paper upstairs, but I think she'll think it's funny," Tess said, tearing off a long stretch of tape and trying to secure the paper in place. "Let me help," he said, entering the room now that there was no sign of a critter present. He lifted the cage so she could cover it more easily with the paper. "Thanks," she said, folding the ends and securing it. Then she took a long strand of red ribbon, wrapped it around the cage, and tied a large bow. "Perfect," he said, setting it down on the table. "When's the party?" He remembered Rachel giving her the invite the week before, but he'd been too preoccupied with the start of tourist season to pay much attention to the details. Tess shot him an exasperated look. "I told you 10 times already. It's tomorrow." "What time?" "Boat sails at noon," she said casually, avoiding his gaze. "Boat?" His tone was anything but casual, and he didn't even try to hide the worry in his tone. "The party is on the family tour boat. You already said I can go," she said, preempting any argument from him. "Yeah, I know." He ran a hand through his hair. He actually couldn't remember agreeing to this. He suspected any conversation they'd had about it must have been while he was suitably distracted. But Darcy was her best friend, so there was no way he wouldn't let her go. Though he would have preferred the party to be somewhere on land, it wasn't his call to make. "Of course you can go." She looked relieved. "Speaking of birthdays, what were you working on in the shed?" she asked mischievously. She suspected he was making her something for her birthday. No doubt she'd already peeked around the shed for evidence of it. His daughter was a little snoop. Every Christmas she found all the presents hidden for her in the closet or the attic. She'd unwrap them all and rewrap them again before Christmas morning. She had no problem ruining the surprise, and she could win an Oscar for her performance. "I was actually working on the parade float base for Carly," he said. His daughter's eyes lit up. "She showed me her design. It's going to be badass." Her hand covered her mouth as the words slipped out. Oliver hid a grin as he shook his head. His youngest was a firecracker for sure, and he loved her spirit. He just hoped he was up to the challenge of helping her channel the passion and determination into something productive and safe. "I'm sure it will indeed be badass." He hadn't seen the design yet, but Carly's store floats were always the best ones in the parade. She poured her heart into everything she did, and it showed. "Where is Carly anyway? I tried texting her a few times about an idea I had for teaching Cialina school next week, but she hasn't responded," Tess said, gathering the discarded ends of wrapping paper and ribbon. So, she was ignoring her phone. That didn't mean anything other than she was being polite. Still, he couldn't stop the image of her and Sebastian gazing longingly at one another over a shared milkshake with 2 straws from appearing in his mind. Apparently his idea of modern dating looked like something out of an Archie comic. He sighed. I think she had a business dinner." "With that Sebastian guy?" Tess asked, wrinkling her nose. He immediately felt justified in his own dislike of the guy. Tess had an impeccably accurate sense about people. "Yeah, he's the new tourism manager, and they are going to be working together." "He wears pants that are too short and no socks with his dress shoes," Tess said. Oliver hid a grin. "You met him?" "He was leaving the store when I arrived for Cialina school today," Tess said. Other than his questionable fashion sense, what did you think?
Tess thought for a moment. Well, in fairness, he was carrying a lot of books about the community, and Carly seemed different. His gut twisted.
Different? Different how?
Tess shrugged. Happier or something. I don't know.
Happier or something? Carly deserved to be happier or something. So why did that make Oliver definitely not happier or something? Chapter 5. She was forgetting something. The next morning, as Carly hurried through the restocking and store opening procedures, the nagging feeling that she'd forgotten to do something important weighed on her. All the new stock was brought out and displayed. She'd placed a new order for all of the items they were getting low on. She'd Windexed all the tourist fingerprints from all the glass display cases. She scanned the store. Then, spotting the bag from the diner with her breakfast in it from the day before, she sighed. That must be it. She'd forgotten to eat her bacon and egg sandwich with double bacon. It probably wasn't the best idea to eat it now after it had sat out all day. She picked it up and opened it. She took the sandwich out and sniffed, then gagged. Nope, can't eat that. She tossed it back into the bag and noticed writing on the back of the receipt. Taking it out, she read the note in Oliver's handwriting. 2 Mai Tais on the beach sounds perfect right about now. Still dreaming of running away, she smiled and sighed simultaneously. This they could do, this game of make-believe, dreaming of a vacation they'd never take and hiding behind texts and diner receipt messages to talk about the impossible possibility. In person, they never talked about things like this. They never flirted or joked or toyed with the idea of doing something crazy together, like running away to a secluded beach, abandoning their responsibilities, forgetting the past, enjoying the moment together. Only from behind the security of messages did Oliver ever go along with her playful teasing that hid a secret, lingering hope. Pulling out her cell phone, she texted, I may need more than one. Knowing he'd understand. That was the thing. They did understand one another. Without having to say it, he understood she'd be there for him in any capacity he needed. And she knew without him saying it that he'd only ever need her friendship. Some days, she wished for less understanding. With less understanding, there could be a harmless mistake, like an ill-timed, impulsive kiss, or a touching of hands. But the way their relationship stood, there was no room to fantasize in real life. Only in messages. Tucking the receipt into her pocket because she couldn't bring herself to throw it away, she tossed out the sandwich in the back room as the door to the store opened and Rachel entered. She was dressed in a blue and white striped off-the-shoulder top and flowing white pants, with wedge heels and a blue and white hair bandana completing her fashionable look. Someone's ready for the birthday party, Carly said, admiring her friend's style and courage. She looked like she belonged on a yacht, not a small tour boat, but she owned the look with confidence and pulled it off flawlessly. You're still coming, right? Rachel asked, approaching the counter. Yep, Melissa will be here to take over at 11:30. It would be the first time in 2 years that Carly had left the store in the hands of someone else. But the young girl was doing great. She was a master at upselling, and she was responsible. The store would be fine. Still, there was that nagging feeling that she hadn't prepped something properly. Had she checked the float? Made sure there was enough till tape to get Melissa through the day, because sometimes that was a pain in the butt to change. I can't wait to see Darcy's face when she gets your gift, Rachel said excitedly. Her stomach dropped. That was it. She'd forgotten to pick up the Stranger Things merchandise she'd ordered for Darcy from the pop-up store in Seattle. She'd had no idea what to get the little girl until Rachel had mentioned it, and Carly had begged her to let her get the coveted backpack and t-shirt featuring the cast. She'd ordered it weeks ago and had recently received the shipping notification that it had arrived in town. She'd meant to go to the post office the day before. It was on the other side of town, almost an hour away, with tourist traffic, in the same building as the mayor's office, but she'd been distracted with Sebastian. Rachel looked slightly panicked as she studied her. "Did you forget?" "No, of course not." She'd find a way to get it before the party. A quick glance at her watch revealed it would be an almost impossible feat. If Rachel sensed she was lying or panicked, she didn't seem to notice. "Oh, good, because she hasn't stopped asking if we could order the items in her online shopping cart, and I'm running out of excuses for why not." "Nothing to worry about," Carly reassured her. "Okay, so the real reason I came in—" Rachel retrieved a book from her purse and clutched Love at Sea to her chest. It was less than 2 days old and looked like it had been through a war zone. Rachel was one of those readers who believed books were meant to be enjoyed. Therefore, she dog-eared pages, wrote in the margins, highlighted text, and broke the spine with disregard. Carly held her books in a more reverent way, but she let people enjoy their reading as they would, no judgment. "I had 2 more last-minute RSVPs for book club Tuesday." "So that makes everyone in town?" Rachel laughed. "I'm sorry, I can't stop talking about this book. Have you finished reading yet?" "Not quite. I was out last night," she said. Should she tell Rachel about the business meeting/dinner date with Sebastian? Her friend would definitely read far too much into it, and she was already encouraging Carly to date and put herself out there. Carly had never confided in anyone except her cousin Skylar about her feelings for Oliver, and while she and Rachel were close, she wasn't quite ready to share that with her yet, if ever. There didn't seem to be much point in talking about something that would never happen. And without a concrete excuse to keep Sebastian in the friend zone, Rachel was sure to try to play matchmaker. Probably best to keep the info about dinner to herself for now. Luckily, Rachel didn't seem even the slightest bit curious about Carly's previous evening's plans, as she was still only concerned about the book. "Carly, you're killing me. You own a bookstore." Carly laughed. "I'm busy selling the books, not reading them." "I can't wait any longer. Ready or not, you're getting a spoiler. Listen to the opening scene from the 3rd book," she said excitedly. Carly sighed, knowing there was no deterring her friend. Rachel flipped to the back of Love at Sea, where an excerpt from the upcoming 3rd book, A Lasting Passion, was included as a teaser, and read, "The fisherman's home is exactly how I'd pictured it. A small, modest white bungalow near the water's edge, secluded, surrounded by trees with a slight yard. Veggies grow on a plot of soil, and a tire swing hangs from a magnificent tree, swaying empty in the breeze as fall leaves decorate the ground below. Inside the shed, I can see several canoes and fishing gear hung on hooks. Outside, fish salt on the rack. The house holds an eerie loneliness, but I'm haunted by the sounds of spirits all around me. Laughter. Gentle, tiny voices. He used to have a family here. I remember when there used to be others on his fishing vessel. Then it was just him. Time is different here on land. It ticks away one's life, replacing moments with memories, each one leading to the last. The fisherman's family have grown, moved away. They have their own families, and so the cycle continues. His wife perished from too many days in this cold, isolated small town. My bare feet move across the ground. The overgrown grass tickles my ankles. My toes seep into the cold, wet earth. A breeze blows across my flesh and my hair covers my face. So many new sensations at once.
overwhelming yet exciting. I approach the front door and slowly turn the knob. It's not locked, so I enter. He's not home. He's out on the water. I'm safe. I won't be discovered. I breathe in the scent of the home, a faint, musky smell of old, dated furniture and window drapings combined with the lingering, smoky scent of a wood stove recently snuffed out. As I move, the wood panels beneath my feet creak and moan as though tired from years of supporting the burden. I run my hand over the soft, worn fabric of an armchair that holds the fisherman's scent. I picture him seated there in the dim light of the fireplace, alone, and my chest aches. There are photos on the wall in frames of mismatched shapes and sizes, black and white photos, then sepia, then color, generations of family, all smiling, all hiding all sorts of secrets that families cannot escape. I stare at the image of the fisherman's wife with her pale skin and light blue eyes, her blonde hair and thin, frail-looking frame. She's hauntingly beautiful, with sorrow reflecting in her expression that not even the thin-lipped smile can fool. She had everything, yet she was sad here in the Alaskan wilderness with only the fisherman's love to try to save her. Frailty can't survive here. In the kitchen, bread sits on a cutting board on the counter along with a sharp-edged knife. Old coffee still sits in the pot, and dishes are in the sink. The fisherman eats the same sandwich and drinks the same coffee every day. I open the lid and dip my finger into the dark liquid, grimacing at the strong, bitter taste on my tongue. Maybe I'll like the sandwich. I move down the hall toward his bedroom. The quilt on the bed looks homemade and unrumpled, as though no one has slept there for a long time. The closet door is open, and I see the clothes hanging inside, both his and hers. A vanity is still covered with bottles of colorful liquid and a silver hairbrush, the past perfectly preserved. His life is lonely. I can feel it within the walls. I can hear it whispering in the items that hold a thin layer of dust, abandoned and forgotten, like the fisherman's heart. I shouldn't be here, but I've made the decision, and now I have to see it through. Hearing the front door open, my heart races and a flurry of odd sensations rush through me. Fear, anxiety, apprehension. I've never felt these things before. I'm not sure what to do with my pounding heart and trembling knees. What will he do when he sees me? What will he say? I step out of the bedroom as he appears in the hallway. His expression is empty for a long moment, then gradually becomes expectant, as though he's not surprised to see me standing in his home. He knew he'd see me there someday. A real person, a real woman, not a sea serpent, a thing of many legends, not a mythical being he's only imagined. I am standing there in front of him, and I'm the one frozen in fear. Rachel looked up from the pages in absolute awe. You know what this means, right? Carly hid a grin. Selena has no problem breaking and entering? Rachel released an exasperated sigh. It means Selena is on land in the third book. She's using her 30-day pass to be with the fisherman. Wow, Carly said, trying to sound suitably surprised and intrigued. I can't believe the third book is going to be the last. What am I going to do with myself once the series is over? Rachel said dramatically. Carly laughed. I'm sure you'll survive. Rachel shook her head. I've actually signed the petition going around. Carly's smile faded. What petition? For the author to write more books in the series. More books? She frowned. It's a trilogy. It was always meant to be a trilogy. Well, maybe Y.C. Saltwort shouldn't have written such an engaging series, Rachel said. She glanced at her watch. Oops, I gotta go. I've left Callan to do the decorating. I was supposed to be out grabbing the cake, she said with a laugh. I'll see you at the party. Yeah, I'll see you soon, Carly said distractedly as Rachel left the store. More books. The fans wanted more books. Right now, Carly had her own issues. She had to somehow get into town, pick up the gift from the post office, get it wrapped, and get to the docks before the birthday party. The boat was leaving at noon, and it was already after 10. She bit her lip and tapped her fingers along the counter. Then, without further hesitation, she texted Sebastian. Can I ask a huge favor? The tourism office was in the same building as the post office. If he was there and could pick up the package for her, it would save her a lot of time, and she might just make it. It wouldn't be wrapped in the Cialina-themed birthday wrapping she'd intended, but she'd bring along a bow to stick on the shipping box. It was what was inside that mattered to Darcy anyway, right? Dots that he was replying appeared immediately, as though he'd been waiting for her to text. Then, anything for my partner in crime. The message was slightly flirty, which made her slightly uneasy to be reaching out so soon after their business dinner. She didn't want to give him the wrong impression, but she was desperate, and he was the only one who could get her out of this jam. Not an ideal situation to be indebted to a man she was determined to keep things professional with, but she had no other choice. She couldn't show up at Darcy's birthday party without the gift, even if it was on its way. That would be lame. She didn't want to disappoint the child, especially after she'd begged Rachel to let her get the Stranger Things items in the first place. After a quick call to the post office authorizing the pickup, she texted Sebastian the details and a copy of the shipping delivery notification. I'm on it. Meet you at the docks just before noon? Damn. How could she ask him to go through all that trouble and then not invite him along? It wasn't another date or anything, just a friendly gesture of thanks. And it would be good for him to get to know Callan more, as he did own one of the tour boat businesses in town. She was justifying, but she was stuck, and it would be a dick move not to invite him after he helped her out. She knew Rachel would be thrilled and read it completely wrong, but Carly would deal with that. She sighed as she texted, Thank you so much, and if you're free, you should tag along. Please don't be free. She liked Sebastian a lot, but this was sure to give him the wrong impression. 3 dots, then his message appeared. Was hoping you'd ask. Smiley face emoji. Oh no. Oliver lowered his sunglasses from his ball cap over his eyes as he climbed out of his truck parked near the dock just before noon. He opened the passenger side door for Tess and helped her hop down as she struggled under the weight of the large gift she carried. Dressed in her swimsuit and flip-flops, her long hair poking out the back of a ball cap, she was practically vibrating with excitement. Sure you got that? He asked, slinging her bag over his shoulder as he shut the truck door. Yep, she said, racing off ahead of him toward the pier where a group of kids eagerly waited to greet her. She was a popular, well-liked kid, and he was grateful for the friends she had. They were a good group, and while they'd never replace Catherine and the bond Tess had with her sister, her friends helped fill a void in a lot of ways. Still didn't calm Oliver's unease about this birthday party on a boat. The Sea Secrets fishing and tours boat bobbed along the edge of the pier, birthday balloons and decorations visible, and the sound of the Radio Disney version of hip-hop music came from within the cabin as they headed toward it. He knew his fear was unjustified. Callan was a trained Coast Guard officer who had been on the elite drug operations squad. He'd navigated top cruising speeds, chasing after criminals on rough open waters for years, and he'd worked on the tour boat with his family since he was a child. He had a boating license before a driver's license, and the man was skilled at any and all life-saving techniques. They weren't going out too far from the marina. They all knew first aid, and Tess herself was a competent swimmer. And yet nothing eased the worry gripping him as he forced a smile and greeted Callan, who was standing next to the boat. "Hey, man, you couldn't have asked for a better day for the party," he said politely, extending a fist bump. The skies were blue and the breeze was mild. The ocean was calm, rated a force 1 with less than half-meter waves, according to the nautical forecast he'd checked a dozen times already that day. No predicted change for the next few hours. Nothing to worry about. Callan nodded. "We lucked out." He took Tess's bag from Oliver and slung it over his shoulder, where 6 other backpacks already hung. "Did she remember sunblock?" "Should be in the bag. She already applied a layer at home." Being on a boat with its cool breeze could be deceiving when it came to the UV strength of the sun. Oliver always insisted on SPF 50 and a swim shirt, which she had already removed. He frowned and shook his head. What could he expect when none of her friends were wearing one? He waved her toward him, and she begrudgingly ran back. Hug. "Bye, Dad." Tess leaned against him for a quick side hug, and then hurried on board to join her friends. Oliver sighed as he waved. Guess it was better than nothing. Another year or two, and he'd be lucky to get the half-hearted half-a-second side hug. Callan eyed him. "You're welcome to join us," he said. "Oh, no, I'm sure Tess would rather I didn't." He may not be the coolest dad on the planet, but he knew not to crash his daughter's fun. "You sure?" Callan asked when he continued to peer on board. "Yeah, absolutely. Have a great day. Be careful." The tour boat was old, but well-maintained. The upgraded communication system was top-notch. If only that was enough to slow his thundering heartbeat. It was only a few hours. She would be fine. She'd be better than fine. She'd come home hyped up on sugar with an amazing takeaway bag and insist they immediately start planning her own party for later that summer. "Oliver? You coming along?" Carly's voice on the dock behind him made him turn. She was dressed in a 2-piece swimsuit, visible beneath a tight white tank top and cut-off jean shorts. Flip-flops and a wide-brimmed hat completed her casual, summery look. One that shouldn't have his mouth going dry at the sight. It wasn't the clothes, but the curvy body underneath that had his gaze drifting over her as though it had a mind of its own. Perfectly round, soft-looking breasts appeared above the tank top, and long, tanned legs extended below the shorts. Her toes were a pretty pink color, and he couldn't remember if she'd ever painted her toes before. She must have, but he'd never noticed. He was noticing now, noticing so much. She waved a hand in front of his face when he just stood there taking her in. "Earth to Oliver," she said with a laugh. He snapped out of the odd trance her pretty pink toes had put him in and cleared his throat. "Just dropping off Tess. You're going?" He should have suspected she would. She and Rachel were close, and Carly adored Darcy. She often held sleepovers at her place with the 2 young girls. She was an honorary aunt of sorts, and the kids loved spending time with her. She'd make a great mother if she ever wanted children of her own. Did she? Was she wanting to have a family? Husband, too? How had he never wondered about that? They were best friends. But he was starting to see that the relationship had definitely been one-sided in his favor for a long time. He thought he knew her, but all of a sudden there seemed to be a lot he didn't know. And wanted to know. "Wouldn't miss a chance to eat birthday cake," she said with a smile. "Who's manning the shop?" I've left Melissa in charge for today." Her smile faded slightly, and he could tell by her tone she wasn't completely confident in that decision. "I mean, what's the worst she can do, right?" Oliver nodded. "Right." "No, I mean it. Tell me, what's the worst she could do?" Carly asked with a fake hint of desperation. Oliver laughed, and some of his tension eased. Carly had that effect on him. His best friend was like a miracle drug some days, one he was afraid to become too reliant on, lest he become addicted, because what if it suddenly wasn't available anymore? Realizing he wasn't in the know about her future goals had him suddenly sweating that he might not be a part of them. Sure, they were best friends now, but what if she met someone, fell in love, got married, and had babies of her own? Where did that leave him? He shook his head as the thoughts spiraled. Man, pull it together. Unfortunately, on a more immediate level, thoughts of her interaction with Sebastian still plagued him. How had the date gone? Would there be another? He wanted to ask, but how did he without sounding jealous? Because he definitely wasn't jealous. He was just curious. "Maybe I should call and check in before we set sail," Carly said, reaching for her phone in the back pocket of her jean shorts. Oliver stopped her. "I'm sure the store will be—" His voice trailed as his gaze shifted past her and he saw Sebastian walking down the pier toward them. The man was dressed for a day out on the water, wearing khaki shorts, a white polo shirt, and sandals. And the large birthday present he carried solidified Oliver's suspicions. He frowned. What the hell was Sebastian doing going to the child's birthday party? Carly caught his stare and looked slightly flushed as she waved at Sebastian. Obviously, their date had gone well. "He helped pick up the gift I'd ordered for Darcy from the post office this morning while I made sure Melissa was set up. And then I kind of felt obligated to invite him," Carly said quickly in a hushed whisper. "That was nice of him," Oliver said, his back teeth clenching. Why hadn't Carly asked him to pick up the gift? He was the one she usually relied on for emergencies like that. If she'd chosen Sebastian to save the day, then she must have a connection with him already. "He was at the mayor's office anyway." "No need to explain. I get it," he said as casually as possible. "Are you annoyed I didn't ask you to drive an hour across town to pick up the gift?" As a matter of fact, yes. "Why would I be annoyed by that?" he asked. Carly released a slightly exasperated sigh. "I don't know, Oliver. You tell me." "Nothing to tell. I'm not." "Good." "Perfect." Callan, who'd been quietly observing the two of them, cleared his throat. "You know, Oliver, I'd actually really like it if you came along. I wanted to talk to you about a few Coast Guard-y things," he said. Carly's eyes narrowed suspiciously, but Oliver sent the man a grateful look. "Sure, I can tag along." That way he could make sure Tess was okay, that's all. His change of heart had nothing to do with Carly and Sebastian. "Hi, everyone. Sorry I'm late," Sebastian said, joining them. "You're just in time," Callan said politely, extending a hand. The two men shook hands, and Oliver gave an odd wave to the guy in greeting. Sebastian offered a curt head nod in return. Obviously, neither of them was thrilled to see the other. "Thanks for grabbing the gift," Carly said, smiling up at the other man. Oliver tried to decipher the smile. Flirty or simply friendly? Grateful and polite or seductive and meaningful? Man, he couldn't read her when it came to this guy at all. It was frustrating as hell. And even more frustrating was the fact that it was frustrating. "Not a problem," Sebastian said, sending Carly a definitively flirty look. "You even wrapped it," she said, turning the box over in her hands to appreciate the Stranger Things-themed paper. "Where did you even get this?" Sebastian looked sheepish.
"I'd love to let you think I pulled off this impressive feat, but the box was already wrapped. I just took the shipping labels off and covered that spot with a bow I stole from a welcome gift box of chocolates the mayor's wife gave me."
Carly laughed. "Well, you totally could have let me believe you'd done this, so thank you for your honesty." Oliver's head swiveled back and forth. What the hell was going on? He thought he might be physically ill watching the friendly banter happening in front of him. Carly couldn't seriously be into this guy, could she? Sure, he was good-looking and successful and had been there when she needed him. Wait, where was he going with that thought?
"Should we go?"
Callan asked, hopping onto the deck of the boat. "Good idea," Carly said, moving toward it. She balanced the gift on one arm as she judged the distance from the dock to the deck. Oliver's hand shot out to help her on board the same moment Sebastian's did. Both men locked eyes in a silent battle of wills. Who would Carly choose? She laughed as she ignored both, and after handing Callan the gift, she propped her hands onto his shoulders and hopped into the boat herself.
"Nicely done,"
Callan said, a smirk on his face. "Where's Rachel?" Carly asked, obviously having reached her fill of testosterone.
"In the cabin, putting out the food."
"I'll go see if she needs help," Carly said. Oliver watched her disappear into the cabin, and he heard the sound of her soft, vibrant laughter a moment later, a sound that warmed him with a new awareness. He loved that sound. There were days he actually lived for that sound. He used to be lighthearted and fun, but in recent years that side of him had dulled, and only Carly ever brought it out. He realized now it wasn't so much him wanting to make her laugh as needing to hear the laugh himself. Damn.
"Well, it was great to see you again, Oliver,"
Sebastian said dismissively, climbing onto the boat deck.
"I'm actually coming along, too,"
he said smugly, jumping expertly on board.
"Oh, great,"
Sebastian replied, though it was obviously anything but. The tension between them still lingered, amplified after their last conversation about Sebastian's intention to turn Oliver and Tess's home into a B&B. Had Sebastian mentioned their conversation to Carly? Had he told her about his plans? She would have said something, texted him. Surely she didn't know. How would she feel about it when Sebastian did share his intentions with her? Oliver didn't think for a second that his best friend would think it was a good idea.
"Hey, can one of you untie that rope?"
Callan asked, pointing to the rope keeping the boat secured to the dock.
"Aye, aye, Captain,"
Sebastian said in a pirate-sounding voice before leaning over to untie the boat, while Oliver resisted every urge to push the man overboard. If she was purposely trying to make Oliver jealous, and she absolutely was not, it was working. Carly watched from inside the cabin as he and Sebastian chatted with Callan out on the deck as he drove the boat. She couldn't hear what they were saying with the loud, kid-friendly music playing on board and the sounds of the girls' squeals of laughter as they tried to play water twister on the swaying back deck. But she could read Oliver's body language, and he was more than a little annoyed that she'd invited Sebastian along for the party. "So, you two?" Rachel asked, curiosity in her tone, catching Carly's stare. "Me and Oliver?" "You and Sebastian." "Oh, nothing. Just working together on the town's new marketing plan, that's all," she said, accepting a glass of wine from her friend. But you invited him to come to the party today.
Rachel raised her eyebrow, daring Carly to bullshit her. Carly sighed. Full disclosure, he saved my ass. I'd forgotten to pick up the gift at the post office, and he was there. Better to be honest than have Rachel think there was more to it than that. Handsome, smart, successful, and dependable. You're not doing very well arguing your case for why you shouldn't date him, Rachel said, opening the fridge and retrieving the birthday cake, shaped like Cialina, of course, before starting to put candles on it. Carly knew Rachel had a point. Sebastian would be a great catch for any woman in town, but she just didn't feel a spark with Sebastian, not like the one she felt with just a simple look from Oliver. Like now. His gaze landed on her and lingered a beat before he gave an awkward little wave, as though embarrassed for having been caught looking at her. If only he got it. He could look at her as much as he damn well wanted. She sighed as he returned his attention to the conversation with the men, then helped Rachel with the candles on the cake. I'm just saying, Rachel continued. Why not give Sebastian a chance? I mean, sure, you two are very different. Some might say from different worlds, like Cialina and the fisherman, but... Oh, hell no. They weren't comparing her love life to the fantasy romance series. She held up a hand before Rachel could really make her case. I'm in love with Oliver, she hissed, admitting it was the only way to get Rachel off her back. Her friend's eyes widened and her mouth gaped. The lighter lingered on the candle until Rachel flinched. Ow! Hot! Carly took the lighter before her friend burned the boat down. Oliver? Rachel echoed in a loud whisper. Carly nodded as she finished lighting the candles on the cake. Since when? Rachel asked, fully engaged. Forever, maybe? I don't know. A few years, I guess. A few years? Her voice rose. Shh. Does he know? Carly shook her head so violently her braid nearly fell into one of the flames. This conversation was getting dangerous. Let's talk about it later. Rachel looked annoyed to have to put a pin in the juicy conversation, but she nodded. These candles are burning fast, she said, picking up the cake. Poor kids. Hope they don't mind the taste of wax, Carly muttered as she followed Rachel out onto the deck. No one, kids or adults, seemed to mind, and the entire cake was devoured in no time. Hyped on the sugar rush, Darcy and Tess begged Callan to set up the banana boat to pull behind them. Carly noticed Oliver stiffen slightly as the long yellow inflatable was tossed out into the water, and Callan secured it to the back of the tour boat. They were moored just outside the marina, and the water was calm and still, the bright sun the biggest hazard to safety that day. But still, when the kids all prepared to jump in for the ride, Carly kicked off her sandals and peeled off her tank top and shorts. Oliver wasn't dressed for the water. His tagging along had been such a last-second decision, and she knew he'd feel more at ease with Tess being out there if an adult was out there too. Callan had to drive the boat, and Rachel wasn't a huge fan of the water. Besides, it wasn't exactly a hardship for her to participate. She loved water activities, and she hadn't been on a banana boat ride in forever. As she folded her clothes on the boat bench seat, her cell phone chimed in her shorts pocket. Retrieving it, she read the message from Oliver. New swimsuit? He actually noticed? Oliver Klein, the man who hadn't noticed she'd grown her hair long again after a shampoo commercial had tempted her to cut it short 2 years ago. The man who hadn't noticed she'd recently lost 15 pounds and now had biceps, courtesy of her boxing trainer at the gym. And the man who had yet to notice the new car she'd bought 6 months ago, despite it sitting parked in her driveway. That man noticed she was wearing a new swimsuit?
Smirking, she started to teasingly text back. Test driving it before that trip to Bali. Before she could hit send, a new message from him appeared. Sales tag is still hanging off the back. Of course. She blushed, annoyed at her assumption and grateful she hadn't sent her own text. She deleted it, and then quickly reached around and pulled the tag off the suit. Her cell chimed again. What now? Had she left the price sticker on the bottom of her flip-flops, too? That color makes your tan pop. She swallowed hard as she stared at the message. Okay, that was definitely a better comment. Maybe he was eyeing her in the two-piece she'd bought on impulse the day before, when she hadn't known she'd have both Oliver and Sebastian on board the boat with her that day. But hell, maybe the daring, revealing bikini was worth it, if it had finally caught Oliver's attention, finally made him notice her as a sexual being, and not just his best friend, his daughter's role model, a woman he'd kept in the friend zone for years. Her heart raced. What did she do? How should she respond? She read it again and sighed. This one was not from Oliver. It was from Sebastian. Of course. Frustration on overload, Carly tucked the cell phone into the pocket of her jean shorts, and kicking off the flip-flops, she dived straight into the water with the kids. The cold splash stopped her heart momentarily, until her limbs grew accustomed to the feel of the cool waves wrapping around her. She swam toward the banana boat and struggled to climb onto the wet, slippery rubber ride behind Tess. Yay! Carly's coming! The little girl said, pumping her arms in the air before gripping the handles in front of her as the boat started to move, and they gradually picked up speed, bumping and cruising along the surface of the water. Carly's mother always said that children had more fun when adults participated in the activity, and no doubt her mom was right about that. But right now, kids or no kids, Carly would be out there on the ride, hoping the thrill of excited adrenaline coursing through her, the salt spray in her face, the wind in her hair, and the uncontrollable laughter escaping her as she held on for dear life to the yellow rubber handles, could replace the feelings of conflict simmering in her heart and mind. At least temporarily. Carly was wearing the hell out of that swimsuit. The light denim blue color with the white trim made her skin look healthy and smooth. His friend had always had a fantastic body, but rarely did she put it on display. Every time they went to the lake or the public pool with Tess, she usually wore a modest one-piece or a cover-up. She wasn't one to flaunt her beauty. He'd always marveled at her combination of soft curves and athletic frame, and he'd noticed her recent weight loss and muscle gain. And that day, he was getting the full, unfiltered view of her efforts at the gym. And to say he wasn't attracted would be a lie. His body was certainly reacting. His sweaty palms mixed with the condensation on his beer bottle, and his shorts felt uncomfortably tight in the crotchal area. While he was definitely enjoying this new, more confident version of his friend, he couldn't help but wonder what was spurring it. Was all of this, the two-piece, the pedicured toes, the tight white tank top that had him drooling, for Sebastian? Damn, it was jealousy he was feeling. Where had it come from all of a sudden? He didn't like it. In fact, it could take a hike any time now. He watched Carly laugh as she held on behind Tess on the yellow banana ride. Her braid had come loose, and her long dark hair was flowing away from her face as the wind blew, and the bright, carefree, happy smile radiating from her took his breath away. She was breathtaking. How had he not noticed that before? Tess looked so happy and, more importantly, safe sitting there with Carly. His best friend had always been close to his girls, but in the last 3 years, Carly had truly stepped into the role of Tess's female role model, confidant, and friend. He didn't know what they would have done without her. Would do without her. Which made the idea of leaving Port Serenity seem like an impossibility. Given no other choice, he may be able to leave the family legacy lighthouse and even the town and community that had always felt like home. But leaving Carly made his heart drop into his stomach. He used to think it was just because they were best friends who relied on one another. But now he wondered if there might be more to it.
"She's something else, right?"
Sebastian's voice next to him made his jaw flinch involuntarily. He glanced at the man, holding a beer bottle of his own, his eyes locked on Carly out in the water. If the new two-piece was for Sebastian's benefit, it had certainly caught the other man's attention as well. Oliver didn't like the way the guy was eyeing Carly. But what could he do? They were friends with a complicated history, and up until that moment, he'd been ignoring any other potential connection they may share or could share. He'd never voiced any feelings to Carly. Hell, he'd never really acknowledged them to himself.
"We're just really great friends,"
he said. If he was starting to develop more than friendly feelings for Carly, Sebastian wasn't going to be the first to know.
"Oh, I know. She told me all about it at dinner last night,"
he said, taking a swig of the beer. She had? Carly had revealed something like that to this guy? What exactly had she said? And why did the idea that she had confided in Sebastian upset him? Worse, why did her acknowledging that they were just good friends, the same thing he always claimed, bother him so much?
"She has so many fantastic ideas for next year's tourism, and I think up until now she's been really underutilized by the board committee,"
Sebastian continued.
"Did you tell her about your intentions for the lighthouse?"
he asked, unable to keep the edge out of his voice.
"Not yet. That's still in the works. Keep that between us, okay, buddy?"
Oliver's hard stare drilled into the guy's profile, but he seemed completely unfazed as his gaze drifted back out toward the water, toward Carly.
"You know what? That looks too fun. Callan, stop for a sec. I'm going in," he called out.
And Callan immediately slowed, then stopped the boat.
"Hold my beer?"
Sebastian asked, handing it to Oliver without waiting for a response. It was either accept the bottle or let it crash to the deck. Sebastian quickly tore off his shirt and kicked off his loafers and dived into the water in the khaki shorts that were not meant for swimming. Oliver clutched the bottle so tight he thought it might smash anyway.
"Phew,"
Sebastian said as he resurfaced, wiping the water away from his face and slicking his dark hair back.
"Alaska waters are no joke,"
he said before swimming off toward the banana ride. Oliver's teeth clenched so hard it gave him an ache in his jaw. Seeing the guy climb onto the back of the banana behind Carly and wrap his arms around her waist made Oliver's stomach knot in a dozen different ways. When Carly's gaze drifted toward the boat and landed on him, her expression held a hint of disappointment. Damn, why hadn't he jumped in? He should be the one on the back of the banana with Carly and Tess, relaxing and enjoying the day instead of freaking out and worrying and keeping this guard up around his heart that wasn't serving him. If he wasn't careful, he was going to lose the only person besides his daughter who meant anything to him. Meant everything to him. That realization hit him hard, and he swallowed the lump of unease in the back of his throat,
as the boat picked up speed again, this time with Rachel at the helm. Callan appeared next to him as they watched the group being towed. "Hey, man, I think you need to decide if you're willing to always be the hold my beer guy," he said, tapping Oliver on the shoulder before waving to the group. The words echoed in Oliver's mind as he continued to watch the fun he wasn't a part of. Was he willing to sit by and let someone else enjoy the happiness and love he potentially wanted for himself? He wasn't sure, but he knew his feelings for his best friend were definitely changing and developing into something a whole lot deeper. And he was running out of time to figure out what to do about it. Chapter 6. These numbers couldn't be right. Standing behind the counter in the bookstore the next morning, her coffee cup between her hands, Carly recalculated the cash register receipts. Nope, she hadn't added wrong. The day before had been the highest Saturday sales in months. Not surprising to see a rise in sales during tourist season, but these numbers were incredible. Melissa really could hold down the fort, which was good because Carly's life was about to get a little busier, and knowing she could trust the young girl was a big relief. Not only had the store done record sales, but everything was restocked and clean. Melissa had even repositioned the sales merchandise to be front and center when visitors entered the store. Carly had always been hesitant about displaying sale items that way for fear they would cannibalize new product sales, but it had worked in reducing the extra old stock. She counted the float for the day just as her phone chimed with a new text message. Picking it up, she expected to see her morning text from Oliver, but Sebastian had beat him to it. Carly's disappointment only reconfirmed her feelings for both men. "Thanks again for inviting me yesterday. I had a great time." Carly put the phone down without answering. She'd struggled to have a fun time with the awkward tension between the two men and the conflict she was facing. On one hand, she had Sebastian, a man who was clearly attracted to her and would act on it if Carly opened that door, and on the other hand, she had Oliver, a man who sent her mixed signals and was afraid to open himself up to a new relationship. Unfortunately, she had to follow her heart, not theirs, and hers was always firmly with Oliver. Her phone chimed again, and this time it was him. "Was thinking we need to get started on the float this weekend. Hope you have a full crew." Once again, not a declaration of love text. But he was right. They did need to get started on her design if she hoped to have the float ready for the parade in 3 weeks. "Assembling a team now," she texted back, just as one said team member walked through the door. "We need to get this author to agree to a signing," Rachel said, clutching her copy of Love at Sea as though she was afraid someone would steal it from her. "Good morning to you, too," Carly said with a tight laugh. "Do you go anywhere without that book?" She was only half kidding. Her friend really was obsessed. It wasn't healthy. "I've read it twice already. I can't believe I have to wait so long for the next one." She pulled out a stool at the counter and sat. "But maybe we wouldn't have to wait so long if we could convince the author to give us exclusive arcs," she said, her eyes widening. "But to do that, we'd need to know who she is." "I told you, she, or he, is a recluse. They refuse to do any appearances or interviews or appear at any signings or book club chats." Rachel huffed, tossing her hair over her shoulder. "That's ridiculous. These are best-selling novels. The publisher should force her, him, whomever it is, to do promotion." Carly shrugged. "I guess the publisher is happy that the books are selling so well, and the mystery of the author's identity only adds to the hype."
Rachel eyed her from behind green-rimmed cat-eye glasses that Carly knew were non-prescription. She owned a similar pair. "Do you know who it is?" "Nope," Carly said, reaching into the box behind the counter and stacking more copies near the register. By noon, they'd all be gone. It was still baffling to her how quickly they flew off the shelf. "Oh, come on. You mean to tell me the publisher hasn't given you any clues?" "None. The books arrive from the press just like all the others. I stock them. They sell." Rachel's lips pursed. "And you're not at all curious about who it could be?" "I respect the author's right to anonymity. I get it. I've seen the way authors can be tortured on social media. For as many fans as they have, there are just as many critics. And even the fans can get crazy. I saw one author having to defend her release schedule because 4 books a year wasn't fast enough for her avid fan base." Carly shook her head. As a lifetime reader, she'd never fully understood the world of publishing, but she sympathized with authors with impossible deadlines and reader expectations. Y.C. Salwart was right to keep their identity a secret, for no other reason than to avoid being stalked by Rachel. "It has to be someone local, though." Rachel was obviously not giving up. She tapped her long, manicured fingers against the counter, thinking. "Do you know anyone in town who writes other types of books or articles on the subject?" "Besides you?" Carly asked with a raised eyebrow. Rachel scoffed. "I wish I could write this well, and believe me, if I was Y.C. Salwart, I'd be screaming it from the top deck of my luxury yacht. Come on, think. Who could it be? You went to school here. Was there anyone in your English class with exceptional writing talent?" "Not that I can remember. Other than this Y.C. Salwart, the only other local star is Francine Cummins, who writes the children's books." "Could be her, I guess." Rachel bit an acrylic thumbnail. "And it would make sense that she wouldn't want anyone knowing her identity. These romances aren't exactly PG. Maybe she's worried about her fan base." Carly snapped her fingers. "You know what? That makes sense. I think you cracked the mystery." But Rachel still looked unsure. "Seems too easy, though. And now that I think of it, Francine said in an interview once that she didn't write for adults because she has carpal tunnel and longer novels weren't possible for her." "I wish I could help," Carly said. She checked her watch pointedly, but Rachel didn't take the hint. "Well, what about the patrons?" "What do you mean?" "Well, I can't imagine that the author wouldn't come to the store to see the book on the shelf on release day. I mean, that's a dream come true, right?" Rachel was on to something, and Carly felt sweat pool a little on her lower back. "Assuming they live here in Port Serenity." Rachel nodded emphatically. "They have to. This level of detail about the town and Cialina and the history is far too rich and accurate for someone who isn't a Port Serenity native, and the newer details in the second book, like the reconstructed statue, are things only residents would know." Wow, Rachel missed nothing. The chime above the front door sounded, and Schuyler entered. Carly shot her cousin a grateful look, desperate to escape Rachel's questioning. Truth was, she did know who the author was, and it took everything she had to keep the secret. The author wasn't ready to come out to the world yet, for good reason. But keeping the information from Rachel was getting tougher all the time. "Hey, Schuyler, not working today?" she asked. "Day off. Just heading to the diner for breakfast with Isla, so thought I'd stop in to say hi." Carly smiled. It wasn't so long ago that Schuyler and her fiancé Dex's sister Isla didn't get along. But the Christmas before, the two had reconciled their differences when Isla had suffered a brain injury in an ice climbing incident. It had only taken a brief stint of amnesia for the two women to realize they were actually more alike than they'd ever realized. "Isla's home?" She was surprised.
The young heir to the Wakefield legacy was rarely in one place for long, traveling the globe in search of adventure. Her and Erin just got back from a backpacking trip in Australia. She's starting her social work program online this fall, so they plan to be in town for a while. Gotta say, I'm happy to have Erin back for an extended time. No doubt. The elite rescue swimmer for the Coast Guard was an invaluable member of the team, and he'd been taking longer vacations to travel with Isla these days, but Carly always felt better knowing he was on active duty, and as captain of the team, Skylar depended on him. Skylar turned toward Rachel and nodded toward the book. What are you clinging to like a life preserver? Love at Sea. She turned the book toward Skylar. Have you read it yet? Skylar wrinkled her nose. No. Are you here to get a copy? Skylar scoffed as she shook her head. You couldn't pay me enough to read that series. Rachel gasped. Are you serious? Cielena's not my thing, Skylar said, and romance novels aren't either. Rachel refused to accept it. Climbing off the stool, she headed to the shelf containing the first Cielena book. I don't want to give you spoilers, so this is the first book. There's more than one book? Skylar asked. It's a trilogy. Rachel opened the book to the opening meet-cute scene. Listen to this and tell me you're not intrigued. She cleared her throat and read dramatically. The sea is angry tonight. Its soul howls as it casts looming, ominous waves crashing into one another. It's the pollution that has caused this peaceful, majestic being to cry out in protest. The mass dumping of garbage into the waters, killing its creatures, harming its very existence. Humans will never realize the impact they have on this world, and the ocean is the biggest part of it, with its mysteries and secrets that are beyond human comprehension. 4 generations of my kind have protected these waters, both sides, but someday we will be forced to make a choice. The sea rages, and I do what I can to protect the tiny ships at its mercy. It's my calling. It's my legacy. Yet I struggle with the morality more and more. Why do these thoughtless humans deserve to be saved when they are destroying my home, the home of millions of sea creatures? My ancestors believed it was our duty, our obligation. Legend has it that we haven't always been this way, but we were sentenced to this solitary life of savior as penance for deeds of long ago. Rachel paused for breath and flipped a few pages. Let me get to the good part. Here we go, she said as she started to read again. The 10-foot fishing vessel looked no bigger than a toy as it was thrashed about on the surface. Its dark shadow above me rode out the storm, fighting against the current. It would eventually lose. The sea claimed many, and I could only save a few. Swimming upward against the tumultuous current, I summoned the strength of my ancestors, the fierce, strong serpent queens that came before, feeling their strength course through me, making me infinitely stronger. Generations of my kind are connected, each stronger than the last. I see the boat as a wave cascades over it, swallowing it whole. I dive below the surface and scan through the dark depths. In the distance, I can see its smashed and damaged hull and the lone, lifeless body suspended in chaos. With all my strength, I raise my arms outward and will everything I have for the waves and tide to stop roaring. I send out my peaceful message to the waters all around me, calming it, halting its rage. My arms shake and my body feels tired as the sea continues to fight back. It's stronger than ever, and with the waning moon, I'm weaker. But I keep pushing, gently coaxing, commanding my own will, silently reasoning with the ocean to subside. Rest, my love. Rest. A stillness envelops me as the waves die down, and the howling wind becomes a mild, gentle breeze.
I swim fast toward the sinking figure, a man, and, reaching him, I bring him to the surface where his broken ship bobs along the smooth surface. He's alive, so I leave him on the deck and, knowing this reprieve won't last, that the ocean's favoring is temporary, I guide the boat back toward the marina. The Port Serenity lighthouse beacon shines in the distance, illuminating a path in the dark, cloudy night sky, cutting through with a ribbon of light, a symbol of hope. I bring the vessel as close as I dare, then watch as it slowly drifts toward the shore. As I turn away, I see the fisherman stand, his legs slightly unsteady, his gaze bewildered as he searches out over the water. I can hear his thoughts. How? I know I should go, quickly, but I find myself unable to move. In a trance-like state, I'm drawn to this mere mortal. My body aches, and a deep longing clutches my chest. The water around me starts to churn as my emotions are spiraling beyond my control. What is this feeling? What is happening to me? My gaze is locked on the fisherman. I'm unable to break away, and when he sees me, I'm trapped. His expression is one of fear mixed with a relief of knowing. I've seen it on the faces of the few who have spotted me, but in his, there's also something else, an unusual acceptance, as though he'd always expected this moment, been waiting for it. I try to break the spell, but it only grows stronger, the heartbeats of my ancestors beating alongside mine, deep within my chest. Overhead, the sky clears and the thin, waning moon shines brightly overhead, its power a force greater than all else. I know what's happening now. I'd always known it would occur someday, but nothing could have prepared me for the curse of what cannot be. Rachel stopped reading and sighed. "Tell me that doesn't get you," she said to Skylar. Carly glanced at her cousin. What would she think? Skylar had never been a Cialina fan, with her family's history of feuding with the Wakefields over Cialina's becoming the town's mascot, and she knew her sensible, no-nonsense cousin wasn't the romantic type. Skylar shrugged. The writing is great, just not sure I'm buying the whole sea creature human love story angle. Rachel sighed. It's a metaphor for forbidden love. You can't read it for what it is. You have to dig deeper into the hidden messages of passion and desire and how it transcends all forms. Carly busied herself with stocking the shelf with more copies, as her friend continued to explain to her cousin why she should give the novels a chance. Good luck, Rachel. This is one person you will not convert. Okay, fine. I'll read it, Skylar said. What? Carly's mouth gaped. You will? Skylar sighed. Why not? She reached toward the shelf and grabbed the first book, and the second. Carly could think of one reason why not. One very good reason. According to everything Oliver had read online the night before, Sebastian and the town were well within their rights to evict him from the lighthouse. Possession didn't really hold up in this case, when the land and the lighthouse belonged to the community as historical landmarks. Oliver had spent hours, up well past midnight, researching the legalities of what Sebastian was presenting. And unfortunately, with the automation of the lighthouse procedures and Oliver's position on the Coast Guard Aids to Navigation team being more of an honorary role, it didn't appear he had a great case to argue. He sighed as he uncovered the float platform in the shed. The base was ready to go, and Carly was on her way to go over her design idea. His palms sweated slightly, and he felt an odd stirring in his chest at the thought of seeing her. This was ridiculous. It was Carly, his best friend.
There was nothing to be worried about. The day before had been weird. After much tossing and turning, replaying it all in his mind, he'd come to the conclusion that he was just freaking out a little about the possibility that things could change. His attraction to Carly had always been there, but now it was being amplified by testosterone-fueled male competition. He saw Sebastian as a threat to his current status. His home and his friendship with Carly were compromised. That was all. So why did his heart race and his mouth go dry seeing her enter the shed moments later? Dressed in a pale yellow sundress and ballet flats, her long dark hair in her usual braid hanging over one shoulder, she practically glowed like a ray of sunshine. Glowed like a ray of sunshine? Jesus, what the hell was wrong with him? "Hey, looks good," she said, nodding toward the float base. She was avoiding eye contact. Did that mean she was annoyed about yesterday? Had the tension between him and Sebastian ruined her day? He cleared his throat and tried to formulate an apology that didn't sound too lame. Nothing surfaced. "Did you bring your design?" he asked instead. He wasn't great with words, especially ones from the heart. Apologies, confessions of feelings. He was more an acts of service kind of guy. So maybe he could show her he was sorry by being more involved with the float build that year. "Yes, I did," she said, reaching into what looked like a new purse and retrieving the plans. She approached the float base and rolled them out. Oliver approached, and the scent of her familiar perfume filled his senses. He loved that sweet, mild scent that was uniquely hers. He'd never admit it, but he'd spent almost an hour one day at the perfume counter trying to identify the smell when he was going to buy it for her birthday. But nothing was quite right. "What do you think?" she asked in his silence. "Wow, this is quite the elaborate design," Oliver said, looking at the hand-drawn scale of the float Carly intended to build. "I want to go big this year. We usually win the parade contest, but this year I want to really wow the crowd with the display, not just bring home the trophy. Tourism has taken a hit recently, and now that visitors are flocking back to town, I want to celebrate their return and show them their vacation to Port Serenity was worth the trip." "Yeah, I can see that," Oliver said and paused. "Are you sure the store budget can accommodate the ambition, though?" Carly refused to meet his gaze as she nodded. "It'll be fine." "It's also going to require some extra hands," he said. "I'll help." Carly looked slightly surprised by the offer, but nodded. "Okay, well, other than you and Tess, I've recruited Rachel and Skylar and Dex. Callan has a full tour schedule, but he offered to help when he can." Carly paused and looked away. "And Sebastian's going to help." Oliver's jaw clenched. "Wonderful," he said tightly. Carly turned toward him. "Come on, give him a chance. He's new to town and could use some friends." "I have enough friends," he grumbled. One, really. Her. And he wanted to maintain that status. He already felt Sebastian driving a wedge between them, and he didn't like it. Carly grinned and touched his hand where it rested against the float. "Where's that local hospitality spirit I know you're capable of?" Oliver's gaze was transfixed on her hand on his, and her words sounded far away. She quickly lifted it and laughed strangely. "I'm sure you two will figure it out," she said. She turned and surveyed the work he'd already started with the flatbed they were using. Oliver had created the base with wood and chicken wire, and he'd just been waiting on her design to add fabric and lights. "Thank you again for getting started on this." "No problem. Parade's 3 weeks away, and with your design idea, we'll be cutting it close.
This really is huge, she said, eyeing the platform and biting her lower lip.
Rethinking this now, aren't you?
He asked with a grin. No. She squared her shoulders. We can totally get this built in time. Her cell chimed with a text, and he watched as she reached for it and read. A smile crept across her face, and his gut tightened. I have to get going, she said, putting the phone away.
Hot date?
He asked before he could stop himself. Carly cocked her head to the side and folded her arms across her chest.
Uh-oh. He was in for an earful.
Why had he said anything? It was her life. She could date whomever she wanted. Unfortunately, the idea of her dating anyone other than him was making him slightly nauseous. Carly's piercing gaze burned into his. Is there something you want to say? He shook his head quickly. He'd already said too much, or not enough. He couldn't decide. These feelings were new and confusing.
No, just be careful with guys like that.
She'd only just met Sebastian, and she didn't know the real guy. The one he presented himself to be around Carly wasn't the complete picture, and he didn't want her getting hurt. Guys like what? Smart, successful, interesting, complimentary? That last one hit its mark.
What's that supposed to mean? I compliment you.
Really? When? Since when did she want him to? His heart raced as he knew they were heading into slightly dangerous and very foreign territory. They'd never talked like this before. They'd never challenged one another with expectations. Friends took each other at face value. They were direct and said what they meant. This gamesmanship that seemed to be happening was for relationships. Had she, too, sensed a shift? How long ago? Had he been blind to her feelings and intentions all this time, or was this a new thing for her, too? She tapped her foot as she continued to wait. Shit. She was really expecting an answer.
The other day on the boat, I said I liked your swimsuit.
Just the thought of the swimsuit now had his heart racing. He wouldn't admit to the thoughts he'd been having about it the night before, alone in bed. She shook her head. Nope, you asked me if it was new. He sighed.
I thought the compliment was implied.
You told me the tag was sticking out. Well, one thing was new, this exasperation from her. He'd never seen her frustrated with him like this. Carly was always calm and even-tempered. This side was a little terrifying, but only because it was attractive as hell. And Oliver was sweating bullets. What exactly was happening right now? The tension around them was nearly suffocating, and the urge to word vomit exactly how he felt about the swimsuit was overwhelming. He swallowed hard.
Well, would I be a good friend if I didn't tell you that your tag was sticking out?
She huffed, but then reluctantly sighed in agreement. Okay, fine, but it wasn't a compliment. He swallowed again. Now or never. Say something.
Well, it was a really great swimsuit.
She nodded, looking like it hadn't blown her mind, but she'd take it. Thank you. His shoulders relaxed.
So, we're okay?
He wasn't sure what else to say or how to broach the subject. He still hadn't fully wrapped his mind around his feelings, and he wasn't sure it was the right time to try to bring up the new awkwardness that seemed to surround them. What if it was just him feeling this? Of course we're okay, she said, but he sensed a slight disappointment in her tone, as though she'd been expecting more. But what exactly? I really have to go, she said, turning to leave. He shoved his hands into his jeans pockets and nodded.
Yeah, see you later. Disappointed in himself for not having the balls to say what he was feeling, he could sense that the longer he didn't say it, the harder it would be. She paused at the door and turned back. For the record, not a hot date. Shopping with Skylar. She certainly didn't owe him the explanation, but damn if it didn't make him feel a lot better. Now that Oliver had taken care of the boring part of the float building process, Carly couldn't wait to hit the local crafts store to buy all the items she needed to accomplish her elaborate vision. But as she drove across town, she couldn't shake the interaction they'd just had. The sizzling tension between them moments ago had never been there before, and she wasn't quite sure how to process it. For years, her attraction to Oliver had simmered, and she'd been forced to keep it hidden, keep her growing feelings to herself. But lately, she felt as though she might explode if she had to keep repressing it. As though this thing with Sebastian had made her realize that she had been putting her future on hold, waiting for something she couldn't have. Or at least, she'd thought she couldn't have it. Moments ago in the shed, she'd felt a shift. For several days, things with Oliver had been strained, different. But she'd chalked it up to his dislike of Sebastian. She'd credited the new awkwardness to the fact that almost every time they'd been together lately, Sebastian was there too. This time, they'd been alone, and there had definitely been sexual tension between them when he'd voiced his concerns about her dating. This wasn't just about Sebastian. But what exactly was it about? Was Oliver starting to develop feelings for her as well? It was too much to hope for, but she couldn't deny there had been a moment in the shed when she thought. The sound of a horn honking behind her snapped her out of her thoughts, and she saw the streetlight had turned green. She sighed, waved her apology to the car behind her, and, moments later, pulled into the lot of the Crafts and More store. She saw Skylar's car parked in the far end of the lot, so she pulled in next to it. She waved, but her cousin didn't see her, her nose stuck between the pages of Forbidden Love. Wow, her cousin really was reading it. Climbing out, she tapped on the window of Skylar's car, careful not to startle her, and her cousin held up a finger indicating one more page. Carly watched her flip the page and waited as her cousin finished the current chapter she was on, and reluctantly put the book down. Sorry, I was in the middle of the scene where Cielina has to save the family adrift on the life raft, Skylar said, climbing out of her car. You're enjoying it? Carly asked. Skylar shrugged. Verdict is still out. I haven't made it to the good stuff yet, but let's just say I wish I could bring it to work to read on my breaks. Carly frowned as they headed toward the entrance. Why can't you? Skylar did have downtime during the day. She laughed. Carly, my crew of 8 men are just dying to find reasons to tease me. I'm not giving them ammunition. People shouldn't be shamed for what they like to read. She paused. And for your enlightenment, 6 out of those 8 crew members have already read Forbidden Love, she said, opening the door to the store. Shut up. Carly shook her head amusedly. You'll never get names out of me, but just know even a certain retired captain purchased a copy. Skylar's eyes bulged. My dad has read this series? Carly laughed. Feel better now? Honestly, not sure how to feel about my dad reading sexy scenes, she said and shuddered. As if he's not having sex of his own. Keith Beaumont had recently set sail for a 3-month sailing trip with local meteorologist Monica Mallard, and Carly suspected there was more happening beneath the stars than just navigation. Please stop, Skylar said as they stepped inside the air-conditioned store. So, do you have a list? Carly handed it to her, and Skylar scanned it. Fringe and skirting, floral sheeting, 3 5-foot arches, festooning, paint, she read. Maybe we should have borrowed Oliver's truck. Carly's cheeks flushed at the mention of Oliver, and she cleared her throat. The arches come in pieces, so we should be able to fit everything into our 2 vehicles. Skylar flipped to the other side of the page where the list continued. Maybe in 2 trips, she said. This is a lot of stuff. I want the float to be the biggest in the parade. I'm pretty sure you'll accomplish that. Please tell me you've recruited more hands than just Dex and I, Skylar said, looking slightly worried about her commitment to help. Don't worry, I've got a group of 9. Skylar looked like she was mentally calculating who the 9 could be. Would a certain newcomer to town be among that group? She asked casually, though the question was loaded with unconcealed curiosity. Her cousin knew about her business dinner date with Sebastian earlier that week, and despite Carly's insistence that it was just business, Skylar was definitely intrigued about the new man, insisting he was totally into Carly. She knew Skylar and Rachel were right about Sebastian's intentions, and it did give her pause. But there was nothing she could do other than set clear boundaries and continue to express that she wasn't interested in a relationship with him. Once he settled into town and met other women, he'd be fine. He'd move on to one of the many turned heads. Sebastian is helping, yes, but like I told you, we're just friends and business associates. I want him to feel welcome in town, and he's trying to learn more about the community, so participating in the float build is a great way to do that. She paused in the first aisle next to the selection of paint. I want as many different shades of blue as possible for the water. We need white for the waves and greens and golds for our serpent queen, she said, picking up paint cans and piling them into the cart. Skylar eyed the swiftly growing pile. Seriously want that much paint? Carly shrugged. Whatever we don't use, I can donate to the community center. They are hosting a graffiti contest in September, repainting all the recycling bins throughout town so it won't go to waste. Can you grab the gold? I can't reach, she said, standing on tiptoes and straining to reach the top shelf. Skylar, with her taller 5'7" stature, reached it with ease. The other shade, too, Carly said and laughed at Skylar's look. Yes, I know it's overkill, but I want an impressive float. And it has nothing to do with the new tourism manager wanting to impress him? Skylar asked, obviously not willing to let the more compelling conversation about Sebastian drop. Skylar knew about her love for Oliver, but thought Carly was wasting her time and energy. Skylar liked Oliver, but she suspected he wasn't ready for a new relationship, and she hated to see Carly pining for the man. And in the last 2 years, Skylar had been vocal about her opinion. Unfortunately, there was nothing Carly could do about it, and this whole thing with Sebastian only solidified it. Sebastian was gorgeous, successful, funny, smart, interesting, a gentleman, and yet she felt nothing. Not one iota of a spark with him. She liked him. They'd be friends. But no one other than Oliver had her heart, which made her cousin worry about her a lot. Skylar would love to see Carly date someone else, find happiness, and stop waiting around. Whether Sebastian was a perfect match or not, Skylar and Rachel were sure to push her in that direction. It's true that I want to make sure Sebastian sees what effort we put into tourism events. She'd say that much. It was important to show the community's drive and spirit and reinforce the things they were already doing right. Oh, but I've paired him with you and Dex for the float team. Skylar sighed. Do I need to ask who you teamed yourself with? Probably not, she said, pointing to the containers of gold and green glitter. Grab those, please, she added. Everything will be covered in glitter, even us, Skylar said. Everyone could use a little sparkle in their life. She and Skylar added the glitter to the already heaping cart. Then they headed to the fabric section, where Carly selected reams of green and gold material for parts of the Cialina figurine. She wanted movement on the float, not just a cardboard cutout. With several wind machines, she wanted to create the image of a real storm and show Cialina in all her fierce glory. "What's left?" Skylar asked. "Just the arches. I think we will need to get those from the warehouse," she said. They headed toward the cashiers, and Carly put in her request for the arches as Skylar started to unload the cart. The young cashier smiled, seeing all the supplies. "Parade float?" "Yep," Skylar said. "Carly's are always the best." "She does pour her heart into it," she heard Skylar say as she rejoined her. "The warehouse guy is going to get them ready out back. We'll swing around to get them." She handed the cashier the ticket with the item code on it. "3 of these, please." The cashier's eyes widened as she rang them in and saw the final bill. Over $4,000. "Sure you need 3? Her design required it, and she was sparing no expense. She nodded, opening her purse. "Carly, are you sure?" Skylar said, lowering her voice. "The store's budget is usually a quarter of that." She waved a hand, taking out her wallet and retrieving her own personal credit card, not the store's business card. She ignored Skylar's raised eyebrow as she paid for the items. "Thank you," she said, tucking her wallet away. Not before Skylar noticed it. "Oh my God, that's gorgeous!" She reached for the pale coral-colored wristlet, and Carly sucked in a breath as her cousin saw the expensive logo clasp. "I got it on sale," she said, feeling her cheeks flush. She wasn't one for extravagance or name brands. She still wore the jeans she'd had in high school, the side perk of never growing taller, but the wallet had been a splurge, something she'd decided to treat herself to. There had been a matching purse, but she didn't want to be too flashy. The wallet could be hidden in her oversized 3-year-old bag. Skylar's face held a look of suspicion as she nodded and reached for the shopping bags. "Well, I'm happy to see you spending money on yourself as well as this float." "I'll expense most of it," she said, struggling under the weight of the bags as they headed outside and across the parking lot to their vehicles. They put the bags in the back of Skylar's car, and the two of them climbed into Carly's vehicle to go around back for the arches. Carly reached into her bag for her new sunglasses as the midday sun blared directly into her line of vision. Skylar stared at her. "Okay, what's going on?" Carly pretended not to understand as she put the vehicle in drive and headed around the back of the store to the loading dock. "Nothing. Why?" "The wallet, the Gucci sunglasses. Trust me, I'm here for it, but level with me. Did you win the lottery?" She lowered her voice. "You can tell me, and I swear I won't tell anyone, or hit you up for a loan," she said with a grin. Carly sighed and shook her head. She knew her spending more on 2 items than she had on herself in 2 years must look odd to those who knew her well. "I just realized you're right when you tell me to reward myself, to treat myself to nice things sometimes." Skylar didn't look convinced, but she sat back in the seat and let the subject drop as Carly stopped the car in front of the open warehouse door. The arches were propped against the side of the building, and a young teen stood ready and waiting to load them onto the roof rack for her. He wasn't much bigger than Carly, but he had surprising strength as he lifted each one himself and placed them carefully onto the top of the car. He secured them with the rope and bungee cords that she provided. A few minutes later, the arches were secured, and Carly handed the young warehouse worker a tip for his help. He was working hard that summer and deserved the recognition. Too many young people didn't know the value of hard work these days. The young man's face lit up as he tucked the money into the apron of his smock. "Thanks, lady. Have a good day." Carly smiled as she climbed back into her car. Skylar shook her head. "I'm not going to pressure you for answers, but if one of our long-lost relatives died and left us an inheritance that you're not telling me about, I'm going to be pissed," her cousin said, teasing in her tone. But there was also something else.
a slight hurt that Carly was obviously keeping something to herself. They were so close and shared everything. But for now, Carly just wasn't ready to share this particular secret yet. I promise you, if that was the case, you'd be the first to know. Chapter 7. He needed to chat with Tess, which would be easier if he knew what to say. He still had no idea what was happening with these new feelings for Carly appearing out of nowhere, but something in him had shifted. And before he could explore what that was, he needed to talk to Tess about their future. Did she envision it being just the two of them forever, or was she open to him finding happiness again with someone? With Carly? He shook his head. Where on earth had that sudden deep desire for his friend come from? Did she return the feelings? In the shed earlier that day, there had definitely been chemistry, a sexual tension that had never existed before. Or maybe he just hadn't noticed? Or chose not to notice? He'd always admired and respected her. She was the only person in town he'd trusted, the only person in his life, really. He'd always loved being around her, but now that attraction seemed to be pulling him a different way. He still longed to be around her easygoing, caring, upbeat nature, but now there was also a desire to touch her, kiss her, see what those lips tasted like, feel the soft silkiness of her skin, breathe in the scent of her hair. He felt his body stir, and he cleared his throat as he headed down the hall toward Tess's room, where the sound of a new pop album floated out into the hallway. As he neared the door, he heard her singing off-key and grinned. Tess was so much like her mother. Allison loved to sing, too. She couldn't carry a tune in a bucket, but she didn't care. She said a singing person was a happy person. Tess was the same. Spirited, full of life, and uninhibited. In Tess, he would always have a piece of Allison. His gut tightened. Would Tess ever be okay with someone else being in their lives, taking over that role? No one could replace her mother. But maybe his daughter could learn to love and respect someone else, someone she already did love and respect in a different way. He tapped on the door and waited for her "come in" before entering. "Hey, Dad," she said. Inside, she was packing items into her backpack for the week-long summer camp at the Marine Life Sanctuary starting the next day. She'd attended the camps at the conservatory every year since she was 4 years old. She loved learning about marine life and the environmental efforts that Dr. Ann Sweeney and her small team of researchers were implementing and studying here in Port Serenity. Every year, there was a new focus for the camp, and the kids learned something different. Dr. Ann kept the learning fun with games and activities, but she also taught the kids some complex things. She took them out to the observation cabin across from the docks to study creatures in the wild, as well as teaching research methods in the lab. Tess always enjoyed the camp, and each time it ended, she was more convinced than ever that a career in marine biology was the future she wanted. Oliver thought his daughter would be perfectly suited for the job, but knowing she would be choosing a life near the water and its unpredictability made him slightly uneasy. He'd never deter Tess from following her dreams, but he secretly hoped that as she got older, that dream might shift to something safer, something preferably on land. He watched her pack her hat and sun cream into the bag and felt the same pride he always felt seeing his daughter be responsible. He did a few awkward-looking hip-hop dance moves to the upbeat music before saying, "Can I turn this down just a bit?" Tess nodded, a slight frown appearing on her face. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, we just need to talk for a sec," he said, suddenly second-guessing if they really did need to talk. Nothing was going on between him and Carly, except some supercharged sexual tension, and he still wasn't sure he was going to act on it in any way, or if she was even really up for it. Maybe they should figure it out before they talked to Tess.
Tess looked sheepish as she lowered the volume on her music.
I know what this is about, and before you get upset, I couldn't just leave it out in the cold.
Couldn't leave what out in the cold exactly? He quickly scanned the room. What are you talking about? Tess's expression changed to one of wide-eyed innocence.
Nothing. What are you talking about?
Oliver sighed, his own topic on hold. Tess, what kind of animal do you have hiding in here? Could be a dozen animals hiding among this mess, even one she knew nothing about. Clothes littered the floor. Magazines, papers, and books were strewn everywhere except where they belonged, on her desk. Her bookshelf was in disarray, and he didn't even dare look under the bed.
I'm finding him a home, but I couldn't just leave him outside, she said, slowly opening her closet.
Inside, a tiny, frail, white and orange kitten lay curled up on a t-shirt, a bowl of milk beside him. In Oliver's favorite cereal bowl. Mystery solved as to where it had gone. Oliver's heartstrings tugged involuntarily. The thing was adorable, but he had to stay strong. They weren't adopting a kitten, even if it was the cutest little thing he'd ever seen. Shit. He moved closer and peered at the sleeping, purring animal. His fur looked matted, and he was far too thin. How long has he been in here?
2 days. I found him in your shed, when I was absolutely not snooping for my birthday gift.
Oliver rolled his eyes.
But just off topic, my favorite color is teal green, in case you ever need that information.
He sucked in a breath. Wow, his planned conversation had taken 2 quick detours in record time. Acknowledged. Now, you say you are trying to find him a home?
I told Darcy about him and said if anyone mentioned a missing kitten to let me know right away.
Didn't sound like she was trying too hard. Tess, you know we can't keep him.
Why not? She asked.
Unfortunately, he had no real answer. It wasn't like a dog that required daily walks and took up a lot of space, or a guinea pig that needed a cage and a place to set up. A kitten couldn't be that much work. He shook his head. Look, let's sleep on that, okay? He really wanted to get to the point he'd come in to discuss. She nodded, grinning as though she knew she'd just adopted a kitten. He was such a softy, and the thing was too cute. He'd set some ground rules before officially agreeing, but they both knew they now had a pet. Tess sat on the edge of the bed and swung her legs.
Okay, what did you want to talk about?
Oliver thought hard for a moment. How did he bring this up? His gaze fell on the kitten, and he nodded slowly, the unexpected animal giving him an unexpected lead-in. I wanted to chat about our family dynamic.
Okay.
Take the kitten, for example. Bringing him into our lives, if I decide we can keep him, will change things.
Make things better, she said.
Perhaps, but also complicate things. He'll need food and water and a litter box that will need cleaning. Essentially, he'll need his own space and toys.
That stuff won't take up much room.
Right. But he'll also need lots of love and attention.
Not a problem,
she said happily. But that could limit my ability to spend 100% of my time with you, he said. She laughed.
I can share your attention, Dad.
Could she? I'm just saying, for the last few years, it's just been you and me. I'm happy with that. I'm just curious about how you feel. Tess's expression changed slightly, and a look of perceptiveness crept across her features.
Well, I think adding to our family will be strange at first, but more people, or kittens, to love and care for is never a bad thing, right?
Oliver nodded slowly, a small sense of relief washing over him. Right.
How do you feel about the idea of changing the family dynamic? She asked.
Wow, he'd been wanting to feel her out, and here she was, flipping the script on him. I'm not entirely sure, but I just wanted to open the dialogue.
She smiled. I'm glad you did.
You are?
I think it's about time we consider expanding, she said with a grin, hearing the kitten stir.
She got up, picked him up, and cuddled him into her chest. Okay, then, he said. Was his little girl giving him permission to move on with his life, explore the possibility of a future with someone else, bring someone new into their lives? Or was she just really trying to convince him to keep the kitten? Either way, Oliver felt a little lighter as he turned the volume back up on her music and left her to get ready for camp. Carly yawned as she turned off the store lights and climbed the back interior stairs to her apartment later that evening. That day's store traffic had been insane, with several tour buses arriving in town from other parts of Alaska. The one-day tours were always hectic as groups swarmed the shelves for Cialina souvenirs. Restocking had taken hours, but at the end of the day, she was happy to see the sales numbers. While so far she was on board with Sebastian's new tourism ideas, she had meant what she'd said to Skylar. She wanted to also show him that the town's current strategies worked well. She opened her apartment door and entered, the scent of crock-pot lasagna making her stomach growl. Prepping the meal first thing in the morning and letting it cook all day while she worked was the only way to ensure she ate a balanced diet during the crazy tourist season. It was a trick she'd learned from her mom years before, and a habit she still kept. Hanging her purse and keys on the hook near the door, she went into the kitchen and lifted the cover on the pot. Steam escaped, followed by the delicious aroma of meat and cheese and pasta sauce. She grabbed a bowl from the cupboard and dished up her dinner, packing the rest away into storage containers. There was always so much left over, the downside to living alone. But she refused to eat single-serving microwavable food. She wasn't prepared to solidify her fate as a spinster just yet. No cats, no frozen dinners. As she sat down to eat, her cell phone chimed with a new email. Picking it up, she saw the message from Heartbeat Books with the subject line, "The third installment of the Cialina series." Her fork suspended in midair, Carly's heart raced as she opened the message from her editor. Dear Carly, I hope the flurry of activity in Port Serenity this month is providing ample inspiration for your work in progress. More like a plausible excuse for procrastination. I'm writing to check in on your progress as our deadline for the third book is approaching fast. Sales and marketing have already launched their extensive promotional campaigns, and early sales reports are promising. But we want to make sure we maintain momentum. Therefore, I'm writing to ask if you could submit the book chapters to me as you've written them. The fork clattered to her plate. What? Unprecedented, yes, I know, but we want to release excerpts to exclusive promoters leading up to release date. If you could just forward anything you've written so far beyond the sample excerpt we've included in Love at Sea, that would be a great start. Thanks, Carly, waiting with bated breath for the conclusion of Cialina's love story. XX Page. Senior Acquisitions Editor, Heartland Publishing. Her editor wanted new chapters. The problem was, Carly didn't have new chapters. This entire series had begun on a whim, as a simple fanfic short story she'd submitted to Digital Press, an online reader app, the year before. She'd never expected the story would hit 1 million readers and gain the attention of Paige Heartland, the editor at the small Alaska-based publishing house, or that it would have resulted in a 3-book, 6-figure deal that had basically changed Carly's life overnight a year ago. She hadn't thought she was capable of the 3,000-word short story, let alone a series trilogy, but the first book had flown onto the pages.
Evidently, forbidden love was not much of a foreign concept to her. The first book in the series was essentially a thinly veiled, fictionalized account of her own love life, her hidden desires, her longing for a love that could never be. The editor had loved it. Readers had loved it even more. It had given her the confidence and inspiration to write the next book, Love at Sea. It continued the heartfelt struggles of love from afar. Cialina and her fisherman were navigating an impossible connection that neither of them truly understood or knew how to resolve. Readers were hooked, but unfortunately also growing impatient. They were calling for the love story to come full circle. After hundreds of pages of sensual experiences and interactions that were soul connections, readers were demanding the real thing. No more fantasies, no more lusting from afar. Which meant she needed to make good on the mythical themes she'd introduced and give Cialina her 30 days on land hall pass of sorts that had been the dangling carrot in the first 2 books. It was time to take the Serpent Queen out of her element and explore the connection on land. She'd introduced it in the excerpted chapter, but then she'd stalled. Now that Cialina was on land, what next? As she set her phone aside, it chimed again. Another new message from Paige. "Oh, and I'll need those chapters you mentioned you'd written already by tomorrow," the one-line message read. Those chapters were still rough. Ideas, really. It was going to be a long night. Eating quickly, not really tasting the food, Carly cleared away her dishes and put the leftover food into her fridge. Then, grabbing her new laptop, she sat at her desk and flipped to the second chapter, where the blinking cursor sat waiting for inspiration. How was she supposed to write this final story when she really had no idea what would happen between Cialina and her fisherman? Longing, unreciprocated feelings, and dancing around a real connection were things she knew. Write what you know had definitely been working for her. But how did she write a story about the 2 lovers actually coming together in a meaningful, impactful way that would meet reader expectations when she herself hadn't experienced that pleasure? Fiction is not real. Come on, Carly. Stop trying to write a fictionalized diary entry and just tell a good story. Sighing, she started to type. The fisherman stares at me for a long time, as though he's not sure he can trust what he's seeing. Maybe I'm just a hallucination, a figment of the overactive minds of men who spend so many lonely days at sea. He recognizes me, but he's unsure. I've always stayed just out of sight, out of conscious realization. He's never been certain he's seen me, yet now I'm standing here fully exposed, fully vulnerable. There's a disbelief, a slight madness in his eyes, and I hold my breath in these new air-filled lungs as I wait for him to shoo me away like some wild animal. Instead, he turns away, and I watch as he moves toward the old wooden dresser in the corner of the bedroom, where he silently retrieves a plaid shirt and a pair of shorts. He hands them to me, and for the first time I realize I'm naked. Humans cover their beautiful bodies with these fabrics, mostly for warmth and modesty, I've noted, but as I put it on, I feel confined, restricted. If I want to stay in this world, I need to blend in, become one of them. But already I feel a tightness in my chest about what that means, about the restrictions I'm about to accept. I've always pitied the humans for their fragile sensibilities, their need for these fabrics for their comfort. They break so easily, their skin so weak that it can't bear the elements of nature without crumbling. I don't like that I'm now no stronger than that I too am vulnerable to the wind, the rain, the cold, the heat. Feeling powerless is decidedly the worst feeling of all. How do these humans survive it? My hands shake as I struggle with the buttons on the shirt, too small and cumbersome, I've held 8-ton ships out of the violent thrashing of waves, and these tiny round plastic buttons are defeating me. The fisherman approaches. "May I?" he asks. It's the first time I've heard his voice this close, usually muted by distance and the echoing of the wind. It's low and quiet, but full of depth. I nod, and he reaches for them. I watch as he buttons the shirt. He's taller than I am in this form, and his body is thick and wide and strong compared to my thin, womanly shape. I'd have no chance in protecting myself from him should he choose to hurt me. I shiver at the thought. He smells like the sea, and I instantly crave home, the deep hollowness in the pit of my stomach now that the choice has been made and I've sealed my fate. Terror and panic overwhelm me, emotions I've never battled before, and I forget to inhale. But the fisherman's eyes meet mine, and the kindness reflected in his carries not pity, but admiration, as though he somehow understands the sacrifice I've just made, as though he understands the turmoil whirling within my core, as though he knows what it feels like to be lost and afraid. The longer our eyes hold, the more my heart rate relaxes, my body stops its quivering, and the ache for home in my chest subsides. If I could stare into his eyes, the windows to his soul, forever, I might be okay. But he looks away and takes a step backward. "Are you hungry?" he asks. Am I? I don't know. I've never felt that sensation before. I touch my stomach and feel a slight rumble, but it isn't until the smell of a fish stew cooking on the stove hits my nose that I truly feel the hunger churning inside. Suddenly, I feel empty, as though I've never eaten before. I sit at the table across from him and accept the meal with gratitude, shoveling the food in so fast I nearly choke. He watches me while I eat, and I can see the questions rolling over in his mind. Am I really here? How is this possible? Has he truly lost his mind now? I want to reassure him that I am real, in the best way I can be, but I haven't learned to speak in his language yet. At least, not in a way he'd understand. My voice would scare him. After we eat, he clears away the dishes and leads the way into the bedroom. My heart races. He tears the sheets from the bed and replaces them with new ones. I stand there, unsure what to do. Mating in my world is far different than the human world, so I stand there waiting, held captive by my choices. I'm here, and there's nowhere else I can go until my time runs out. I'm at the mercy of this fisherman's kindness or cruelty. He turns to look at me, and in the dim light of the room, illuminated only by a lamp that strikes a remarkable resemblance to me, the me I truly am, his expression has changed once again. Now it's one of acceptance, belief, dare I hope, happiness that I'm here. He walks toward me and reaches out a hand to touch my cheek, as though he has to make sure. His shoulders relax when his flesh touches mine, but my skin torches under the contact. Humans have no idea the power their touch can yield. Their contact can harm, it can heal, it can entice. I feel a tingling throughout my core, and tiny little lumps surface on the skin I can see. What is this? My legs tremble as though they may collapse, and my mouth fills with saliva as the fisherman's hand traces the contours of my face. He caresses every inch of it. Then his hand softly strokes my hair. I'm frozen, not in fear, but in this foreign feeling wrapping around me, this intense desire that simmers beneath the surface of this humanly frame. I never knew humans could feel so many things all at once, so deeply, so strong, yet so tender and all-encompassing.
His gaze seems lost as it sweeps over me. He doesn't speak, just continues to feel, reassure himself that I'm not a figment of madness and despair. What is he thinking? What is he feeling? This tension simmering between us has my body on alert. My skin tingles in anticipation, but my heart pounds with a dreaded uncertainty. Will he accept me? Will he want me? I've made the ultimate sacrifice to be here with him. Will he reject me? Will it all be for naught? How do I know what feelings are real when I've never felt them before? How do I take the risk of opening my heart to this lonely stranger I've admired and longed for from afar? Does he feel the same attraction and passion for me? Or will my heart be shattered once the waning moon returns? Carly sighed as she sat back from the computer. Same girl, same. Chapter 8. The tiny, yet-to-be-named white and orange fluff ball was curled up on a mat in the shed the next day, as Oliver ran a hand over the smooth wood grain of the paddleboard he was building for Tess. He'd carved a Cialina figure into the wood grain, and he'd planned on painting it various shades of sea green and ocean blue, teal now as well. He sighed and shook his head. Her birthday gift may no longer be a surprise, but at least he knew what color to paint it. Maybe once she received it, she'd give up the new kayak idea. SUP was an activity she'd been wanting to try, and he'd already enrolled her in a week-long session a short drive away in Sirens Bay, the best surfing and water sports area in this part of Alaska. The surf there was perfect for beginners, and the lessons were done as a group with a certified instructor in an alcove close to the shore. Over the years of trial and error, he'd learned this was the way to approach things with his younger daughter. Redirect. Never say no, that only made her more determined and persistent to get her way. Offering other options often worked. He hoped it did this time. He stared at the intricate design of the serpent queen in the wood and sighed. If only she were real. If only there really was someone or something in these waters protecting those at sea. Not just a fanciful woven tale. Like this new romance series creating such an uproar around town. Not just the women, but the men, too, were buying and reading this new series. The mystery surrounding its author held almost as much appeal as the books themselves. Oliver shook his head. He didn't get it, nor did he suspect he would. His cell alarm chimed, indicating 1/4 to the hour, so he put his tools away and covered the paddleboard. Then he locked up the shed, climbed into his vehicle, and headed down to the docks. He parked on the pier and headed toward the Marine Life Sanctuary building, where he could see the summer camp kids in their matching teal-blue camper shirts with the Port Serenity Wildlife Conservatory logo on the back, reaching into the water with small beakers. Obviously some kind of experiment. He hung back a little, watching Tess reach in to fill her own beaker, and he grinned. She loved the water and all its mysteries and secrets. The brilliant scientist, in her lab coat over cut-off jean shorts and matching camp t-shirt, waved at him now as she motioned for the kids to take the beakers back inside the lab. He waved in return and leaned back against the front of the truck to wait. He was 5 minutes early. But Dr. Ann surprised him by walking toward him. "Hey, Oliver, can we chat for a minute?" "Everything okay?" he asked. Tess had a history of being a bit of a know-it-all at camp. Dr. Ann wouldn't be the first to tell him that Tess needed to listen more and talk a little less when it was interrupting other children's learning. It was the only complaint her school teachers had about her. "Great! Tess is so amazing to have in the camp." "But?" Dr. Ann laughed as she shook her head. "No buts." Oliver raised an eyebrow. "Okay, so she's a little chatty," she said. "But in my camp, I encourage that. If she wants to share her knowledge, she can share away. Besides, she's hardly ever wrong." Oliver sighed. Tell me about it. Disagreements with his daughter tended to go in her favor 9 times out of 10. Tess rarely made bad choices, and even when she did things he didn't necessarily love or agree with, she always pleaded a great case. She came to every discussion prepared to negotiate and persuade by having done her research. Allison used to say that someday what they found most challenging about her would lead to Tess's greatest strengths. Parenting Tess had just been easier when it had been the two of them in it together. "So what's up?" he asked. I was just wondering if you and Tess might be interested in tacos," she said. Oliver frowned. "Tacos? Like as a fun lunch at camp or Parents' Day food item?" "I've been told my tacos are the best in Port Serenity. I mean, by my brother's assessment, at least," she said with an awkward-sounding laugh. "Tomorrow is Taco Tuesday, so I thought if the two of you aren't busy, you might like to join me." Oliver swallowed hard, trying to decipher the invite. Was she asking him on a date? Dinner at her place? She'd included Tess, which was both better and worse. He cleared his throat. "That's really nice of you, but Tess and I have plans tomorrow night," he said. At least, they did now. He'd come up with something so that it wouldn't be a white lie. "What plans?" Tess asked, approaching, her open backpack slung over one shoulder, licking a popsicle, her hat falling off her head. "You know, that thing," he mumbled. Tess shook her head. "There's no thing. I checked your calendar. We're free." The downside of linking his daughter's cell phone to his to keep an eye on her meant she also had access to his information. He shifted from one foot to the other, unsure what to say. Tess looked eager to have tacos with her summer camp instructor. But why? "Right, tomorrow is Tuesday," he said, unconvincingly. "I was thinking about the thing we have on Thursday." Real smooth. Tess grinned, her mouth and tongue a bright purple. "Great. Well, what do you say?" Dr. Ann asked. "Sure, tacos sound great," he said. "Perfect. My place at 7? He nodded as he took Tess's backpack from her and helped her climb into the passenger seat of the truck. "See you then." "Bring your appetite," Dr. Ann called as she waved and headed back toward the building, where the rest of the children were gathering their things and several parents waited for pickup. When he was settled into the driver's seat, he shot Tess a look. "Care to explain what that was about?" She bit off a piece of the popsicle and said over the mouthful of ice, "You need to get back in the saddle." Oliver nearly drove off the shoulder of the road. "Excuse me?" "Get your groove back, your love on," Tess said. Where the hell had this come from? He cleared his throat. Excuse me, what?" She glanced at him. "You know, our chat, yesterday, about expanding our family, bringing more people and pets into our intimate circle." Intimate circle. Oliver ran a hand over his stubbly chin and fought for the right words. He had broached the topic with Tess to gauge her thoughts on the idea of him potentially dating, of moving on, but he hadn't meant for her to suddenly start playing matchmaker. Maybe he should have been more direct, clearer in the discussion. Maybe he should have been more specific that he wasn't into dating just anyone. First, maybe she should clarify her thought process with this whole taco night thing. "You think I should date Dr. Ann?" "Why not? I think she's pretty and smart, and she thinks you're cute." "Huh? She told you she thinks I'm cute?" "She didn't need to say it, Dad. I noticed the way she looked at you at drop-off this morning. There was definitely chemistry." He sighed. She'd noticed chemistry. He hadn't. He hadn't dated in so long, hadn't even entertained the idea of dating in so long, that he didn't pick up on those social clues anymore. For months, Allison had been flirting with him in home economics, and he'd never clued in that she wanted him to ask her out. She'd finally been the one to ask him out. So, these tacos are a date? He didn't like the idea, and he certainly didn't like the idea of misleading either Tess or Dr. Ann into thinking he was interested in a relationship. At least, not with the local marine scientist.
"If you kiss her at the end, it is," Tess said after some contemplation.
Kiss her? He wasn't going to kiss Dr. Ann. He wasn't going to kiss anyone. Except maybe Carly. Eventually. Someday. If he ever got the courage to figure out how to tell her about these growing feelings, and if he could stop his daughter from setting him up on any more dates. "There will be no kissing," he said firmly.
"Right. That could be awkward for you and gross for me. Best if I'm not there. I'll make a play date with Darcy so you can go alone," she said, licking the remains of the frozen treat from the stick.
"You will not. You got me into this. You're coming along. And next time, don't ambush me like that." They had a rule: discuss things in private first. Seems his daughter suspected he never would have agreed to this if Dr. Ann hadn't been standing there. Tess sighed.
"Dad, you can't be alone forever."
"I'm not alone. I have you," he said.
"Only for another 6 years and 2 months. Then I'm headed to Hawaii."
He smirked. "Hawaii, huh?"
She nodded confidently. "That's where Dr. Ann studied marine biology. She says once I'm 16, I can work as a volunteer at the conservatory, which looks great on a university application. She said she'll even write my letter of recommendation."
Oliver ruffled her hair and grinned to himself. His 10-year-old had her future all carefully figured out. If only Oliver had his so perfectly planned. 5 a.m. Writers' Club was a thing, and Carly was its latest member. Sitting at her laptop before the sun had risen the next morning, a fresh, steaming cup of coffee at the ready, she rotated her shoulders and quickly reread the chapter from Sunday's writing session. Not bad, not perfect, but that was what revisions were for. Right now, she needed to get the words onto the page so that she had something to send to her editor. Taking a deep breath and a big gulp of caffeine, she started to type. That night, I can't sleep. I lie awake, watching the rise and fall of the fisherman's chest, listening to his deep, peaceful breath as he rests. I've loved him from afar for so long. Having him so close feels surreal. This mythical being from another world. His pale skin, dark hair, and eyes the color of the sea are etched in my mind from years of watching him sail above the surface. Our time is borrowed. My kind can't sustain life above the water for more than 30 days. Choosing to use this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity now to spend it with him is something I know I'll never regret. But the time is already passing far too quickly. Each day is closer to the end. He won't remember me once these days together are over, won't remember the way we'd longed for one another when being together hadn't been possible. The day he discovered me still haunts my thoughts. He wasn't afraid. There wasn't a look of terror in his eyes, like there is with so many others who see me lurking beneath. He hadn't tried to follow me when I swam away, but he was there again the next day, the same cove where I rest. Few venture that far north. My language and his are different, but we don't need words to communicate. The connection between us is so strong it surpasses all obstacles. If I could stay, would I? Would I choose love above my ultimate duty of protecting these shores along Port Serenity's coast? Would I leave my world behind to stay on this land, knowing someday I'd age, I'd die,
I'd be long forgotten? Would I do that for him? All I can do is wait to see if he'll ask. Carly sighed as she closed the laptop and sipped her now lukewarm coffee, her interaction with Oliver the day before still playing on her mind. It had obviously manifested itself in this new scene and this new source of conflict for Cialina. Before, it had felt like there was no chance for her and Oliver, but now she wasn't so sure. The day before, there had been something, and that foolishly gave her new hope and new conflict. Checking the clock on the wall, she composed an email to Paige. Dear Paige, exciting news that the promotion team believes in this story enough to ramp up their campaign. Full disclosure, this book is taking a little longer than the others, but I'm attaching several new chapters for your review. Be kind, these are still in first draft. Have a great day. Carly, XX. She attached the new chapters she'd written and hit send on the email. Then, getting up, she headed into her bathroom to shower and get ready for work. By the time she'd dried her hair, her cell chimed with a new message from Paige. Carly, these pages are wonderful. Can't wait to read more. XX Paige. Carly sighed in relief. At least her current turmoil was resulting in great fiction. Exhausted from lack of sleep, she set up for the day downstairs, and before she knew where the time went, the first few customers were lined up outside. Smiling, she opened the door and lost herself in a sea of tourists. She didn't check the time again until she saw Sebastian enter just before noon. He was definitely committed to his promise of learning everything he could about Cialina. He hadn't missed Cialina school in 2 weeks. That day, he seemed even more energetic as he approached the counter with a coffee for her from the diner. Thank you, she said, gratefully taking a gulp. These 5 a.m. wake-ups were going to be tough. By now, she could really use a nap, not more caffeine. I have great news, Sebastian said, leaning his elbows on the counter. What's going on? She asked. The parade is going to be televised, he said proudly. Carly's eyes widened over the rim of the coffee cup. Really? Wow! How? The local TV station wasn't far-reaching enough to warrant the effort of televising the parade. Everyone in Port Serenity who wanted to see it would be there live anyway. I have a contact at News Live Anchorage. I reached out yesterday and pitched the idea, and she loved it. The network is also looking to showcase more local stories to help bring more visitors to all parts of Alaska, so they are in. Sebastian's smile was wide as he delivered the news. That's great, she said, feeling the excitement for all of 20 seconds before the pressure set in. It just means we are really going to have to pull out all the stops this year. Her float would be impressive, but they'd need to make sure the entire parade was spectacular. I've already drafted this email for parade participants encouraging them to go bigger and better, offering incentives for their efforts, Sebastian said, opening his email on his phone and handing it to her. Carly read quickly. Sponsored gift cards, free promo, and the local marketing guide. She nodded as she handed the phone back. This is wonderful. It will definitely entice everyone to put their best work in. He looked happy as he hit send on the mass email and tucked his phone away. I did good? You did good, she said. Now she needed to make sure her parade float was the most impressive display Alaska and the world had ever seen. No pressure. With Tess at camp that week, the lighthouse tours fell on his shoulders, and by the third one that day, Oliver was struggling to muster the enthusiasm. Funny how the tour information seemed to get shorter with each one. But if people wanted to know the history, they could read all the poster boards on the lighthouse walls and the artifact descriptions. Outside, he lined the group up for the obligatory photo and barely waited until everyone was in place before flashing the pic. Okay, thanks for coming. Photos will be mailed out in the next few weeks, he said. As the crowd dispersed, Some to hike the coastline trail around the lighthouse, others to sit in the picnic area along the shoreline. One woman lingered. With her cell phone, she snapped a dozen photos of the lighthouse and the surrounding plot of land. Then he noticed her talking into a recording app. Her clothing didn't exactly scream tourist on vacation. There were no Ciolina-themed t-shirt or knee socks on this woman. The polished dress capris and flowy white blouse with expensive-looking leather flats on her feet gave him a slight uneasiness as he approached. He'd seen enough tourists to know this woman wasn't one. She'd been quiet on the tour, taking everything in, but now she seemed full of questions as Oliver approached.
"Anything I can help you with?"
he asked. "All this land belongs to the lighthouse?" the woman asked, gesturing to the entire plot on which the lighthouse stood.
"The land belongs to the community as well as the lighthouse, yes," he said, feeling the hair on the back of his neck stand up. "Let me guess, real estate developer?"
He'd cut straight to the chase. She extended a hand toward him. "Eliza Delton from Delton Vacation Properties. Nice to meet you," she said politely. He'd like to say the same, but inside he was raging. That slimy Sebastian had sent a property developer out to take a look at the land before he'd even pitched the B&B idea to the tourism board. The man's arrogance had just crossed a line into cocky, and Oliver's opinion of him took a further nosedive.
"How can I help you?"
he asked again, because he wanted this woman gone before Tess got back from camp. He wasn't ready to tell his daughter about this just yet, and he certainly didn't want Tess finding out this way. He hoped a rumor wasn't already spreading through town. "I just wanted to come out and see the land before my company put together its proposal for expansion," she said, pulling a notebook out of her oversized purse and sketching the lay of the land. He could save her the trouble by offering a copy of the blueprints, but he wouldn't.
"Expansion?"
"Some cabins. The main house will only accommodate 8 to 10 guests at most, with some renovations, so we'd likely put another 6 or 7 cabins along the back of the property," she said. "But I'm not really at liberty to say any more than that." Things were being planned around him as though he didn't matter, as though he would get no say in the decision. She shut the sketchbook and took a final look around. "I think that's all I need for now. Thank you for your time," she said. Oliver simply nodded as he watched her head toward a rental car parked in the gravel parking lot and drive away. Unsure how to feel, he needed to busy himself, otherwise he was going to head straight to the tourism office and demand that Sebastian give it to him straight. Was he losing his family home or not? Inside, he headed into the laundry room, where a load of wash had finished drying. Taking everything out of the dryer, he folded the items. Then, picking up the basket, he carried it into Tess's room. He had to shove the door open, as there was yet another pile of clothes and toys blocking his access. He sighed as he entered and scanned. Unlike his older daughter, who had been meticulously organized and neat, Tess was a tornado of chaos, most of all in how she kept her room. But she claimed to know where everything was. He set the laundry basket down on her bed and sat, his shoulders slumping as he tried to process all the conflicting emotions he was suddenly dealing with. His gaze landed on a picture of Tess, Catherine, and Allison on her nightstand. He reached for it and stared at the photo he'd taken of the 3 of them at the local fairgrounds the spring before the disappearance. Cotton candy in hand, the 3 of them wore goofy smiles. Tess looked so little then. If only Allison could see how much she'd grown. Would his wife be proud of how he was raising her? How would she feel about the prospect of him moving on, potentially away from the home they'd built? He wasn't sure that part was a choice he'd get to make. He set the photo back down and, picking up the clothes, he approached the dresser. He rearranged the mess of clothes sticking out and tucked the clean stuff inside. No wonder the drawers were overflowing. Tess had stashed dozens of books in there. He lifted the stack of Nancy Drew books, planning to add them to her bookshelf, and frowned, seeing the Cialina-themed fantasy romance underneath, obviously hidden. Where on earth had she gotten it? She'd never be brave enough to take it out of the library, and Carly would have told him if Tess had bought a copy from the store. He didn't think Carly would have loaned it to her without asking him first, or at least letting him know. He flipped through the pages. He'd heard a lot of people talking about the series around town and its mystery author, but he'd had no interest in checking them out. Romance wasn't his genre of choice. He looked at the animated, hand-drawn image on the cover, an image of Cialina in the water, staring off at a fisherman in his boat in the distance, with the title Forbidden Love. He turned it over and read the back cover copy. Sea Serpent Queen Cialina has one purpose in life, to protect the waters around Port Serenity, Alaska, and all those who dare to venture into the frigid North Pacific. Generations of her kind have been rumored to lurk beneath the ocean's surface, and her solo existence is a lonely one. When she sees a local fisherman plagued by grief and sorrow, her world is turned upside down, as a strange yet undeniable force draws her to him. She can't seem to break the spell of attraction she feels for the human, but a love between them could never exist. Haunted by this forbidden love, Cialina is desperate to find a way to connect with her fisherman, risking everything she's always sworn to protect. Oliver frowned as he flipped through the pages. How sexy was this book? He noticed a section of several dog-eared pages, and his heart raced. Tess had already learned about sex at school. They'd had several awkward chats, but was she getting a sexual education from these books? He held his breath as he started to read. Every night, the fisherman sits on the small front porch swing. He whittles away, carving small woodland creatures into blocks of wood. I love watching his skilled hands move as he carves away at the old pieces of trees to create these wonderful figurines. We sit there for hours in silence, enjoying being with one another, without him fully aware of my presence in the water just a few feet away. I don't want to scare him. I don't want to intrude. But I can sense that he knows I'm there. I see him look out at the water sometimes and notice his small smile. I know he likes having me there, and each day it feels as though our connection is growing stronger. I long for his touch, his kiss, his arms around me, but my fisherman maintains a distance, and I can't find a way to connect our worlds. In the mornings, he goes back out to sea to fish, but this morning he's left a gift along the shores where I hide. I see the carved figurine of myself, only it's a different version of myself, one that fits into his world. I pick it up and stare at it. Is this how the fisherman still sees me? Is this the only version of me he'll ever accept? Will I have to change who I am for him to accept this connection as real? How else could we possibly be together? Oliver sighed in relief as he closed the book. At least it wasn't a graphic sex scene that his daughter had flagged. Unsure what to do, he slipped the book back under the Nancy Drew collection in the dresser drawer where she'd hidden it. Until he could figure out the best way to handle the situation, he'd leave his daughter to it. News about the televised parade had definitely spurred excitement in town. Carly's cell phone hadn't stopped chiming with new messages all morning from people replying all to Sebastian's mass announcement the day before. So far, it seemed that the town was embracing Sebastian and his ideas. His pitch to turn the glacier waterfalls into a tourist destination had been approved by the committee, thanks in part to her support, and plans were already moving forward to have the spot open in time for next year's tourism season. As Carly hung a last-in-stock sign above a table of random items, the door opened and Skylar entered the store. "So, turns out Rachel was right. These books are seriously addictive," her cousin said, sounding almost annoyed at having been wrong, or just not having read them sooner. "Really?" That was a real compliment coming from the biggest Cialina critic in Port Serenity. "Yes! The writing is so engaging, I could keep flipping the pages for hours and not get bored. And the backstory the author has created for Cialina makes her so endearing and sympathetic. We've always known her as this creature lurking in the water, saving ships, but this new, deeper version of her is fascinating." Carly grinned. "You know she's a myth, right?" She couldn't help but tease her cynical cousin, who had always had a tough time getting on board with the town's mythology. Skylar swiped at her playfully. "When's the next one releasing?" "October 4th, Carly said. "And how do you know that?" Oops. The book hadn't been announced yet. Carly thought quickly. "Oh, well, as a store owner, I'm given the release dates ahead of time. For promotion and stuff." Her cheeks were flushed, and she could see that her cousin wasn't buying it. Skylar could always tell when she wasn't being completely truthful or was hiding something from her. They'd always been as close as sisters. "Right. Yeah, that makes sense." Skylar paused. "You know what I thought was uncanny as I was reading, though?" "What's that?" Carly asked casually, avoiding her cousin's piercing stare as she readjusted several items on the table. "The similarities between you and Cialina," Skylar said. Now she was sweating. "What?" she scoffed. "That's silly." She headed back behind the counter and pretended to restock the till tape. "Like the physical description of Cialina when she becomes human in the preview of Book 3, 5'2", slim build, long dark hair, and green eyes." Shit. She hadn't realized she'd given the humanized version of Cialina her characteristics. Must have been subconscious. "That could be the description of practically half the women in town," Carly said, waving a hand. "Okay, well, the whole plot of Forbidden Love sounds very familiar as well. Two souls connected but forced apart by circumstance?" "Skylar, you don't read romance, but that is a very common trope," Carly said. "A fisherman who was grieving the loss of his family? Closed off from the world? A wood carver?" Skylar moved closer with each word. "The fisherman is Oliver." "Shh," Carly said as a patron entered the store. "I don't know what you're talking about. Oliver doesn't fish," she said. Skylar's eyes narrowed. "Okay. What about the turquoise pendant Cialina wears around her neck?" Skylar's eyebrows rose as she eyed the one Carly was wearing. "That's really coincidental," she said, her voice tight. "Unless it's not. You're Y.C. Salwart, aren't you?" Carly scoffed. And scoffed. "OMG, you are!" Skylar's eyes widened with excitement as though she'd been bluffing, but now Carly had confirmed it. Carly sighed and desperately pleaded with her cousin. "You have to keep this to yourself," she whispered. "Why? This is incredible. I never knew you wanted to be an author," Skylar said, lowering her voice. "I didn't. Not really. I kind of just fell into it," she said. "You fell into a 6-figure multi-book contract for a mega best-selling series?" Skylar asked incredulously. "Sort of, yeah. It started as a fanfic out of frustration one night." "Frustration about Oliver?" Carly nodded. "Do you think everyone else in town can see the similarities between me and Cialina and Oliver and the fisherman?" Skylar thought for a second. It took me a bit to see it, and I think I only did because we're so close, and, well, I started to suspect something was up with the recent spending. Putting the puzzle pieces together made me fairly confident in my accusation, she said with a laugh. Hey, why are you so freaked out that I know? This is great. I'm proud of you. You are? Yes. And so would the rest of Port Serenity be if they knew. Why the secret? It all happened so fast, and I had never expected the series to do so well. I guess a part of me wanted to keep the focus on the books. The mysterious author element seemed to help with sales, so the publisher was on board with keeping my identity a secret, she said. But don't you want people to know? Carly thought for a moment. She wasn't sure. As Skylar had pointed out, there were parts of herself, a lot of herself, within those pages, and announcing herself as the author might feel too personal. I don't know. Maybe, but not yet, she said. Then she pointed a finger at her cousin. And not a word to Rachel. Skylar nodded emphatically. Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. She'd never be able to keep this to herself. As Skylar placed an order for the third book in the series, Carly still felt on edge. Skylar now knew. How much longer before everyone else figured it out? Chapter 9. Dr. Ann lived on the eastern coast of Port Serenity, directly across from the lighthouse on a small inlet that was easier to get to by boat than car. She claimed to love the solitude and being surrounded by nature. She had a simple motorboat that she used to get back and forth to work every day, but Oliver opted for the dirt side road path to the woman's house that evening for their Taco Tuesday non-date. In the passenger seat, Tess bounced as they traversed the bumpy, uneven terrain. The boat would have been easier, she said. Off-roading's fun, he countered. Tell that to my bladder, she said, squeezing her knees together and doing a squirmy-looking dance. Oliver laughed. Hey, you were the one who wanted to do this, remember? He wouldn't admit that the ride was doing a number on his bladder as well. Only his sweating over the fact that he was being ambushed into his first evening with a woman in years made him forget that he, too, had to pee. Tess turned in the seat to scan him and frowned. You didn't put gel in your hair like I told you to. I was out, he said. He hadn't put gel in his hair for 3 years. The old container sitting in the bathroom drawer was probably sticky goo by now. His daughter leaned closer and sniffed him. You didn't put on cologne either, she scolded. He sighed. Are you saying I stink? He refused to act like he understood where this was coming from. She wanted him to look nice, smell nice, for Dr. Ann, because she wanted this to be a date. Oliver was determined to keep it as platonic as possible. Dad, you need to put some effort in. Actually, I don't. He pulled the truck into the lot next to Dr. Ann's modest bungalow and cut the engine. I know what you're trying to do, Tess, but it's not going to work. She pouted, but then her little face lit up with a mischievous grin. Damn, he'd just inadvertently issued a challenge to his 10-year-old. Come on, let's go, he said. The faster they could eat, the faster he could make a polite excuse to call it a night. It had been a day, with the property developer's untimely visit and finding the romance novel in Tess's room, and he wasn't exactly in the mood for this. As he climbed out of the truck, he saw Tess lean around the seat to grab something from the back. When she emerged, her face was covered by the biggest bouquet of wildflowers he'd ever seen, fastened with her hair ribbon. Where did they come from? I picked them from the yard. She tried to force them into his hands, but Oliver refused. You picked them. You can give them to her. He was already regretting this evening. He pulled at the collar of the shirt Tess insisted he wear. He should have continued to ignore her suggestions and gone with his comfy cotton t-shirt.
The dress shirt, the flowers. It was already too much. How was he ever going to start dating again when right now just looking presentable and being polite for an evening with a woman was more than he was comfortable with? Dr. Ann opened the door with a wide smile. She was wearing a t-shirt and casual-looking lounge pants, and Oliver had never felt so relieved in his life. She hadn't dressed up for the occasion. He sniffed the air around her. No perfume, and no extra makeup beyond what she'd been wearing when he'd picked Tess up from camp. All good signs. "Hi, come on in." "Hi, Dr. Ann," he said. "Oh, please, just Anne," she said. Tess entered first, handing her the flowers. "These are from Dad," she said. Anne took them and smiled, smelling them. She winked at him over the bouquet. "Thank you, Oliver. Very kind." Now he felt bad that they weren't from him, and she knew they weren't from him. They were just flowers. People brought flowers to other people for lots of different reasons. Anniversaries, birthdays, Mother's Day, funerals. His gut tightened as his real aversion to the flowers emerged. Allison and Catherine's funeral had been full of flowers. So many flowers. He hadn't been able to look at them the same way ever since. To him, they symbolized pain and grief. He cleared his throat and forced away the thought. He was there. He needed to try to relax and enjoy the evening, which was not a date in his mind, and he hoped he could softly, gently explain that to Anne once Tess wasn't within earshot. The food cooking in her kitchen did smell amazing, and his stomach growled as the scent of meat and cheese and peppers reached him. Anne laughed, hearing his stomach. "That's a good sign, at least. Food's ready. I'll just pop these into a vase of water and we can eat," she said. Surprisingly, dinner went better than he could have hoped. The food was delicious, and it seemed they both kept the conversation and spotlight on Tess. They talked about camp and all the things she was learning. They talked about her upcoming birthday and the kind of party she wanted to have. A backyard inflatable bouncy castle, to Oliver's relief. They chatted about Anne and Tess's shared passion for the Discovery Channel and all things Shark Week, and Oliver was truly relaxed by the end of the meal. Anne had been friendly, but not flirty, and she, too, hadn't seemed to want to discuss anything too private or deep. Sitting on the outdoor deck, furnished with a wicker table set and decorated with tiny lantern string lights to set a nice, cozy atmosphere, Oliver and Anne sipped on wine after dinner. Her home backed onto a small lake, which she'd turned into a private observation area to study more basic water species. It was quiet and peaceful as the sun set over the surrounding wilderness, and Oliver could definitely understand the appeal of living there. "Can I go feed the fish in your lake?" Tess asked. Anne nodded. "Of course, the feed is in that bucket. Just be careful if the water's edge is muddy. I wouldn't want you to slip and dirty your dress." Tess nodded. "I will." She grabbed the bucket and hurried off toward the water. Oliver watched as she tossed some food into the lake, but he saw her keeping one eye on them. Obviously, she was hoping if she left them alone, they might start to connect on a different level. His daughter was sneaky. "She really loves marine life," Anne remarked with a chuckle. "She reminds me so much of myself at that age." Oliver turned in his chair to look at her. "You always knew you wanted to be a marine biologist?" he asked. A safe enough topic. "Since I was 5 years old and my parents took me to Hawaii on vacation. We went to the aquarium and then diving, and I was hooked." Oliver nodded, sipping the wine. "I guess your future was predetermined as well?" Anne asked. "In a way, yeah. I mean, I could have done something different, but this felt right at the time." Anne studied him. "At the time?" Oliver sighed,
She'd caught that. How much did he want to reveal? Talking to Anne felt nice, comfortable, but he wasn't sure opening up about anything serious or personal was the right way to convey this wasn't a real date and wasn't leading anywhere beyond friendship. I'm not sure it's the right fit anymore, but I don't know. She nodded her understanding. I'm glad you came over. You and Tess, she said. It gets kinda lonely and quiet out here. His chest tightened slightly. But I have to tell you, Oliver, I'm not interested in a relationship. His mouth gaped. She wasn't? Well, why had she invited them to dinner? He was relieved, but he'd been planning to be the one to break that news. Now this felt slightly awkward. I'm sorry, but Tess kinda guilted you into inviting us for dinner? He asked in wry amusement. He should have known. Let me guess. She told you I liked you and that I was lonely. Anne laughed as she nodded. Yep. I take it you got the same pitch. I got that you thought I was cute. Tess caught a vibe. Anne laughed and then covered her mouth with her hand. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. You are definitely cute. But there was no vibe. Oliver sagged against the cushions in relief. They'd been bamboozled by his daughter. Anne wasn't interested in a relationship with him either. For the first time that evening, he really settled in to enjoy himself. Pressure off, he even kicked off his sandals and crossed his ankles. Truth is, I'm seeing someone, Anne said, lowering her voice. Really? Who? Port Serenity was a small enough town that if the doctor had been dating, there would be chatter. Everyone thought of her as a brilliant but slightly neurotic doctor. Most men in town were intimidated by her. Man, he hoped some dude wasn't going to show up and read the situation wrong. Another marine biologist, stationed in Hawaii, she said. A long-distance thing? It's torture, Anne said, sounding distressed. But it's always been that way, and with both of us on long-term contracts where we are researching, I don't see the gap closing anytime soon. You've never met face-to-face? Nope. She sighed, and Oliver heard the hint of longing. Only Skype calls and texts. Why don't you take time off and go visit? He asked. She must have vacation time she could take. Truthfully, because I'm terrified, she laughed. I'm afraid that once we meet, we'll realize what we have isn't so special. Silly, right? He shook his head. No, I get fear. Fear of relationships was something he understood very well. He'd experienced it from every angle. Disappointing someone, getting disappointed, hurting someone or getting hurt, dating, sex. He gulped, especially at the last one. He hadn't been with a woman sexually in 3 years. The only woman he'd ever been with was Allison. What if he'd completely forgotten how to do it, or, worse, was shitty at it? Do you think you ever will meet? He asked, needing to keep the subject of her love life at the forefront. Does he want to? He does. Recently, he's been talking about it more and more, but I don't know. I like things as they are, and I don't want to risk ruining it. She took a deep breath. What about you? What about me? He asked, sipping more wine. Do you think you'll ever be ready for another relationship? She asked, curling her leg under her on her chair. I have no idea, he said, an image of Carly popping into his mind. But you came here tonight, Anne said gently. So maybe part of you isn't completely opposed?
that was all Tess. He stared into the wine. I know she'd like me to start dating, find someone in theory, but I'm not sure she'd really be ready for it, you know?
Anne nodded gently. Sounds like you may be deflecting a little.
Or a lot,
he agreed with a laugh. He ran a hand through his hair.
It's tough to move on, I guess.
It's been 3 years. Allison would want you to be happy, she said. He knew she was right. Allison would be damn well pissed off if she knew he was still alone after all this time. She'd want him to open himself up again, find new love. But he just couldn't imagine a future, a life with someone else. Again, thoughts of Carly popped into his mind. Except maybe her. But how did that happen when they'd been friends for so long? How did they make that transition? He had no idea. Tess hurried up to them, a wide smile on her face. You two seem very chatty, she said with a grin. Oliver sighed and set the wine glass down. He stood, and wrapping his arms around Tess's shoulders, he smiled at Anne. It's getting late. We should go, but thank you for dinner and the conversation. Any time, Anne said as she stood. She hugged Tess and touched Oliver's shoulder. As they walked back toward his truck, Tess glanced up at him. No spark, huh? Oliver shook his head. Sorry, kiddo. Unfortunately not. There was only one woman he'd recently felt a spark with, and that fire might take a blowtorch to ignite. Oliver paced the sidewalk outside the Cialina bookstore and museum early the next morning. He checked the time on his watch and flinched as hot coffee spilled from the top of the cup he was bringing for Carly. 8:56. He peered inside but couldn't see her. Odd. She was usually in the store early, setting up for the day. Had she had a late night? Out with Sebastian again? An odd sensation flowed through him. When had Carly become interested in dating? He couldn't remember the last time she'd had a boyfriend or even a casual date. It was strange, actually, as she was a beautiful, smart, caring, interesting woman. Oddly, he'd just assumed that they were both going to be single, best friends, relying on one another for the rest of their lives. But that was hardly reasonable. Of course, Carly might be interested in a relationship, marriage, kids. Maybe she just hadn't found the right person. Maybe with Sebastian appearing in town, she now had. Tension crept across his shoulders as he once again peered inside. Where was she? The interior light flicked on, and he saw her opening the window blinds at the back of the store. He moved away from the window and attempted to casually appear as though he were just arriving. He waved as she approached the front door, stifling a yawn. Definitely a late night. She unlocked the bolt and flipped the closed sign to open as she opened the door for him. Hey, Oliver. Sorry to keep you waiting. He shrugged. I just got here. She frowned. You've been here 15 minutes. I saw you from my bedroom window, she said with a look. What's wrong? She asked as he stepped inside. Nothing. What makes you think something's wrong? Besides the fact that he was practically buzzing from too much caffeine and anxiety, which had been mounting over the last few days and was nearing a breaking point. The pacing, the tension in your shoulders, the crazy bedhead. She grinned, glancing up at his hair. Oliver caught his reflection in the window and sighed. He did have bedhead, and Carly knew him too well to fool her. He sighed, handing her the coffee cup. It's Tess. He'd start there. It was easier than trying to decipher his own conflicting emotions right now.
And he really did need his friend's advice regarding his daughter's new reading interests. Her stunt with Dr. Ann had him wondering if the book might be influencing her a little. Carly's expression changed to one of worry. "Tess? Is she okay?" He nodded quickly. Scanning the store, he reached for a Cialina book from the display. "It's this," he said with annoyance. "She's reading it." He still didn't know how to handle finding the book under Tess's Nancy Drew mysteries in her dresser, dog-eared on rather interesting pages. Should he ask her about it? Pretend he didn't see it? The adult content was relatively mild from what he'd quickly scanned, but he wasn't sure these adult fairy tales were the right message for her at this age. She'd definitely been more interested in these things lately. Not boys, just his love life. It was slightly unnerving. But he also didn't want to censor what she read. He allowed her to make her own choices, guiding her toward what he felt was the right decision. It was the way he and Allison had agreed to raise the girls. It worked perfectly with Catherine. The more independence they gave her, the more mature and level-headed she was. She'd self-policed her actions, and Oliver always knew they could trust her to make safe, healthy decisions, whether they were around or not. Tess was a little different. His firecracker daughter seemed to struggle sometimes with making the decision he'd like her to make. Her adventurous streak sometimes overpowered her safety guide. She was far from a troublemaker, and Allison used to call her the free-spirited one. But with Allison around, Oliver hadn't worried. He knew Tess had an amazing role model in her mother and older sister to help guide her or help her get back on track if she did stumble or make a mistake.
You've made it this far, nice. Time for a short musical pause. This audiobook is completely free, and we hope it brings you some joy. Let's continue soon.
He questioned if maybe a stricter, more rigid approach to raising her now on his own might be a better way. Carly's cheeks flushed slightly, confirming his suspicions that there may be content within the pages that could be a little advanced for Tess's reading level. "Where did she get it?" Carly asked, gulping the hot coffee, then wincing as the liquid must have burned the back of her throat. "That's what I was hoping you could tell me." She shook her head. "She didn't buy it from me, and I didn't loan her a copy, if that's what you think," she said, slightly defensively. "I didn't think so." He ran a hand over his face. "But you've read them, right?" Carly nodded, the flush still in her cheeks. He wasn't quite sure why she'd be embarrassed about it. Carly read everything. It was part of her job. And there was no guilt to be had in reading romance. Hell, he'd read his own share of romantic suspense years ago when Allison liked to read them. She sometimes asked him to read passages to her at night. "How sexy are they?" he asked, flipping through the pages again himself. That was really all he wanted to know. And not because he didn't want Tess reading about sex, but because he needed to be prepared for a conversation about anything she might have read. How much ice cream would be needed for any conversation about the books? Luckily, Carly shook her head. "These aren't too sexy. There is relations, but the author has kept them tender and heartwarming and mostly off the page," she said. His shoulders sagged in relief. "So, no whips and chains?"
Carly laughed over another yawn. You're safe. Oliver put the book back and followed Carly to the counter. She set the coffee cup down and started to count the float in the cash register. Tess is getting older. I guess it's natural that she's interested in reading more mature content. I assume she didn't tell you? He shook his head. Found it in a drawer while putting away clothes, he added quickly on Carly's look. I wasn't snooping. Not that he was beyond snooping if he deemed it necessary. With Catherine, she was an open book. She told him everything. They could trust her to come to them. Tess was a little different. She was a little more secretive and selective about what she told him. She was definitely an ask for forgiveness, not permission type of kid. Well, I'm sure there's no harm done. Except that she has all of these romantic notions in her head, he mumbled. Carly frowned. What do you mean? Is she starting to show interest in romance and boys? He laughed wryly. No, thank God. She's just interested in my love life all of a sudden. Carly's hand tipped over her coffee, spilling it over the counter onto his lap. Your love life? She asked. Shit, sorry. He jumped up quickly to save his pants as best he could as she grabbed some paper towels and started to dry up the mess. He took it from her and cleaned the side of the counter. Not that there is one, he said. He sighed. She set me up on a date last night, he said. With who? Carly's tone echoed the sentiment he'd felt thinking of her out with Sebastian. Maybe they were still on the same page of growing old alone together. Or together. He shook his head. He couldn't get sidetracked by those thoughts at the moment. One thing at a time. Dr. Ann, he said. When I picked her up from camp on Monday, she ambushed me into saying yes to dinner. Dr. Ann ambushed you? No, Tess. Carly frowned. So, she wants you to date? She asked before sipping what was left in the coffee cup. If only. She wants me to fall in love. This time, coffee sprayed from Carly's mouth, hitting Oliver in the cheek. OMG, she said, reaching forward to wipe the liquid from his face. He laughed, but when her fingers touched his skin, a warm, tingling sensation had the grin dying on his lips. She quickly pulled away, but not fast enough. There had definitely been a spark between them just now. Sorry. Here, she said, handing him a towel. He dried his face and shook his head. Anyway, it was just awkward and weird. Good, Carly said, then blushed. I mean, not good, but... Her voice trailed off, and she stared at the counter, avoiding his gaze. You know what I mean. He didn't, actually. Speaking of dates, late night last night? Her head swung back up to look at him, curiosity on her face. Are you implying something? Yes. He shook his head. Just wondering how things are going with Stan. She cocked her head to the side. Sebastian? He waved a hand. Same thing. She sighed. I wasn't out with Sebastian. Good, he said before he could stop himself. Carly shot him a look. Good? You know what I mean, he said, throwing her words right back at her. If she couldn't quite verbalize why it was good that he hadn't been on a real date, he certainly couldn't. He'd been struggling to make sense of these new emotions brewing within him for days, and it wasn't as though he could talk to her about them. Their gazes met and held for a long beat before Oliver was acting solely on impulse. He couldn't talk about it, but his body was on a mission to show her. He reached across the counter and his hands gripped the sides of her face as he leaned toward her. "I want to kiss you," he said. "You do?" she whispered, sounding just as confused by it as he was. "I don't know why, but suddenly it's all I want to do," he said, words coming a lot easier than he'd expected. "So, are you going to?" she asked. "Do you want me to?" he asked. "I've been waiting for you to for a few years now, so I'd say sure, why not?" she said softly, moving closer to him. Her gaze flitted between his eyes and his lips. She licked hers, and the sight nearly killed him. When had his best friend started stirring these feelings of desire and yearning within him? He leaned closer, and his lips were just an inch from hers when her words registered. "Wait, a few years?" She nodded, and he saw her swallow hard. "I'm good at keeping secrets," she said, and her eyes pleaded with him to make all her waiting worthwhile. It had been a long time since he'd kissed a woman, but Oliver was determined to give it his best shot. His hands gripped her face as his mouth crushed hers. He pulled her in closer and savored the taste of her coffee-flavored lips, the soft fullness of them pressed against his. Instant desire ran through him along with a welcoming sense of relief, as though his body and his heart had been waiting for this moment, anticipating it. How long had he been subconsciously repressing this urge? His hands slid to the back of her head, his fingers tangling in her soft, thick hair as he deepened the kiss, wanting more, needing more, completely surrendering to the moment. He wouldn't think, just feel, be in the moment with her right now. Carly's arms encircled his neck, drawing him as close as possible, and he wished the counter wasn't between them. He wanted to sink into this passionate embrace even more, wanted to press his entire body against hers and feel every inch of her against every inch of him. He wanted to wrap his arms around her and hold her tight. Damn, it was only a kiss, and yet his entire body stirred with a new awakening. His chest was tight as he struggled for air, but he didn't care. He could stand there kissing her forever. This woman he'd always thought of as just a friend had him feeling things he hadn't in so long. It felt like he was being saved from drowning, as though she were breathing new life into him with this kiss. She teased his bottom lip with her tongue, gliding it along seductively before slipping it between his lips, making the connection even more intimate, even more real. Damn, Carly. Where had she learned to kiss like this? He'd never have expected the teasing torture she was putting him through. And this wasn't just a peck or a friendly kiss that they could forget about. This meant something. For both of them. Not breaking the contact with his mouth, Carly climbed onto the counter, and kneeling on it, she moved her body closer to him. He gripped her waist, steadying her so she wouldn't fall, and bringing her body closer. Her breasts pressed against his chest, and her hips rested against his, as she tilted her head and deepened the kiss even more. Her hands fisted his hair, holding him in place as though fearful this might be their one and only kiss, and she was desperate to make it last. He held her tight, and all other thoughts vanished except for how to please her, give her what she wanted, what she deserved, what she'd waited for. That part still blew his mind. Reluctantly, he broke away a moment later and, out of breath, He rested his head against hers. "A few years, huh?" "It was definitely worth the wait," she whispered against his lips, kissing him again softly. Oliver's heart felt nothing but a deep sense of peace. The conflict he'd been fighting seeming to have melted away with her kiss, with her acceptance, with the knowledge that they were both feeling this strong connection that surpassed friendship but had a strong foundation in their platonic love for one another. But he needed to know for sure. "What's happening between us?" he asked. "I'm not sure, but I know I want it to happen again," she said, staring into his eyes with an expression he'd never seen before, one that had his heart racing. "Over and over." He nodded, happy they were on the same wavelength. Over and over. He could definitely oblige that request. If she was still asleep, having slept through her alarm after an all-nighter writing session, Carly did not want to wake up. But the taste of Oliver's kiss still lingering on her lips told her the moment had happened. It had been real. Just seconds ago, she'd been kissing her best friend, the secret love of her life, and she'd let go of all inhibitions and uncertainty and just been in the moment. One she'd waited forever for, and one that hadn't disappointed. Oliver was a fantastic kisser, gentle yet passionate. He'd delivered just the right amount of strength and dominance to be sexy, but just enough retreat to let her take control as well. It was as though they'd been kissing one another for a lifetime. It had felt right. And the best part was, he seemed ready to take this leap with her. She'd felt things shifting between them lately, and she knew Sebastian may have been the catalyst, opening Oliver's eyes to what he wanted, what he wasn't prepared to lose out of fear and uncertainty, but the kiss had taken things to a whole new level. It wasn't the kiss of a man afraid of losing his best friend. It was the kiss of a man prepared to fight for what he wanted. He wouldn't have to fight too hard. Carly had long ago surrendered to her feelings for Oliver Klein. He'd reluctantly left her for a tour group arriving at the lighthouse, but her phone chimed with a text as she counted and recounted, getting lost in distraction, the float in the cash register. She picked it up and smiled as she read. "No regrets?" "None. You?" she texted back. "Only that I had to leave." Carly's heart filled with hope as she hugged the phone to her chest, and a tiny squeal of excitement escaped her. This was what she'd been longing for, and now the opportunity to take the relationship to another level was within her grasp. She tucked the phone into the back pocket of her jeans as her gaze landed on the Cialina romance book display. Her smile faded slightly. Tess was reading her books. She wasn't sure how she felt about that. Not that she thought there was any content in there that the young girl shouldn't read, but what if Tess noticed the same similarities that Skylar had? Would the little girl connect the two? And now that things were steaming up with Oliver, how long could Carly keep the truth from him about her being the author? That moment hadn't been the right time. She'd been caught up in the emotion of the kiss and what it meant for them. But if they were really going to do this, move forward with a deeper connection, she'd have to tell him. And Tess. How would Tess feel about them together? Oliver had said she'd set him up on a date and that she suddenly wanted him to fall in love, but would she be okay if that person was Carly? She and Tess loved one another, but would the little girl find the whole situation weird? As much as Carly wanted to scream it from the rooftops, it might be better to keep the kiss with Oliver to herself for now. which might be hard to do since she couldn't erase the smile from her face. Unfortunately, the inevitable business of the season got in the way of any more kisses, and Carly had to satisfy her Oliver craving with text messages for the rest of the week. Oliver on Thursday morning. Thinking of you. In fact, haven't thought of anything else. Carly. Likewise. Mostly about kissing you again. Oliver. Implied. Carly. Confident now, huh? Oliver. Just hopeful and desperate. Carly. Maybe I'll make you chase me a bit. Oliver. To the ends of the earth and back. The sudden switch in their interaction had her on cloud 9. Every day for years, she'd started her day with a text from Oliver, almost hoping that one day he'd say the things she longed to hear, and now they'd reached that place. Her cell phone had suddenly become the most precious thing on the planet. Oliver, on Friday morning. Dreamt of you last night. Carly. That's intriguing. Elaborate, please. Oliver. We were sitting on the docks, holding hands and watching the sunset. Carly. And? Oliver. And I awoke thinking that we should do that someday, once these damn tourists leave. Carly. Definitely. Once the damn tourists leave. 2 days without seeing Oliver in the past would have been a normal occurrence, and she'd have been okay with it. But now 2 days felt like forever. She couldn't wait to see him, as though now he'd look different somehow. She knew the way they'd look at one another, the way they'd interact, would be different. And it filled her with so much excitement and anticipation. She no longer had to hide her feelings from him, and therefore, she couldn't wait to show him all the things she'd been keeping to herself, say all the things she couldn't before. Now that there was a potential future with Oliver, she wanted that future to start right away. Chapter 10. The next day was the first official float building meetup. They wouldn't all be able to work together all the time, but by some miracle of timing, they'd all been available that day to begin the project together. Dressed in her favorite pair of loose, comfy jean overalls and a bra top beneath, Carly stood on the float platform and addressed her crew, including Dex's therapy dog, Shayla, who would no doubt be an adorable distraction that day. Thank you all for volunteering your time to help with this year's float. This is an ambitious build, and I appreciate each and every one of those hands, she said, trying to keep her gaze off Oliver. It was nearly impossible, and it drove her crazy that the first time the two of them were together was with so many people around. Maybe they could sneak away. Oliver was positioning fans in the corner of the room to circulate the air and help the paint dry faster. When his gaze met hers, he sent her a secret look and a wink that had her pulse racing. It was such a relief to know that in the last 2 days his feelings hadn't changed. He hadn't let fear change his mind about them. Wearing a pair of work coveralls, his bare chest visible beneath, he looked incredibly sexy. He'd shaved that day, and she was fairly certain he'd put gel in his hair. It was still messy the way she liked, but more of a deliberate, controlled mess. What she wouldn't give to run her hands through it. Carly, you okay? Tess asked when she'd obviously drifted off into fantasy territory of thoughts of Oliver. The little girl was in a full hazmat suit, ready to get to work. Yes, sorry, Carly said with an embarrassed smile. You all have your teams and assigned tasks, so let's get started. She climbed down as the teams gathered. Dex, Skylar, and Sebastian were in charge of decorating the arches with sea florals and corals and sea creatures. Some were store-bought, others they were fabricating from colored cardboard. Callan, Rachel, and Darcy were working on the ocean base and the layered waves they were constructing out of wood, painting them with the various shades of blue Carly had purchased. Rachel had a great eye for color and detail, so she knew the waves would turn out perfectly with the right amount of contrasting white. And she, Oliver, and Tess were in charge of the key structure on the float, Cialina. She planned for the sea creature to stand 8 feet tall on top of the ocean waves at the base, meaning the overall height of the float would be over 15 feet. She wanted to make sure people could see it from all angles and any viewing position along Main Street. After turning on the music, she headed toward Callan, Rachel, and Darcy. "You guys okay? Know how you're going to tackle this?" she asked.
Callan nodded. "Piece of cake. I'm no stranger to a skill saw, and Darcy's going to draw the shape of the waves before I cut."
Carly high-fived the little girl. "Big ones. Menacing-looking ones." Darcy nodded, accepting the responsibility. "I'm on it." "How about you, Rach? All good?" "I'm already mixing colors over here," Rachel said, perched over the rainbow of paint colors. As usual, she'd brought flair to her float-building attire, wearing a cute painter's smock, her red hair tied in a bandana. Carly knew she could depend on the team. She gave them a thumbs-up sign as she made her way toward Dex, Skylar, and Sebastian. Unfortunately, they were off to a slightly slower start. The 3 of them stood around the first arch looking a little confused. Even the dog had a perplexed look as she pawed at a string of decorations. "What's happening?" Carly asked.
"Just a little unclear on the arch's purpose," Dex said, eyeing it.
Skylar nodded. "We know you want it decorated in sea elements, but we're not seeing your final vision." Carly nodded, reaching into her pocket for the hand-drawn design. "The arch will serve as the basis for the sea floor beneath the waves." She continued to explain her design idea, but she could feel Oliver's gaze on her, which was very distracting. How on earth were they going to keep their budding relationship and attraction in check that day when Carly felt the sexual tension simmering between them nearly as suffocatingly hot as the humidity of the summer day? When she approached her own team, Tess was nearly vibrating with excitement, and it helped to ease some of the underlying chemistry between her and her other teammate. "I had an idea for Cialina's crown," the little girl said, unrolling her own design. Carly smiled as she scanned it. "Perfect. Do you want to get started on that while your dad and I start building the tail?" Tess nodded, happy to have her design approved. "I'm on it. Can I work by Darcy?" she asked. Meaning Carly and Oliver would be in that side of the shed alone. "Yes," they both said simultaneously. Tess sent them an odd look, but then, grabbing her supplies, she hurried over to the other side of the shed where her friend worked. The 2 of them were instantly giggling and enjoying themselves.
"Did you have to look so freaking hot?"
Oliver murmured, close to her as he positioned their tarps on the floor. Carly swallowed hard as she sniffed the air. "You're wearing cologne," she said. Oliver moved closer to her as she unrolled the gold and green fabric.
"Why did you invite so many volunteers?"
Carly laughed. "We'd never get this done on our own. Now focus," she said in the sternest voice she could muster, given the fact that she too wished they were alone in the shed.
"Sure you wouldn't rather be on Sebastian's team?"
Oliver asked with a mischievous grin as he knelt on the tarp and opened several paint cans. "For the record, I was never on Team Sebastian," she said, unable to keep the serious tone of desire from her voice. He was the one she wanted, the only one she'd ever wanted. Oliver's eyes reflected the sentiment when they met hers. The long moment of simmering heat had sweat pooled on the base of her back until she broke away. "Stop looking at me like that and get to work," she said. With a televised parade happening in a matter of weeks, they needed to put their hormones on hold and get this float finished. But as soon as everyone had dispersed for the day, and Tess had blessedly gone to Darcy's house for the afternoon, her hands and lips were immediately on Oliver. As he closed the shed door, Carly's arms went around his neck and his arms went around her waist. His lips found hers, and he kissed her hard and desperate, like a man giving in to a craving. Frantic, passion-filled, and hungry, he continued to possess her mouth until she was gasping for air. Pulling away slightly, she still pressed her body close as she asked, "Think anyone could tell?" "Yeah," he said, his lips now against her neck, leaving a trail of kisses from her ear to her collarbone. Her body tingled as goosebumps surfaced despite the hot, muggy air inside the shed. "Does that bother you?" "Nope," Oliver said, his one-word answers signifying there were better things he'd like to do with his mouth than talk. "What about Tess? Think she sensed anything?" She wanted to push all thoughts out of her mind and give in to the glorious sensations coursing through her at the feel of his lips against her flesh and the way he was gripping her waist. But she wanted to be sure he was sure, that he wasn't getting cold feet about them, wasn't worried about the others, especially his daughter, finding out. Because Carly wasn't sure they could keep this to themselves for much longer. The attraction between them that day had to be noticeable. She'd caught quite a few curious looks from Rachel and Skylar, and several disappointed ones from Sebastian as they'd watched her and Oliver work together. "Tess was the one encouraging me to open up," he said, sliding his hands lower to grip her ass. Her eyes widened in shock at the forwardness she'd never have expected from him, but certainly welcomed. "So, I should stop overthinking right now?" she asked. "Definitely stop overthinking," he said against her lips before kissing her again. He lifted her off her feet, carried her across the shed to the float, and set her down on the platform. "Wet paint!" she said too late. Not that it mattered once Oliver's mouth crushed hers again. Carly wouldn't have cared if every inch of her was covered in the dark, serpent-green-colored paint, and not just the ass of her jean overalls. She moaned as her arms encircled his neck and she pulled him in closer to deepen the kiss. A kiss she'd thought about constantly over the last 2 days. Like the first one, the moment almost didn't feel real. Yet she definitely wasn't imagining the taste of Oliver on her lips and the feel of his hands on her face. He smelled like cologne and sweat, and his coveralls felt damp beneath her hands. She slid her hand in through the opening at his chest and explored the contours of his muscular, smooth chest. He was the kind of man who was naturally strong and sculpted without hitting the gym, and Carly had always loved his build. He was definitely her type, and she took the opportunity to touch his broad shoulders and wide chest, irritatingly restricted by the material. His tongue separated her lips and dipped inside her mouth, exploring every inch and tangling with hers with a desperate hunger, as though he too had been deprived for far too long. He was such a great kisser, making her wish she'd been brave enough to make her move sooner. But he'd had to be ready. He pushed himself between her knees and pulled her body toward his. She could feel the effect the kiss was having on him pressed against her leg. It may have taken him a while to get there, but he certainly seemed ready now. But for what? Her heart raced. They'd shared their first kiss just days ago. Was this moving too fast, too soon? Or had the years of friendship been all the foreplay they both needed? They were both mature adults who knew what they wanted. If he was ready to take things further, so was she.
He reached for the clasps on her overalls and unhooked them. The denim bib fell forward and the straps slid back off of her shoulders. Oliver pulled away to take in her body in the teal-green bra top that cupped her breasts nicely and exposed her thin stomach. He inhaled deeply. "Carly, this body isn't fair." "Took you long enough to notice," she said teasingly, slowly unzipping his coveralls down to his stomach. "I was a fool, clearly," he said, sliding his arms out of the fabric and lowering the coveralls down to his waist. Carly eyed the muscular chest and six-pack abs, her pulse picking up speed at the sight. He was so incredibly hot. She'd always thought so, and now she was getting to enjoy the view unfiltered. She no longer had to sneak peeks at him when he wasn't looking or try to conceal the attraction she had for his physique. She ran a hand along his chest, lower down over his stomach, and saw him swallow hard. "I love your body," she said. "So strong and sexy." Oliver slid a thumb under the strap of her bra top, sliding it slowly down over one shoulder. Then his finger traced the shape of her collarbone before he placed a kiss there. "You're so soft," he said, sliding the strap back up. He reached for the base of the bra top, and sliding his fingers below the fabric, he carefully lifted it over her head. Her nipples instantly hardened at the exposure to the air and the intense desire running through her. Oliver took her in, a lust-filled expression on his handsome face. Carly reached for his hands and covered her breasts with them, desperate to feel his touch, to have his hands explore her body. Oliver massaged gently, then ran his thumbs over the hardened buds, increasing the pressure. She gripped his hips, and a moan escaped her at the pleasure he was evoking. It had been so long since a man had touched her this way. Too freaking long. But she was glad to have waited for the man she really wanted. No one else could have made her feel this way. No one else's touch would have ever been enough. Slowly, his fingers moved away and grazed against the sides of her body, tickling her as they went. Goosebumps covered her skin despite the heat and humidity in the shed as he lowered his head between her breasts and kissed every inch of each one. She was practically panting when his mouth wrapped around her nipple and sucked. The things this man could do with his mouth. She clutched his head, fingers gripping his hair, commanding him not to stop. It felt so incredible, and she never wanted him to quit. He broke contact with her breast and reached for the overalls around her waist. He tugged at the fabric, and she propped herself up to allow him to remove them the rest of the way. Her heart thumped in her chest as their clothing became scarcer. Were they really going to do this? Go all the way? She wanted to. Oliver grinned, seeing her Little Miss Sunshine Days of the Week underwear. "These were a joke gift last Christmas," he said, teasing her. She shrugged. "Turns out they are quite useful." "Except today's Saturday, not Tuesday," he said, nodding to the little blue cartoon creature boasting Tuesday's ray of sunshine. Carly laughed. "Are we really going to talk about my underwear?" Oliver gripped her waist and pulled her toward him. "I could talk about your underwear all day long, but I'd rather see them on the floor." She swallowed hard as she nodded her consent, not trusting herself to vocalize it. She once again lifted her body to allow him to remove the underwear, and she noticed his hands shook slightly as he did. Was he nervous? She was. It had been a long time for both of them.
And they were friends, crossing a line they'd never crossed before. "Oliver?" she asked. "Just don't want to push you for too much. Too fast," he said, staring into her eyes. "Believe me, this is so long overdue," she said, touching his face with her own trembling hand. With more confidence, he finished removing her underwear, sliding the fabric slowly down over her legs and tossing them onto her overalls on the floor. Then he finished unzipping his coveralls and stepped out of them, revealing he was completely naked beneath. Carly's eyes widened at the sight of his exposed cock, but then she shot him a teasing grin. "Maybe I should put underwear in your stocking this year?" He shrugged. "It gets so damn hot in here." He pressed his naked, muscular body to hers as he kissed her again. "Especially today." She kissed him back, slowly, their mouths lingering as though unsure how to proceed. They kissed, and their hands roamed and explored for a long, torturous time. Now what? Oliver moved away, and his eyes burned into hers, asking the question they both knew the answer to. They were about to cross a line they'd never considered before, but there was no sign of hesitation in his expression. She hadn't been with a man since her last long-term relationship, and that relationship hadn't exactly been exciting and passion-filled. The sex was good, but it didn't fulfill all her fantasies. She'd accepted it for what it was, burying any deep desires for intense passion and the kind of sex she'd only read about in her romance novels. Oliver climbed onto the platform and positioned himself between her legs. He took her hands and raised her arms above her head as he lowered his mouth to hers again. His kisses were driving her mad. Her legs trembled slightly as she clenched her vaginal muscles to try to calm the aching, throbbing there. Oliver kissed her cheeks, her forehead, her nose, before lowering his lips to her neck just below her ear. He kissed gently, softly, his breath and slight stubble tickling her in the best way. He continued his trail of kisses down her chest, along her collarbone, down the middle of her breasts. Carly writhed beneath him, arching her back, desperate to feel their bodies pressed together. His free hand caressed the length of her body, and he slid his fingers along her wet folds between her legs. His gaze met hers for a long beat before he lowered himself down her body. His head disappeared between her thighs, and he kissed along her inner thigh from her knee all the way to her groin. Then he did the other side. Carly's entire body felt like it was on fire with need. She craved more. She was desperate for release. So many years spent waiting and wanting, and now they were here, at this moment. She wanted it to last, but it also couldn't come fast enough. When his mouth connected with her pussy, she couldn't suppress the moan that escaped her. It felt so incredible to be pleasured this way, by a man she trusted so fully, so completely. She was so connected to Oliver in so many ways, emotionally, spiritually, and now physically. It made the sensations vibrating through her that much more impactful. She was vulnerable, but in the best way. Oliver already had complete control over her heart. She was willingly giving him control over her body in that moment. His fingers plunged inside her as his tongue licked and flicked her clit. He clutched her upper thighs as he savored her with a desperation that she'd never had the courage to entertain. "Oh my God, Oliver, that's so fucking incredible." His head snapped up at the sound of her swearing, and a grin appeared on his gorgeous face.
"Did you just say the F word?"
"You're driving me insane."
"Let's see how many other dirty words we can get to escape those sexy lips,"
he said, lowering his head back to her. Her eyes closed and her back arched as he slid another finger inside her body and continued to pleasure her with his mouth. She was so close to the edge, and her entire body was begging for release. One he wasn't allowing her to have. Slowly, he pulled away, leaving her close to the edge, the space between her thighs burning with intense desire. Oliver moved back to hover his body over hers, and she searched his expression.
"You're not getting released that easy,"
he murmured against her lips. He pressed his thick cock against her and ran his thumb along her bottom lip, licking his own mouth. She swallowed hard.
"Let me feel this mouth, Carly."
She could happily fulfill that fantasy. She playfully bit his bottom lip, and he allowed her to flip their bodies so that she was on top. But when she started moving down his body, he stopped her.
"Give me your ass,"
he said, motioning for her to bring her ass back over his face. She did as he instructed, and the 69 position had her even more exposed and vulnerable, but she'd never felt so sexy and confident in her life as she lowered her upper half downward, lifting her ass seductively into the air as she gripped Oliver's cock and swirled her tongue along the tip, which was dripping with pre-cum. It tasted sweet and warm, and she was instantly craving more. She took him in her mouth and sucked, using her hand to stroke along with the motion of her mouth, moving up and down over the shaft. Below her, Oliver gripped her ass cheeks as she rested her pussy on his face. He sucked and licked and teased with his fingers as they continued to pleasure one another. She could feel her orgasm build as she felt him getting closer. His cock strained and grew tight, and his grip on her tightened, the pace of his own actions growing faster and more intense the closer he got to his own orgasm.
"Carly, I'm coming,"
he said a second later. She let herself go as she pushed him over the edge, feeling the rippling of her own release just as she tasted his cum on her tongue. Oliver's body twitched under her, and hers trembled over him. He reached for her waist, and she sat up, turning her body to face him. Taking her hands, he pulled her toward him. She lay beside him on the platform, and he held her close, kissing her forehead. "I think we're going to need to repaint," she said.
"Worth it,"
he murmured. Definitely worth it. Chapter 11. Putting her clothes back on moments later, Carly felt her cheeks still flushed as she mostly avoided Oliver's gaze, but sneaked several peeks in his direction. She'd just been intimate with her best friend, the man she'd been in love with for so long. Really intimate. They'd gone from 0 to 1,000 in a matter of days. The last few weeks there had definitely been a new chemistry sizzling between them, something simmering just below the surface. A recently acknowledged attraction from him and the kiss in the bookstore had moved things forward, but now they'd taken a huge, giant leap, fueled only by hormones and passion and the sexual buildup of the last few weeks. Her best friend had surpassed all expectations. His confidence and skill had surprised her. Not that she'd assumed Oliver was a bad lover,
but he was usually so reserved and slightly grumpy. She hadn't expected the complete transformation to sexy love god. Oh man, she had to stop writing her Cialina stories before she started saying that shit out loud. He'd driven her wild with his kisses, his touch, the way he'd made her orgasm. She was hot again just thinking about it. But had they gone too far, too fast? In her mind, the physical connection was long overdue, as they'd had years of friendship to talk and share personal things, connect on other levels, and the whole thing had felt natural, felt right. But that day, things had definitely escalated. What did it mean? Had it been too impulsive? Did Oliver regret it now that the heat of passion was over? Worse, was this now just a physical thing? A friends with benefits situation? While that would be better than just friends, Carly wanted more. And for her, this transition had signified a move in that direction. But maybe Oliver was seeing things differently. She had no idea what to say or do, so she was leaving it in his court as she slowly got dressed, taking her time with the buttons on her overalls. She heard the sound of Oliver's coverall zipper, then the clearing of his throat. More throat clearing. Oh my God, Oliver, say something. So, that happened. She lifted her head to look at him. His face was flushed as well, and his lips looked slightly swollen from their kisses. His hair was messed up, and he looked sexier than she'd ever seen him. Her love for him had only grown through their intimacy. There was definitely some truth in the claim that once women had sex, they felt things even stronger, deeper. But she couldn't tell him all that in response to what he'd just said, so she went with, "Yep." He nodded slowly, putting his hands in his pockets. "How are you feeling about it?" They were going to debrief after their wild, impulsive, passionate sex? She'd rather less talking and more touching, kissing. This gap between them now felt cold and slightly terrifying. The act had been amazing for her, but what if it hadn't been as mind-blowing, earth-shattering for him? "How should I be feeling about it?" she countered. "Good, I hope," he said nervously. "I mean, I hope I didn't cross any lines or—" She stopped his rambling by taking a step toward him and wrapping her arms around his neck. She needed to close the distance between them, reassure him and herself that the direction they were headed in was a good one,